nonchalant response or no response at all or an unreasonable response. There are many examples of that, but that's the broad area of concern. In fact, without getting into much detail, one of those responses was something like, well, you don't have to know what other people have said about you, just say what you know, kind of thing. And it would be hard to believe that that is a policy of this commission. Because, as we know, people have a right of reply. I mean, that's one of the most fundamental rights under the broad rubric of Audi Alteram Partem. And in our view, that's why the commission is populated by legally trained people all around, so that those trite issues of fairness can be observed. The second issue is related to the first one, which is this issue of right of reply. There are various, we understand the difference between, being called here on specific accusations and therefore being entitled to the documentation and being asked to assist the commission and all that. We're not dealing with this at that technical level. But whichever category one falls in, they surely have a right to, at the minimum, to face their accusers, to use the colloquial expression. And facing your accusers doesn't mean literally facing them. It just means knowing what it is that's going to be said, which you might have to respond to. The next issue, which is the third in my list, is that one of the things we have been asked to do is to ensure that there will be no straying outside of the subpoena that has brought us here and the specific issues that are raised there. And that's probably related to what might be the next issue, so I might as well raise it in combination, Chair, just to save time, which is the feeling of the General and us that the issues that he has been asked to deal with have actually been dealt with in his first appearance here. We might be wrong about this, but on our unscientific analysis, he's probably been the witness who has been called back more than anyone else to come back here, despite the fact that he testified for 3 days in January. And
there's a witness that testified for 8 days, Mr.
Yeah,
the days may have been consecutive, I'm not sure, but it was still 8 days,
were.
So far more than the General is.
No, Chair, I don't want to be nitpicking. No, ours is not about the number of days so much than the toing and froing and being called and then called back and then called back. But I take your point, Chair. So if we don't have the gold medal in that, we'll probably have the silver. So we're still on the...
Can you just repeat the fourth point?
The fourth point. Yes. The fourth point is, I was saying I'm merging it with the third point. That was about repetitive questions. Yeah. So it's if you like, it might be a subset of the third point. It covers Commissioner Baloyi. It covers two issues. One is my original statement that the issue of the break-in, theft, whatever you call it, in Port Shepstone was, as you might remember, I think it was the last topic for his January testimony, and it was covered extensively. the result of that is that you will find that when you read the statement that was identified by my colleague, Ms. Silo, which is LS1, that's where we respond to the specific questionnaire. You'll find that maybe on more than, if there are 10 questions, and I think there are more than that, there are about 15, but more than 50% or even 60% of those questions, you'll find that we actually just refer, the answer is to refer you back to the transcript on many occasions. And that's because the same thing that was asked then is being asked now. And we don't understand why that same information has to be solicited at great expense for the second time, because it doesn't change. And that's why we literally quoted. It was not out of disrespect, but we just quote exactly verbatim what was said before. We do take the point, of course, that since he testified, there has been further evidence around the same issues. So not quibbling with that. But the issue is that it's quite oppressive to the general to have to repeat himself. And then maybe the one issue, maybe let me start, I'll come to this one last. Related to this issue of repetition or covering the same ground is an issue which, you know, to the naked eye might not seem important, but it is the expenses to which the general is subjected because of what he might perceive to be repetition of the same ground. You would appreciate, commissioners, chairperson and commissioners, that every time he has to come here, or every time he has to deal with a subpoena or a set, and then there's even an instance where the subpoena was literally exactly the same as the one that had been given last year. And then we pointed that out, and there was duly an apology. Well, maybe not in, maybe I'm putting it too strongly, but the commission said, no, sorry, that was a mistake. Here's the correct one. Yeah. But that mistake means that he has now to consult on that wrong document. And when it's discovered that it's the wrong document, a letter has to be written, and then the apology, which we accept, is issued. But that doesn't change the discomfort or inconvenience. And that's just one example. And therefore, it's a very costly exercise. I haven't done the count, but my learned friend, Ms. Talk, assures me that the general has had to be doing this toing and froing about 6 times now, or that this is his 6th appearance. And I'm sure that also includes the times when he didn't actually testify. And I know it also includes the time when the legal representative was not feeling well. So I'm not piling all of that onto the commission. I'm simply saying that it's quite an expensive exercise. Now, the last point, which is quite worrying, is, I'll call it, for lack of a better word, the issue of relevance. And this is an issue which the general feels very strongly about, and I hope it will be taken in the spirit in which it was intended. We're not objecting in the sense of saying he's not going to assist, because he's very willing to assist the commission, and he will just now do so. But he just wants for it to be known that he's doing so under some serious protest. What do we mean by relevance? The view which we hold with respect is that the commission is, shall we say, legally confined to the terms of reference and its mandate. And I don't have to motivate that to the people that I'm addressing. Everyone would accept that at face value. But what is the relevance of that to my address? It is the fact that, and this is also related to the fear that they might be straying outside of the questionnaire. Our understanding, Chairperson, is that this commission is not some surrogate disciplinary committee of the police, where we have to interrogate whether this one or that one is a good policeman or a bad policewoman, or in the general sense, in the HR sense of the word. But those issues might be relevant, of course, to the core mandate of the Commission, which is criminality, interference, and all that is defined in the terms of reference. That we concede. But surely there's a line between that sometimes inevitable overlap and actually focusing as if this is a beauty parade about who's the better manager or a kind of performance assessment. So that's the issue. To the extent that the performance or lack of performance might be relevant, and maybe I should interpose, almost arguing against myself, but by saying we accept implicitly that, let's take this issue about this theft. The Commission is entitled, of course, to say we have to probe whether this theft was a matter of sheer incompetence or criminality. That we accept. But there's a difference between that, as I say, inevitable overlap, and then simply going on for days with a witness like the general about, why did you not follow this prescript or that prescript? Well, he didn't, but is that relevant to the terms of reference, or might that show that he could have been a better manager? So it's that kind of it's not a bright line, but that we accept, but we are concerned about
Just
that.
to point out, Mr. Mpofu,
Yes.
in the terms of reference, they say we must look at acts or omissions, and
Yes.
whether acts or omissions may have contributed.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
to the extent that conduct constitutes an omission, we would have to look into that. And
No.
I'm not debating it, I'm just pointing that
No,
part
I
out.
accept that, Commissioner Kumala. I accept that. I would never quibble with that. I accept that in the process of probing, let's say the disappearance of this bottle, you might say, well, I omitted to take it during the tea time. I accept that. The commission or omission, like in criminal law, you can be liable for a positive act or an omission. That I accept. I'm making a different point, which is that in the probing of the commissions or omissions, the feeling that we have, particularly from this last round of questionnaire, is that the focus is more on, wouldn't it have been better to go to Isiping or to go to Port Shepstone and so on? And we accept that might be relevant. But that's not the core mandate of the Commission, to put it crudely, as to whether it would have been advisable to drive on the N2 or to take another route. That may be relevant in the ultimate question, as to whether the taking of the other route was a corrupt act or to go and meet some gangsters or whatever. We accept that. But in and of itself, whether they took this route or that route, really has got absolutely nothing to do with the Commission. It might have something to do with some performance assessment panel of the police as to whether, so-and-so is a good manager or a bad manager. I think it's that nuance. But I accept that. That's why I was saying there's no bright line. the mission is not to confine or straitjacket the commission. Obviously, the mandate is wide, but we should all be careful not to overdo the performance assessment. Yes, those are the issues that we wanted to raise. And as I say, there are specifics. We have a detailed chronology, for example, of the correspondence between. We have a detailed chronology of the correspondence between the Commission and my attorneys. I don't want to get into those kinds of specifics for now. I think as long as I've highlighted the areas of concern. And by the way, some of these are raised in the general statement, in the main body of the statement, not the Q&A part. Thank you. I'm indebted to the Commission for the indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu. Yes, Mr. Law.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I perhaps will not address every issue raised by Mr. Mpofu for two reasons. One, some of these issues will be elaborated upon by the General himself because they form part of his statement. So perhaps that might be at the appropriate time to engage with them. But secondly, because to some extent, Mr. Mpofu takes issue with the processes of the Commission and the relevance of what the Commission is pursuing insofar as this particular witness is concerned. I can put up an argument as to why we consider the witness relevant, but perhaps as a general point, that would be best placed with the commissioners to engage with. So if I don't address everything, I want to effectively put on record that it's not due to a lack of answer on my part, but I choose to limit my answer on the two bases. However, there are certain things that I believe I must address because this would be strictly within the knowledge of the evidence leaders and not necessarily the commissioners. The first complaint is a serial refusal to produce documents. I would like to place on record that the General, even in his statement, does not make such an allegation. There is not a single document that the evidence leaders have been required to produce and have failed to produce. To the extent that there might be oversight on my part personally on that, I would be happy to be directed there too, and I'll try and establish why that is the case. The only issue that the General raises in his supplementary statement are documents relating to the testimony, I think of, I'll get the ranks wrong, I apologize, it's Colonel Prinsloo and another. And he claims these were provided to him 2 days before his statement was due. When General Sinona's appearance was postponed the last time, these issues were specifically dealt with when my learned friend, Ms. Talca, addressed the Commission. And it was highlighted that precisely those documents were provided on the basis of a request from General Sinona. The request came in that week, and by the 29th, the documents were provided. So it becomes challenging for me to appreciate exactly which documents we are said to have refused to produce on a serial basis. And commissioners, I dare say that there is none. Secondly, and once again, General Sinona will address these issues. I do know that Mr. Mpofu says they appreciate the distinction between what we would term a Rule 3.5 notice and a Regulation 10.6. But my understanding of, and I put this in inverted commas, of his, and by his I mean the expanded definition, plural, complaints seems to blur the distinction between the two. If one has regard to General Sinona's statement, his complaints stem largely from a view that we have failed to serve him with a Rule 3.5 notices. And these are notices that we issue based on testimony that is received and evidence by the Commission, on the basis of which we conclude that it would appear somebody is implicated. The witnesses he references, in our understanding, and I do accept that our understanding may very well have been wrong, have not implicated General Sunona. Those witnesses have testified to what they know about the facts that they were called upon to testify on. There may be a difference in response to the same question, in that General Sunona would have given a different response. But that does not in itself imply that he's implicated. So technically, it would sound like, and again, I'm subject to correction, that there is an invitation that we issue Rule 3.5 notices, because each time General Sunona's name is mentioned by the witnesses who have appeared before you, that constitutes implication. Not in our view, not in the manner that that term is dealt with in the rules. Once a witness is implicated, we are under obligation to issue a Rule 3.5 to bring that to their attention and to afford that person the opportunity to deal with the implication. We have found none, and no Rule 3.5 notices have been issued. What instead has been issued is a Regulation 10.6, which, once again, is a document that is generated by evidence leaders based on the evidence and testimony before the Commission, where we believe, in terms of the regulations and the rules, that a specific person may be able to shed more light. In that context, specific questions are posed to the potential witness, and they are invited to answer. So it becomes a challenge when we are confronted with an allegation that we do not afford witnesses, and particularly General Sunona, the right of reply. His right of reply, as I understand, would arise where he's implicated. Where he is not implicated, his right of reply does not arise. In any event, on a proper reading of the rules, any witness who believes that they may be of assistance to the Commission, either by providing a contrary position or testimony, is entitled to make application. So to the extent that it is considered that we have failed to issue Rule 3.5 notices, which I contend it's not correct, none was due to General Sunona on our assessment, then it was still open to General Sunona and his team to apply, to testify on those matters. Thirdly, and most importantly, notwithstanding the fact that General Sunona, of June, 6 weeks later, in part, due to General Sunona's own application to postpone his testimony, firstly from the 8th of May, up until the 1st of June, he presented himself on the 1st of June. Due to the Commission's own scheduling challenges, he had to be stood down to the 5th of June. Came the 5th of June, we accepted that his legal representative was indisposed, and there was a further extension. So the 6 counts of appearance don't seem to tally with my record. The request that he come only after everybody has testified on the Port Shepstone drug bust presupposes that those witnesses implicate him. And there is no fact that even points to that. He was never intended to be engaged on the matter as an implicated person. I testified to contradict him. Then that is for the Commission to engage with and to determine whose version is acceptable. Staying outside the subpoena, I don't know what that means, but I can assure him that subpoenas are issued, Regulation 10.6s are issued. And in the course of engagement with the witnesses, there are issues that arise from the question and answer session. And for lack of a better term, I'll call them offshoots. And I don't know if it is the offshoots that he would deem constitute straying outside the subpoena, but that just might be an issue with my, my understanding. Did the General speak to some of these matters at his previous appearance in January 2026? Yes, he did, and we are truly aware of that. However, since his appearance in 2026, the Commission has been placed in possession of significant documents that are relevant to the issue. Other witnesses have testified and too produced documents before the Commission. And as the head of the KZN DPCI, we believe that it is necessary to engage him based on what has since come to light. I don't see that to be a challenge, and it doesn't, as far as I'm concerned, constitute toing and froing. It is assisting this commission to arrive at a correct factual position as regards matters that fall within its terms of reference. The relevance, we maintain that they are relevant. The rules and the regulations tell us so. At the risk of stating the obvious, amongst other things, what this commission is mandated to interrogate is whether criminal syndicates, including but not limited to drug cartels, have infiltrated or exerted undue influence over a range of entities, including the SAPs, of which the DPCI is a part. And then to consider the adequacy of current legislation, policies, and institutional arrangements in preventing such infiltration, and then to make recommendations where necessary. I don't understand the contention that where he admits he did not follow prescripts, that is where the issue must die for purposes of the terms of reference for this commission.
The one I had in mind, Ms. Loas 3, which says the role of senior SAPS members in aiding or abetting criminal activity, either through act or omission.
I fully agree, and Commissioner Khumalo, thank you. So the challenge I have is what comes across as a position that says, notwithstanding the wording and the wording of the terms of right, the purpose of the commission, that the head of the institution that was responsible for precisely these drugs cannot be engaged more than once and cannot render assistance to this commission. And if I recall, our rules require that a witness becomes available and answers the questions to the satisfaction of the commission. To the extent that the commissioners remain unsatisfied, I submit that it is the commissioners are entitled to recall a witness to assist them in determining the correct factual position. I do not believe, as Mr. Mpofu suggests, that this commission is attempting, as he says, to be a surrogate disciplinary process or committee of the police. On the contrary, and particularly on the basis that Commissioner Khumalo highlights, the role of senior officials in SAPS, including KZN, remains a pivotal question before this commission and must be answered. And the only person who can answer precisely those questions are those who are deemed to be senior officials within SAPS. It's not a performance assessment, but there will be interrogation about the knowledge, the application, and approval of conduct by the head of the KZN DPCI of members that resort under his authority. And that engagement must be had to understand, as my learned friend correctly pointed out, whether it was, he says, whether it's incompetence or it's deliberate. To answer that question, we must first understand what the understanding was, the appreciation for applicable prescripts and the like, to enable the commissioners to make a determination as to exactly what transpired. An interesting point was made by Mr. Mpofu, where he states that it is unnecessary to recall the general, particularly where he admits that he didn't follow prescripts. I'm not aware of such an admission. I'm not aware of him so admitting in his first statement, during his first appearance in January, in the supplementary statement, nor in the responses to Regulation 10.6. I see Mr. Mpofu vigorously shaking his head, so I take it that he means I completely misunderstood him. I'll take that the misunderstanding is mine. But I just wanted to clarify that precisely what the prescripts provide for and the extent to which they were complied is a legitimate conversation to have with the general, and that has not to date been had. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sidlo. Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'll endeavor to be brief. Chair, well, it looks like my learned friend, there's a lot of things that she says she doesn't understand, or she's at a loss, at sea, or whatever. I'll try my best to assist. Chairperson, we are not, this is not some quibbling about technicalities. We understand very well the difference between 10.6 and 3.5, as I was at pains to point out in my address. But you know, those are just lawyers' things. We are saying that if a person is going to be, if some negative or adverse information is going to be given about me, whether it's under 10.6 or 10.20, doesn't matter. I am entitled to know about that in good time so that I can respond to it. So I don't want to get into legalese here. The issue of the matter is that I think Warrant Officer Sander, Brigadier Newswa, Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs, and somebody called Witness H. To some extent, maybe the word implicate is too strong, but there's nobody who can genuinely deny that adverse statements were made about the general by those persons. And that's all we're asking for. We're saying if there's going to be adverse information, which might not rise to the levels of implication or whatever to a lawyer's mind, but which is adverse to his interest, he is surely, but surely entitled to have that information. Now, we asked for that information just as an example. There's a letter dated the 1st of June 2026 from my attorneys, which I'm using this as an example. I was saying I don't want to get into the minutiae, but the response to that letter comes from a Geraldine Berger from this commission. And I'll just read the first paragraph. With reference to your letter dated 1 June 2026, we wish to remind you that your client and your client that all witnesses are called to testify on their knowledge of any fact. It is important to mention and place on record that their knowledge is not dependent on whether others who testify before them implicate them. I mean, surely that can't be true. Your client's statement that was called for through relevant notices cannot in any way be implicated by someone else's version of the truth. This is like an arrogant response, I'm sorry. What
was the nature of the request there?
The request, yes.
On the letter
yes,
of the
again,
1st of June. Yeah.
Yes, Chair. Again, I won't bore you with the long whole letter. I'll just pick up one paragraph, just so that you get the gist.
27.
Paragraph 3, sorry.
It's on page 27.
Yes, 27. Thank you, Commissioner. Khumalo. Chair, I'll just read one paragraph. I'm sure everyone will then get the gist here. So it says, we refer to the chairperson's ruling on 1 June and so on and so on. Then the paragraph says, equally, we are also instructed to request the statement of Warrant Officer Carl Sender, who in his testimony of 1 June made certain allegations against Major General Sinona. And if I may pause there, that's what we mean when we say made allegations against. It, as I say, it may or may not rise to the levels of implication in terms of the technical interpretation. And which allegations our client wishes to respond to. Well, if he wishes to respond to, he wishes to respond to. Nobody can take that away from him. Had our client been aware of Warrant Officer Sender's appearance, our client would have requested for copies of his statement and annexures before being excused by the Commission earlier today. That was the first. Our client was made aware by the media that he was implicated in today's proceedings of the Commission. I'm just reading that paragraph as an example. So it was that kind of request. Then there's another one in the next paragraph about Lieutenant Colonel Duma and so on and so on. And then we got the response that I just read out. And then the rest of that letter of the response does what Ms. Melanie and Ms. Silo is just doing about educating us about Regulation 10.6 and 3.5. So you'll see that the last paragraph, to the extent that he may in time be implicated, he shall be duly served with a 3.5 notice and afforded an opportunity to deal with such implication. Currently, there is a ruling requiring him to file a statement before midnight, and is expected to do so, to abide thereby. I mean, there's a veiled threat there that if he doesn't do so, obviously the consequences would follow. So, Chair, I'm really trying to not to make this into a technical issue about the meaning of 3.5 and 10.6 and the word implicated and so on, and not to be technical, as Ms. Silo is rightfully pointed out. Yeah. If we want to go that route, well, we would be happy to do so. And let me, if I don't make one thing clear, let me make this clear. We do not quibble with widening the scope so as to reach the terms of reference, the issues in the terms of reference. Ms. Silo made a good example of that. I thought I had made that concession a long time ago. But what we are saying is this, maybe it's much more nuanced, that, and that goes to, I think, I almost say General Khumalo, to Commissioner Khumalo's issue as well. Commissioners, if anyone misunderstands me to be saying that the Commission must simply technically just look at the terms of reference and straitjacket themselves to that. That's not what I'm saying. At least two of the commissioners, and Ms. Silo and I, were once in a commission where that was important. Almost every witness was asked about regulation this and regulation that, but it was not an end in itself. It was for the purposes of determining whether whatever the terms of reference of that commission were complied or not. That's really what I'm saying. So let me make a silly example. If we're going to be saying that General Sinona was always coming late at work, right? It might be very interesting and dramatic for television that he came late so 1,000 times. Yeah, but the answer is, well, so what? Because that can only be relevant if, as Commissioner Khumalo says, that was in aid of aiding and abetting and all those things that are in the terms of reference. Then it's clearly relevant. But if it, as an end in itself, that is a serial latecomer, well, who cares? That's the issue about marrying those peripheral issues to the terms of reference. That's really, as I say, maybe it's a more nuanced complaint that we're having. But there it is. We just want to place it on the record. We don't need to agree or disagree with the evidence leaders about it. The last point is this. We all know the legalese about implicating yourself and incriminating yourself. I don't want to go there. But, and that's where I make this issue about HR and distinguishing this commission from that. Let me give you a live example. On the 31st of January, 2 days after the last appearance of the general here, he was served with a disciplinary notice by the police. And it said in so many words, you are being suspended because of what you said at the MADLANGA Commission. Just as plain as that, it was not even hidden. So it was a direct, so somebody was sitting in some HR office watching the proceedings here and taking notes, and then they say, okay, now you're being charged. Now, I don't want to get into the legalese about incriminating yourself, but that's just a live example. By the way, that suspension lapsed because in 60 days' time, nothing had happened. We all know, again, of the inappropriately named MADLANGA unit in the police. Yeah.
Let me on record say in so many ways that I objected strongly to that.
I know, rightfully so.
I immediately engaged the National Commissioner, and he agreed that that was named wrongly.
Rightfully so.
But unfortunately, he was suspended before he could do anything. And
yes.
I later engaged the acting National Commissioner.
No, I appreciate that, Chair. In fact, to be honest...
Even the latest name is still unfortunate because it still has commission in it.
Exactly. But Chair, I accept, just to, in your defense, Chair, I also became aware of it when you raised the objection. And it was a well-timed one because it could have gotten into the minds of the nation wrongly.
It gives the impression that I'm going around arresting people.
Absolutely, or feeding some unit with information. But be that as it may, Chair, and we accept implicitly that is not the case. But clearly, there are people, whether in the inappropriately named unit or whatever its name is, its new name is, or the HR offices of SAPS, who see their task as it's quite laziness, to be honest, as just sitting there here and watching here and then making notes and then pouncing on people. That might be, shall we call it, an inherent danger in proceedings like this. We accept that. But all we're saying is that we shouldn't be playing into that here, in whatever way. Yeah. I think that's, let me just check my notes, Chair. Yes. The point about the repetitive nature of the questioning is not a feeble point. My learned colleague, Ms. Selo, says, I'm quoting her verbatim, the commission has since been placed into possession, since he was here in January, has since been placed into possession of further information on what has since come to light. In the same breath, she's at a loss as to what we're complaining about. This is what we're complaining about. If the commission has been placed into possession of further information, and that has necessitated for him to be called, then we should be placed in the same possession with the greatest respect. That's this. One doesn't have to be a lawyer to understand that. That all we're saying is that, yes, we accept that some new things might have come to light. They might necessitate him being recalled. But what's wrong with placing us in the same position as the commission in respect of those new things that have since come to light so that we are in a position to assist you? That can be so difficult to understand. And yeah, I don't want to get into this thing about the backstops with him, quite frankly, doesn't doesn't make the cut. Because it doesn't work like that. We know that he was the head in KZN. But how far do you take this back proverbial buck, you know, then it means this commission should only have two witnesses, the minister and the national commissioner, or the president, because the buck stops with them. I understand that there's a hierarchy and maybe some other small bucks along the way. But it can't be that simply because I'm overall in charge, then I'm expected to know every little detail about every room in subs in the whole country. Surely, that's not what the buck stops here means.
On your penultimate point, Mr. Mpofu, about Ms. General must respond to questions or testify today because the Commission has since been placed in possession of new information. On that, and you then say that it is exactly because of that the General must also be placed in possession of that information. You did give, or rather refer to the one example from the letter. As we sit here now, are you in a position to itemize the information that the General has not been furnished with? I'm asking that so as to see whether engagements between you and Ms. Sillo cannot resolve
the issue.
Resolve that issue. Yes.
Chair, yes, we are in such a position, but again, I'm at pains to say that we don't want to delay the testimony.
All right,
we simply want to qualify so that
yes. If
we get to a stage where the General, for example, says, I can't answer that because I'm being ambushed or I'm hearing about it for the first time, then at least this background must be taken into account. That's right. Really, but...
Thank you for, that's a very practical approach. Thank you very much.
It's a practical approach, Chair, but it will also assist. Remember, my first qualification was that should it become necessary, we'll itemize these things, because if you do it now, it will just take a long time. That's why I was just giving the highlights.
Right,
Chair, let me just make, at the expense of speaking against what I've just said, I'll just give you another practical example. We've been asking for the statement, the commission statement of, Brigadier Newswa, just as an example. And we have not been finished with that. Now, it turns out 2 days ago, I'm sitting at home watching the commission, and at night, I can only watch the repeats here. And as the following question is put to, or not even a question, it's an answer coming from General News. So if I'm not mistaken, it's paragraph 43 of his statement. He says, you know, I was made to understand that General Sinona has a problem with this. And one of the commissioners, I'm not sure which one, says, we were made to understand by who? And he says, by the evidence leaders. That is, you'll find that literally the whole nation was watching it. Now, what does that say to me? It says that when Brigadier Newswa was being recognized or preparing for his statement, he was told what the version of General Sinona will be on that particular point. It's not important for now, whatever the point was. Now, all we're asking is for the same courtesy with respect, that when General Sinona was also doing his statement, it would have been very nice that he knew what the contrary versions or whatever it is of whoever it is, to the extent that they were available. We accept that the evidence leaders are not magicians or clairvoyants who would know what someone is going to say in the future, but or sangomas. But to the extent that the information was known, it would have been appropriate, let me put it like that, not just nice. It would have been appropriate, legally speaking, for him to be placed in the same position that the evidence leaders chose to put Brigadier Newswa. Just on that point. As I say, the point itself is not important, but it's the principle that I'm addressing. Thank you.
Chair, through you, if I may just address the last point, and I don't want to have a
Perhaps
to and fro.
By the way,
shouldn't, let me give you an opportunity to respond to
Just
that one
specifically
issue.
that one.
Let Mr. Mpofu finish.
Yes.
And then I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that.
I assumed he had finished. I saw his mic go off, so I made certain assumptions.
When he said thank you, I also thought so too.
no, I was just being courteous. I've lost my train of thought now. Yeah. I was saying, Chair, that what we require is to be placed in a position where we can maximally assist this commission. Really, that's really all we're saying. It's all very well if people want to us to come here and then say things and then say, no, I'm hearing about that for the first time, so that we can come again, which is exactly what we want to avoid, for him to come for the 7th time or 6th time or whatever the number is, simply because, as you say, Chair, let's say, for example, I was going to give you this catalogue of things now and give it to Ms. Sill, and it turns out that they were deserved to be given anyway. What will be the result of that? It will be that he must now be given that opportunity, come here again next week or next month and so on. We don't want that because he doesn't have the means to do that. Every time he comes here, he has to pay lawyers, this is a person who's not a person of means. And but at the same time, he doesn't want to face the risk of being pounced upon by that unit whose name we will not repeat. After he has been here. So the risks are real. They're not speculative, as I've indicated with the question of the suspension and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu.
Mr. Mpofu, I think in fairness to Ms. Berger, because of how you've characterized her response, and she doesn't have a right to respond in this platform. I think in fairness to her, this must be placed on record. The context of the letter of the 1st of June from your instructing attorney, what that letter does in the penultimate, in the last paragraph, in fact, in paragraph 4 and 5, in fact, maybe let me first say, the context of the letter is earlier in the day there had been a ruling by the chairperson, as you correctly say, that General Sinona should file a statement. Now, this letter from the attorneys in paragraphs 4 and 5 seeks a postponement of the filing of that statement. And that postponement is sought on the basis that other witnesses are still going to testify, there are other statements. I should first see those statements, and I should not testify first before the other witnesses. I want to hear what they are going to say. I need to see in their statements what they say about me. The response of Ms. Berger that you have described in the way that you've characterized in the way that you have is to say that General Sinona, there is a ruling, you must abide by that ruling. And you can't get a postponement, basically. You've been given a date. So what you characterize as arrogant is really a restating of the position. And I think it should be seen in that context, and I think it is important that the context should be put out. Yes. That's all I wanted to say about it, in fairness to her.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Yes.
We accept that that might have been, the intention might have been innocent.
Yes.
I'm simply stating to the Commission how it was received by the General.
Okay.
And there was one, for example, that said, no, you must ignore that subpoena, some subpoena, I think one of the wrong ones. And I thought it's all very well to say that to a person, you must ignore a subpoena, but we all know what the implications are of ignoring a subpoena. Yeah. So you can only do that really once you've been told to do so.
Yes. But no, I was just dealing with this because I thought it is important in fairness to her.
We accept at face value that maybe it was not meant as, just take a hike or whatever, however it was understood. But that's how we read it. Because in the end, it doesn't matter what the tone or whatever. In the end, we were not given that information. That's really our complaint, not the tone of the letter as such.
And maybe the other thing to say about it, so, you know, the response is a response. This is about the internal workings of the commission. So when a letter like this comes, it's not Ms. Berger who responds of her own accord and initiative. Something like this comes to the commissioners, that you gave a ruling, we now have this letter. So where she says you are required to comply, it is a communication that comes from the commission, and I think that should be clear. The second issue, and the second one I mentioned only so that General Sinona does not, if he's under that impression, it's clear that he's not targeted as such. This is about statements that he asked for this. He was told about what General Colonel Nyuswa, I think, Brigadier Nyuswa. Yes, when in fact he hadn't been given his statement. The commission, in the commission, no witness who comes to testify has been given statements of witnesses that were yet to testify. We haven't done that with any witness. In fact, the practice is statements of witnesses do not go out. We don't even publish them. We don't give to the media. We don't put them on the website until the witness has testified. So insofar as he may have requested statements of witnesses yet to testify, the answers he got are answers that apply generally, which is statements do not go out until a witness has testified. And I say that only to dispel any idea that he alone may be treated unfair. If it is unfair, it's unfair to everybody who's had to testify here.
Yeah, thank you. Chair. Very quickly, again, without any qualification, we accept the assurances about the intentions and the patterns of the commission. We have nothing to say about that. The issue we are raising, the fact that no witness has been given information before doesn't make it right with respect. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Whether it's been done throughout, then so be it. Maybe those witnesses did not make a statement. We do.
Mr. Mpofu, the practical and logical point is this, that witnesses often have to confirm when the oath is administered that this is my statement and that's my signature.
Yeah.
And often they have to correct those statements and say, no. So you can understand how impractical it is before a witness has confirmed that that's his final statement to distribute it.
Fair enough.
Because if a witness then, when they take the stand, they say, well, actually, as happened with Brigadier Nyuswa, I discard my previous statements and I'm now relying on the one that I finalized this morning.
Yes.
It would have been prejudicial to your client if the ones that Nyuswa had discarded were the ones given to him. So there are practical considerations that inform some of these processes. So don't dismiss them as being unworkable. They are there for a reason, these processes.
No, Chair and Commissioners, that's Commissioner Baloi's second point that you've just amplified. And again, we accept that. I'm not dismissing, I don't expect the Commission, I don't want to be in some debate with the Commissioners trying to justify some unjustifiable things here. I'm saying here, I accept that you may not, it's been explained to me now by the two commissioners, and I accept it, that it might not be a practical thing to do to give somebody a statement prior to their testimony. But I've given you examples where what you've just told me doesn't apply. So where's the statement of sender then, if what the two commissioners are saying? Because he has already testified, he has already owned his statement. So that explanation doesn't assist me. It might assist with another witness yet to come. But it cannot answer my complaint about witnesses that have already complained, or rather testified. Thank you.
Mr. Law, there was the point you wanted to respond to.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think to a large extent, Commissioners Baloyi and Kumalo have addressed this point, and I wanted to address it for the benefit perhaps of all future witnesses. If one has regard to the very letter that Mr. Mpofu has referenced from General Sinona's attorneys at page 27, if one has regard to paragraph 4, that his legal representatives state, to the extent that Lieutenant Colonel Duma's testimony may implicate General Sinona, it will be prejudicial for their client to file an incomplete statement which is silent on allegations which may be made against him by Colonel Duma. This was drafted prior to Colonel Duma presenting himself before the commission. Now, the challenge is whether or not his testimony may implicate him, and I think Mr. Mpofu correctly acknowledged that we don't have a crystal ball. What we have at any given time is a statement by a witness. And that is where Rule 3.5 kicks in. If that particular statement already implicates somebody, a Rule 3.5 should go out and setting out the extent of the implication. But whether the statement does not, then the Rule 3.5 notice is not issued. But in the course of testimony, the witness may expand on his statement and in the course of doing so implicate. That is not the original statement that implicated. It is important that anyone who will be called to appear understands that. And the point Commissioner Baloyi made, Brigadier Nyuswa is a brigadier, testified on Wednesday, the 17th. Technically, this 17th of June, by the 1st of June, General Sinona's team wanted a copy of his statement. And as the Commissioner points out, the Commission does not release any statement until the witness has confirmed it. So I don't know how we can potentially assess General Sinona, but I think it is important to point out that it is not a decision that is necessarily prejudicial to him. It's prejudicial to all. So it cannot be claimed that we are being particularly harsh to General Sinona. There is no basis for such conclusion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Law. I forgot to thank you at the end of your reply, Mr. Mpofu. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yes, I think it would be best to leave it there, Chairperson. We really appreciate the opportunity to place those concerns on the record.
Thank you. What you said when I raised the issue of what outstanding information you still required, I think charted the way forward, in the sense that you said, let's go ahead. So I accept that. Let us start with the testimony. Let's go ahead. If anything arises at whatever point, it should be dealt with at that stage. That is, as and when it does arise.
Thank you, Chair. Just a correction for the record.
Yes.
I understand that the protocol is to refer to people with their titles. So to the extent that I said sender, I meant warrant officer sender. Sometimes I get confused with these ranks, but it was not out of any disrespect.
I also do that from time to time, not so much just referring to the surname, but I forget the ranks.
The ranks.
And I do something that I know is technically incorrect. I just say officer, for example, sender. Yeah. But officers are commissioned officers, not every police.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We are ready to begin.
Yes.
General Sinona, as you have confirmed, you have filed a supplementary statement, and we have confirmed it is yours. It goes up to page 11 And it is, as is practice in the commission, any new statement that is filed, the witness is afforded an opportunity to speak to the contents thereof, either by reading the statement or highlighting certain aspects within the statement and paraphrasing without undue interruption. And I would like to give you this opportunity perhaps to do so. Which parts you choose to read and which you choose to summarize will be at your discretion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, General.
Thank you, Commissioners. I, under design legislature Senona, do hereby make an oath and say that I'm a Major General in the South African Police Service. I'm currently employed as the Provincial Head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation in KwaZulu-Natal. I must also emphasize that although I'm still employed with the DPCI, I'm currently placed on suspension. And the suspension talks to the issues of, in the suspension letter, they say because of the storage and the theft of exhibits, which emanated from the Commission, as my senior counsellor has alluded to earlier before the Commissioners.
Did the suspension not lapse, or did I misunderstand?
Commissioner, if you allow me,
yes.
What happened after I've testified here, I was taken out of my office at gunpoint, and on the 31st of January, I raised the issues of safety, but back to the office, my tools of trades were taken. And the suspension
Sorry, General. I just want clarity on whether the suspension has not since lapsed.
I think
even Mr. Mpofu touched on that and said because nothing happened over the specified period of time, it lapsed. Now you are saying you are under suspension.
Yes,
it's because of that I wanted to get clarity on whether it has lapsed. It has since lapsed.
Commissioner, it's two suspensions.
Oh, okay.
The first one I was provided with, I was suspended, and when you are suspended in the police, within 60 calendar days, a disciplinary hearing must have commenced. And then on the 22nd of May, it was 77 days after I was suspended, the suspension was uplifted, of which it was uplifted by my supervisor, who didn't have the powers to do so because the regulation talks about the chairperson, who must either uplift or extend it by 30 days. If the disciplinary hearing is not finalized, it must be uplifted automatically. It's an automatic upliftment. On the 3rd, after I've appeared here, on the 3rd of June, I was called I went to the office here in Pretoria, met with my supervisor. I was provided with another suspension. The second suspension that I'm on now talks to the issues of theft and storage of drugs at Port Shepstone.
Oh, thank you.
And today, I must bring
continue.
I must bring it under the Commission attention that I'm more than willing to assist this Commission. I am here, but the date the Commission gave me, already there was a date for me to attend another disciplinary hearing today at 10 o'clock. It's currently ongoing. To show that I'm willing to assist the Commission, I opted to come here, not to go that side. Thanks, Commissioner.
That answers me. Thank you, General.
Can I continue, Commissioner? I have previously filed statements with the Commission and testified at the Commission on the 27th, 28th, and 21 January 2026. I filed this further statement at the direction of the Commission in terms of the summonses of 29 April 2026, and I'm duly authorized to dispose this statement. The facts set out in this statement are within my personal knowledge unless otherwise stated or indicated by the context alternatively. obtained through reports made to me in the course of my duties by the various functionaries within the DPCI KZN. Further, alternatively, to the extent possible or feasible, I will attach any documents I rely on in substantiation of the averments I make herein. This statement. This statement is filed in response to the Regulation 10.6 notice of 24 May. In that notice, the Commission called upon me to answer certain questions relating to the seizure of 541 kilograms of drugs, in brackets, cocaine. I want to add the word suspected cocaine. At the CHC depot, 14th Avenue East, Isipingo, Prospect, Devon Harbour, on the 22nd of June 2021, which was booked at Isipingo under reference number SAP 13/373/2021. The Regulation 10.6 notice issued pursuant to the subpoena of 29 April directs that I comprehensively address the seizure of 541 kilograms of drugs, in brackets is cocaine. I want to also add suspected cocaine, at the CHT depot, 14th the Avenue East, Isipingo, Prospect, Devon Harbour, on the 22nd. I have attached my answers to the Regulation 10.6 SLS1. It forms part of my sworn statement. In the body of this sworn statement, however, I address certain challenges on the management of my evidence at the Commission. Issues concerning the management of my evidence. I think some of these issues, it will be a repetition. My senior counsel has addressed the Commission in respect of that. On the 29th of April 2026, the Commission issued a summons calling me to tender certain evidence, notably that summons did not raise any new issues. I communicated as much to the Commission through my attorneys of record on the 4th of May, when I also requested that in the event that there are additional documents and or information the Commission intends to make use of during General Sinona's Sveda's appearance, we request that he be furnished with information, in brackets, documentary and or otherwise, close bracket, timelessly to enable adequate preparation. A copy of this correspondence is attached as LS2. The request has not been met. At least 3 witnesses have given evidence implicating me in the drug seizure and storage of 22 June 2021. A 4th is set to tender evidence via audio link and in camera. The first of these witnesses to testify was Major General Flynn. His statement was filed on the 4th of May 2026, and he gave evidence at the Commission on the 5th and 6th May 2026. The second witness was retired Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo. To date, the date of his redacted, so I do not know when his statement was filed with the Commission. So which means the date he disposed this statement, I'm not aware of it. In any event, he testified on the 7th, 11th, and 18th May 2026. The Commission only furnished me with their statements late afternoon on Friday, 29 May 2026, a mere 2 days before my own statement had to be filed with the Commission on the 1st June 2026. It's more, I was also called upon by the summonses of the 29 April 2026 to testify on the 8th of May 2026, and then postponed to 1 June, although I was advised that my testimony may stand down to the 5th of June 2026. As an aside, I have several concerns regarding my evidence tendered by Colonel Prinsloo. These include his failure to disclose to the Commission that he informed the district commissioner in that district about the storage of the drugs, and that he requested visible policing patrols in the area. He alleges that I instructed that no one be informed about the storage, but he never requested additional assistance from my office.
Sorry,
Rep-
General Sinona, just to be clear, you're still referring to the suspected cocaine, not
Subs-
another storage?
100%, Commissioner. Apologies for my oversight. I think it will happen oftenly, but I apologize upfront if it is allowed, Commissioner. Thank you. Where was I? I instructed that no one be informed about the storage, but he never requested any additional assistance from my office. Reference is made to paragraph 7 of his statement, of his affidavit, disposed to shortly after the incident. I'm not sure if that statement is here, Commissioners. I want to check so that I can read the paragraph, but it is not here, but we submitted it previously in January.
If I may be of assistance, that is what we're trying to establish. There are actually two statements by Colonel Prinsloo. There is one, you said immediately after the incident. There is one of the 23rd of November 2021 and another of, I think, the 25th of November 2021. And I mentioned this perhaps just to ask your attorneys or your representatives to guide us specifically which statement they're referring to, and we'll be able to locate it, and then you can have regard thereto.
Is a statement that he made immediately after the incident where we were requested by Lieutenant General Musikidi to provide affidavit of the incidents.
Hence, I say there are two days apart. The one is the 23rd of November, the other one is the 25th of November.
If it's presented before me, because it's a long time ago, I'll be able to say this is the one. I think in January, we did talk to the statement. It was handed in before the commission. I'm referring to that one that we were dealing with in January.
I think Advocate Talk might be able to assist. In the meantime, if it doesn't disturb your flow, you may continue while we try and locate the actual statement you are referring to.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo also failed to disclose the visit to me by Brigadier Naika, who is from head office, and the two warrant officers at Port Shepstone offices. Commissioners, my office never received any report or feedback concerning such visit or inspections. Reference is made to paragraph 10 of Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo's statement that he deposited immediately after the incident. I'm saying this, Commissioners, because when head office visit any of the provincial offices, the protocol will be that you report at the provincial office your presence, and then in that I'm visiting this office. If it is investigation of a sensitive nature, you just report your presence and you go do your investigation. And I have never received any report from national office or any document in respect of such a visit, as well as the outcome of the inspections that was conducted there. He indicated that he could not...
General?
Yes,
is the point, I'm trying to understand the point you're making here at 12.2. Is it that you dispute that there was such a visit that he speaks to in paragraph 10, as you say, in paragraph 10 of that affidavit? Or you say you accept there was such a visit, but the only issue you're taking is it was never disclosed to you? I'm trying to understand that I don't lose the significance of why you're saying
Yes,
this.
Commissioner, you are 100% correct. I'm not disputing the visit.
Yes.
However, I'm indicating to the commissioners, although I didn't put it here, that the visit initially was never brought to my attention. And thereafter, even a report of such an inspection was never brought or sent to my office.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. He indicated that he could not smell anything suspicious, despite another member allegedly observing a burning smell. Although he testified about the security concerns and challenges at the offices, He failed to escalate these concerns directly to my attention after his alleged unsuccessful attempts with supply chain management. At no stage were the security concerns at Port Shepstone brought to my attention prior to the storage of these trucks there. I think I also testified to that effect in 27 until the 29th. I did highlight these, commissioners. He also failed to complete the relevant document to the handing over and control of the safe keys, despite him being aware of the applicable procedures. These procedures were not within my knowledge, and I've never dealt with the same before, even in relation to the safe in my office. Commissioners, here I'm saying I am not an expert in the supply chain management issues. There was a document that was presented before this commission by Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, the handing over of the safe keys and so forth. It was the first time I saw it. I won't know everything in the South African Police Services. When the keys were handed over, I would have expected him to say, let me complete this relevant document in order for you to sign. And
sorry to interrupt you, General. Are you talking about the instance where the keys were handed over to you after the suspected container had been placed inside this strong room, whatever it's called?
Correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Unless, because he never testified that I tried to complete that and hand, so that they must sign for the keys or so. It never happened, and he never testified in that instances. Although I'm saying before this commission, that document, I saw it for the first time before the commission. I won't know everything in the police. Commissioners, he failed to properly inspect the office premises during the afternoon of the Sunday on the 7th of November 2021 and the morning of Monday, 8 November 2021, despite observing that lights were on at the ground floor, which he considered abnormal. No occurrence book entries were made in this regard. All I'm trying to highlight here, Commissioners, I testified previously that they were instructed to do the after-hour visit, and I consider this visit of Sunday as one of the after-hour visit, as per my instruction after the storage. But if you do that, you must go and patrol the entire office and check if everything is still intact. What is significant, he knew what was stored there, but he never went down. In his testimony, he said he only went into his office and did what he did, and from there he left, of which it leaves a vacuum in my mind why he never did that. He further failed to disclose the visit by Brigadier Nyusa to the Port Shepstone offices on Tuesday, the 2nd of November 2021, shortly before the theft occurred. I can confirm, Commissioners, that Brigadier Nyusa also testified here, and he confirmed that he did visit the office on the 2nd of November 2021. But from where I'm sitting, I've never visited that office ever since those trucks were stored at Port Shepstone. In any event, I appeared before the Commission on the 1st June 2026, and my evidence was stood down to 5 June 2026. In the meantime, while I was preparing this statement and consulting on the 29 April summonses, the 24 May Regulation 10-6 notice, and the statements of Messrs., I will say General Flynn and Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, the Commission led the evidence of Warrant Officer Carl Sanders and also ruled that Lieutenant Colonel Dumas' evidence, which also relates to the theft of the cocaine, could be led via audio link while shielding his identity from the public. At this point, my attorneys wrote to the Commission requesting that my evidence be stood down and my statement filed at a later date after all the evidence implicating me was laid. In this way, I could provide a complete answer to the Commission, which necessarily include answering any allegations made against me in the seizure of the drugs and their storage. The letter is attached as LS3. The Commission responded via emails contending that I was only required to respond to the issues in the subpoena and the Regulation 10.6. The Commission's Ms. Geraldine Berger stated that is what constitutes his testimony to the Commission, and that if all that is required of, and that is all that is required of him now. She goes on to state that I will be served with a Regulation 3.5 notice and afforded an opportunity to deal with my implication, but records that my statement is not impacted by someone else's version of the truth. The email is attached as LS4. Her opinion was in the end proven wrong when Warrant Officer Sander took the stand again on 2 June 2026. Insofar as Warrant Officer Sanders is concerned, he was questioned by Commissioner Kumalo on his temporary placement letter that was signed by me. Commissioner Kumalo noted that I am coming to give evidence on the 5th of June 2026, and Commissioner Kumalo stated that the allegation you made is very serious and it goes to the heart of the terms of reference of the Commission. Because you implied yesterday that your superior were moving you out of the way because you were stepping on the toes of the drug traffickers. Now I want to try and understand that allegation. Is that an allegation you are making against General Senona? And is it something we must put to him when he comes to give evidence on Friday? Warrant Officer Sanders responded, Commissioner, I think it will eventually come out that the suspects who stole the drugs are known. When asked by Commissioner Kumalo, known by who, he said, I was informed by Colonel Jacob personally who they are, but the links to the management. Commissioner Kumalo then interjected and said, the links to the management of DPCI, and Warrant Officer Sanders agreed. He went on to say that the only inference he can draw is that he suffered repercussions. It was then put to Sanders by Commissioner Kumalo that Warrant Officer Sanders believed that he was placed in another department because his superiors were moving him out of the way because he was stepping on the toes of the drug traffickers. Commissioner Kumalo then said, I just want to be clear. You are saying General Senona among others, to which Warrant Officer Sanders responded, no, sir. I said General Senona was the one who moved me. I'm going to continue. I want to explain something after this. The distinct impression he had already been created that first I transferred Sanders and second that I did so for nefarious reasons. This is just not true. I have attached a letter SLS5, an email that I received from Lieutenant General Levia, the then national head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, NO, Major General Suraj Bali, who is the DPCI head of Executive Support Services, dated 5 February 2024, directing my office to engage with the complaint and provide the national head with feedback by 23 February 2024. The complainant's email was addressed to the national head and others, not to myself. I only became aware of the complaint when I received the instruction from the DPCI national head. I later received a further instruction from General Suraj Bali to temporarily place the member at another post pending investigation, which instruction I carried out. I do not remember the exact date of this email. I have no recollection of subjecting the member to a polygraphic test relating to the theft of a coffee machine. I should not have to answer this allegation in this statement. I do so out of caution and attach the mails from Lieutenant General Levia because of the very real prospects that these questions may be directed at me, even though I have not received the requisite notices and additional documents from the Commission. Commissioners, I want to add that on these paragraphs, the placement of Warrant Officer Sanders, the complaint, it was very serious. I think the commission has also this document, which they provided to us later, I think in the early hours of yesterday. They have this complaint whereby there was a serious allegations of Warrant Officer Sander and other members involved in the theft of cocaine at the harbor and selling it to a specific gang. I'm just worried to say names of other people that never came here, because the last time I was caused to say certain names, and I'm on litigation for your information, Commissioner, as we speak. Now, based on the allegations, they were of a serious nature that warranted that in that process, if my memory serves me well, Colonel Jacobs was the acting provincial commander. Brigadier Nyusa was not there. The process that I followed, I called Colonel Jacobs to come with Warrant Officer Sander. I wrote a letter. I signed it. It was flagged here. I saw this is my signature, but it was redacted. I placed him at supply chain management until the investigation is finalized. It's a process that we do in the police. Like myself now, my supervisor is an example I'm making. My supervisor has suspended me. He was placed as elsewhere. Mine is worse because evidence was given under oath before this commission and I was suspended. So it is a process. When there are allegations against you that relate to what you are doing, you will be either placed elsewhere or suspended. He was never suspended and he never lost any income. He got his full salary, his danger allowances, and the scarce skills allowance. So the issue of the coffee machine, commissioners, in that office where he was placed, I don't remember him because I was watching the commission on that day. I don't remember him, I might be wrong, informing the commission that actually in that office there were 4 thefts. It is in the provincial office. Nobody will just come in there. A member of the public, even your good self, you will never come in. You will be escorted into the building if you are not working there. There was a theft of a camera of the state. There was a theft of a state laptop, which possesses sensitive information in that office. There was also a theft of a laminating machine. His coffee machine was the last one. The person who initiated and applied for these members that are employed in that supply chain management where this Sander was placed was initiated by Brigadier Nyoswa. I was out of office by then. The only thing I did is to sign the call-up instruction and say, all these members must go for polygraph test because there was no break-in, but things are disappearing. And I believe that was done bona fide, not to punish any person, commissioners. So those are the issues that I wanted to address, although they are not in the regulation 10.6 or on the subpoena, just to give the commissioners a clear picture as what happened. He comes here and cry and say, I subjected him to the, what you call, a polygraph test for the theft of his coffee machine. That is not correct. Maybe for lack of a better word, it is insane of me to shall have done that, commissioners. If you are a victim, then I put you on the polygraph test. That is wrong. He misled the commission. I want to pause there and continue with my statement.
Sorry, General, I'm not sure I follow that. What exactly is not correct?
It is not correct that he was subjected to polygraph examination because of the theft of his own coffee machine that was stolen in that office. It was not only him. The person who initiated everything and made arrangement is Brigadier Nyuswa. I only signed the call-up instruction. And I believe the commission is in possession of those documents. I don't have my tools of trade since they were taken when I was taken at gunpoint out of my office, my laptop, my gun, my laptop is gone, and then documents that I was supposed to prepare for my disciplinary, I was taken out of my office like somebody, I don't know, for lack of a better word, like a dog. And that thing is still a pain here. And it cost me to lie in hospital for 2 weeks. Now, I'm telling the commission here to show certain implication. I'm not requesting for any mercy, but I want to assist this commission. Now, Commissioner Kumalo, I hope I answered you, Commissioner.
Yes,
Chair,
yes.
Chair.
Yes, you have.
Pardon me, I'm addressing all of you as commissioners, but if I have to say chair, I will try and say rectify.
I am a commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you, please continue.
Or rather say justice. Commissioner Kumalo also interposed at some point, stating that this was integral to the commission's terms of reference and inquired whether the evidence would have to be put to me. So it is indeed so that any statement I give is twofold. It is in the first instance my recordal of facts as I know them, and second, my response to the averment made about me in the Rule 3.5 notice that I received contrary to Mrs. Berger's opinion. I say with respect that my treatment at the commission is being unfair, and I'm a civil servant with 38 years of service now. My means are limited, and the piecemeal manner in which my evidence is being managed is materially impacting my ability to protect my rights and interests at the commission. I'm not asking for any unique or irregular, simply that the evidence implicating me is led and thereafter I respond thereto. As matters stand, I have had to prepare this statement at short notice, and as it turns out, may very well have to file another statement to deal with Sanders and other witnesses' evidence. It certainly cannot be that Sanders and others' evidence, controversial as it is, and which paints me as having irregular transferred him, can go unchallenged. It also cannot be that the evidence, as stated by Commissioner Kumalo, must be put to me, as I was not served with a Regulation 3.5 statement and a Regulation 10.6 notice, or any other material documents. I have simply been advised by Ms. Berger that this will transpire. This process is called for in the rules of the Commission itself to protect the rights and interests of witnesses who appear before it. I want to also add the following in my evidence in chief, that when Warrant Officer Sander was placed back to his office, these were my words, Commissioners. I informed Brigadier Nyuswa that Warrant Officer Sander, because this investigation is taking too long, someone from the legal services wanted to stop his allowances. And then if it is the employer who placed you elsewhere, you can't do that. And then as the investigation was continuing, the only thing that was found at that stage was the misconduct of him not declaring the directorship of a shooting practice company. However, I think the investigation is ongoing of those allegations because they are of a serious nature. I don't know what is the status at this stage, but I said Warrant Officer Sander can go back to SOKI. SOKI is Serious Organized Crime Investigation. I've never specified that he shouldn't be placed where he was. I said he can go back to SOKI. SOKI is where he came from. And as far as I'm concerned, he was supposed to go back to his normal duties. I don't remember writing a letter, writing specifically there that he must be placed at EPR, as it was said by Brigadier Nyuswa. I don't recall, I don't have a recollection of me doing that, but my recollection is he can go back to Serious Organized Crime Investigation in Durban office, where he was working before. I wanted to bring that under the attention while I'm still under oath.
Can I just understand, when you say you don't recall, is that equal to saying you never gave such an instruction? Because Brigadier Nyuswa was quite firm about it, that it was your instruction, and he followed your instruction that he goes to EPR.
Commissioner, I've never given that instruction. If I have given it, I would have maybe, or the commission would have got a document as much as I placed him in supply chain management. Certain things we do them in writing in the police. This verbal instruction, it is out of necessity to do verbal instruction because of the situation we are facing with. This one, it was not an urgent thing, Commissioner. So you're correct. I never gave Brigadier Nyuswa that type of an instruction that he mustn't go back there, he must go there.
On the back of that explanation, there must then be, given the explanation you are giving, that you do things in writing, there must then be a letter where you say he should be taken back to SANEP.
I believe so, Commissioners.
Okay.
However, as I said, my tools of trades were taken by force.
Yes.
On the 31st of January, my laptop and everything, I don't know what happened there. Even now, trying to get certain information to assist the Commission, it was a serious mountain to climb.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, General. You say the investigations are ongoing. That is, investigations in respect of the serious allegations concerning Lieutenant Colonel Sander.
Warrant Officer.
Warrant Officer. Oh, I'm promoting him. Sorry about that. If I'm not mistaken, I think his testimony was that those investigations had come to an end. Somebody told him so. I forget the detail around that, but that's the distinct impression he created. Perhaps, in fact, more than just an impression, I think he said so in so many words. Now, do you know anything about that?
Commissioner, as I've indicated, since 31 January, I was never at work.
No,
there is that possibility.
My sense was that this was a matter of a few months, which would mean, if correct, you were still there. So it was before your suspension. That was my sense.
Yeah, I do not have a proper recollection of that, Commissioner. But as far as I'm concerned, it is not easy to close that type of investigation at a very short space of time. The way it was dealt with, because also the DPP was involved guiding that investigation.
And I see here that this was signed, the letter that moved him to another section. It was, I'm looking at page...
File 2, Exhibit Bundle, Port Shepstone, page 475.
CJC 239.
I'm referring to the letters. Oh, you've got it, General. Yeah, you see the date there on the letter that moved him to supply chain. You don't have
moment.
Oh, gosh.
Just a moment.
Or we'll wait. Can
you fly
or maybe it should
Oh,
be
yes, I
flighted,
think if it's
yes,
flighted,
yes,
it will assist. We'll arrange over the break. Yeah. Thank you.
The date on the general is the 13th of February, 2024. It's more than 2 years now. Have you been receiving any reports at all about the investigation? That is prior to your suspension, of course.
I can recall that I was receiving progress report. I think Lieutenant Colonel Mchali, is now Colonel, was appointed to investigate. And then when he write a progress report, he will write it to Brigadier Nyuswa. Mm-hmm. Brigadier Nyuswa will forward the email to me, and then I will read it when I'm happy, because my main function as the provincial head is to receive a report, read them, and report to head office. I will receive reports seeking my advice. I'll provide an advice where it is necessary. And I recall receiving progress reports, sending them to head office.
And would these be indicating that the investigation is ongoing, or what would they be saying about progress on the investigation or progress about the investigation?
They were talking about profiling. If I recall, I'm just talking out of experience, yes, commissioners, because I don't have those reports here. Mm-hmm. But it's a question of what processes were followed during that investigation and what was outstanding. Those are the reports we were reporting at National Office at that stage. I confirmed that this is my signature, this is the letter that I signed, I placed in there, based on the complaint and advice by head office. It's a pity they only send us, when we request through my attorneys, they only send us the complaint, but that email that they said I must make sure I place the member elsewhere, they never provided us with that. The National Office, and of which I'm on suspension. I can't force them. There's nothing I can do. I'm not even allowed to go to any offices of the DPCI.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Chair, if it may assist, I see it's already 11:28. Perhaps during the tea break, the General may have regard to CJC 282. That's from page 1003. And 1003, I say perhaps we do that over the tea break. That's the documentation relating to the suspension that the chair is engaging the General on. The complaint is part of his statement, but the remainder of the documents is not.
When we break, if you could engage Mr. Mpofu and the General,
indeed,
to the exact file. Yeah. Thank
we'll
you.
do so, Chair. Thank you.
And perhaps let's... yes, Mr.
No,
Mpofu.
I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Let's take the...
Commissioner.
General, yes.
I've got a request.
Yes.
It's only one paragraph and my statement is done. Then it's my humble request that I finish this one paragraph, and then when we come back...
That makes practical sense.
We deal with 10.6.
Oh, okay, please
I
continue.
humbly request
No.
Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you. There is no reason that I should be treated differently and expected to give evidence in the absence of this document. There is also no reason why my evidence must be elicited in a piecemeal fashion. There is nothing unreasonable in seeking that all the evidence against me is led first, and then that I responded to after receiving the requisite Rule 3.5 statements, annexures, and Regulation 10.6 notices where applicable. It is imperative that I provide comprehensive evidence, but I cannot do so when I'm faced with unreasonably short time periods to file my statement, and when I'm preparing these statements, further damning evidence is laid against me. Nevertheless, since I'm under the subpoena and want to assist the Commission, I tender with this statement my answers to the 25th of May 2026 Regulation 10.6, but record that I will be materially prejudiced should I be expected to testify on anything tendered by Duma and or Sanda on 5 June. As I indicated, I have elected to attach my responses as an annexure. It is filed as LS1. That is what I wanted to highlight, and then I'll go to the questions after the break. Thank you very much for that permission, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. Let's adjourn and resume at midday.
It's just gone 11:59. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are on silent or off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have located the statement by Colonel Prinsloo that the general references in his statement. It is being copied, and he would like to make direct reference thereto. It should be with us shortly. Perhaps then before, we might take this opportunity to, and secondly, we have provided his legal team with the full exhibit files, so that each time reference is made to any particular exhibit, they have a full set with them.
Which file is it again? And CJC what?
The combined exhibit files for Port Shepstone, they should now be in about 3 or 4 files. The statement, the Prinsloo statement that the general references in his statement is being copied, and it shall be made available. I was going to propose that in the interim, we then deal with the second part of the issues he had covered, and regarding the complaint against Warrant Officer Sander. And now that we have all our files, I had indicated, I think it starts actually from page 1001, CJC 281. That would be file number 4, file number 3. CJC 282. Page 1001. No, in fact, CJ 281. CJC 281. That's where it starts.
It's the Jacob file. I think that's what it says on this file.
It's marked as Jacob file, Island, yeah.
Would you say CJC?
CJC 281.
281.
And that should be at page 1001. And following. You recall that the general indicated that he had received a complaint from the member of the public regarding Warrant Officer Sander's conduct. And that complaint, the original complaint, is, as the general has it, as LS5, page 30 of his statement. He indicated he only has the statement, but not the remainder of the documents relating to that complaint and the investigations. So I pointed out that those will be found in the exhibit files and how the matter progressed. Do you confirm that's what you have, General?
Page 1004.
Starting from 1001.
He's referring to the actual complaint, I think. It's 1004, that's where you were.
1001.
1004.
1004.
Oh, the actual complaint.
The actual
yes,
complaint.
that's correct.
I confirm this is the complaint I received from the National Head Office.
And I say then the documents following are reports, ought to be reports relating or submitted in respect of this complaint. If I may just cross-check.
What comes after is a handwritten document.
I see that.
Yes.
I see that we are looking for page
Is it the information note 1082?
It is the information note, CJC 289.
Yeah.
I apologize, it would appear they're not exactly filed in order in the exhibit files. So, General, you have located the actual complaint.
Correct, Commissioners.
And then if you go forward to page 1088, then should be the information note regarding the investigation into Colonel Sanda and following.
Mr. Lo, what is 1056?
1056 should be, CJC 289 is a couple of documents. It runs from 1050 to 1105. So it's a series of the documents relating to that complaint.
So 1051 would be an information note on the
Indeed.
same matter.
On the same
and then
matter.
carrying on.
And then carrying on until 1105, Commissioner. I was pointing that out for the general to remind himself regarding what happened with this complaint, because he said since his suspension he did not have access to his gadgets, and whether he's able to respond to a question from the commissioners about what eventually became of this complaint prior to his suspension, as I understand it, in January of 2026. Would that assist you, General?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I think what has just happened is what my senior counsel was addressing the commissioners about in the opening remarks regarding documents that I didn't have prior to me coming here. This, I'm seeing it for the first time here, receiving it for the first time from the Commission. However, I can see the document, I recall the document, but for the purpose of assisting the Commission, I will respond. I will indicate that in this document, I'm not sure what was the question, if it can be repeated, so that I can be able to respond appropriately.
Yeah. Mr. Law says this arises from a question that I asked, which was your knowledge as to the fate of the investigation.
Or the finalization?
Yes. Whether finalized, yes.
Okay.
In fact, yes, I introduced the question by referring to the fact that warrant, no, who was it? No.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Warrant Officer Sanda said that this had been finalized.
Commissioner?
It arose from that, and then there was one or two follow-ups.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
When you look at the report, this report was compiled for head office by me after I was provided the information by my subordinates. They wrote it, I read it, and then I was happy. But Commissioners, when you look at page 1089 of the same document, there is a paragraph 3 that talks about evidence already obtained. And then I don't want to waste time, and then you go to page 1090. It will say progress report, and then it talks about the tech shop and all the stuff. You see, when we conduct investigations in the DPCI, there are different things that we do. You'll realize that on paragraph 4, it talks about the investigation that was conducted in line with the FIC, Financial Intelligence Center. When we conduct investigation, that office is one part and parcel of our stakeholders that is assisting us. And then there were also recommendations by the FIC in terms of this report. And then when you go to page 1091, there is the outcome of a specific investigation whereby the paragraph 7 that talks to him not declaring the directorship of this this company of his. Then that part of the investigation, we have a risk and integrity management section that also assisted in this investigation, not necessarily the criminal part of it. Look, it's a wide scope that they do when we do investigation. And they are the ones who came with these recommendations of the disciplinary issue matter against the warrant officer Sanders. Then I signed it, I sent it. These issues that I hear does not necessarily indicate that the criminal conduct as it is depicted in the complaint, it has been finalized. There are certain sections that are directing us towards that were finalized, but not the actual criminal conduct as per the original complaint, commissioners.
Can I just to check this without probing, that from your earlier evidence that you directed Brigadier Nyuswa that the member must return to his original position. From that, it surely must mean that at that point, when you gave the direction that you say you gave, you had formed the view that there was no concern with him returning to SANEP. It seems to me that it can only mean that if you have made that decision.
My decision was that he must go back to SOKI, Serious Organized Crime Investigations.
Not that he should go back to his original position. I may have misunderstood you earlier because I thought I understood you to say.
It might be a mistake not to say SOKI SANAP, but I said SOKI. SOKI is serious organized crime, and serious organized crime is divided into 3 subsections. The NPVC, National Priority Violence Crime, SANEP, South African Narcotic Enforcement Bureau, and the EPR. So my directive, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I can recollect, I said he must go back to SOKI.
And again, it's to try and understand properly what that evidence means, that Brigadier Nyuswa could have returned him to SANEP and you would not have considered it to be in defiance of your direction.
Come again, Commissioner?
SOKI has 3 units that you have listed. One of them is SANEP.
Yes.
If Brigadier Nyuswa had placed him at SANEP, where he originally was,
yes, Commissioner,
instead of EPR, that would still have been in compliance with your instruction that he must return to SOKI.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
It's one issue. I had understood, I can't recall which document it was and which witness gave this evidence, but I had understood that the complaint was investigated, the very complaint we're talking about. They could not get hold of the complainant because either the email was bogus or it did not exist, and that's as far as they could take it. That was my understanding, and I could be wrong. So what I'm asking you is really confirmation of your understanding. Is that, do you have similar understanding, or you cannot respond because you're not sure what the facts are?
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Although it is not raised in the regulation 10.6, but I will assist.
Can I just say something, because you keep repeating this issue? Can I just say something? You get 10 sixes from the evidence leaders and the attorneys. When commissioners are sitting here, they might look at a file and see a document. And if they consider that document to be relevant, they will ask you a question on it. So I hope you won't keep saying, well, because it's not in a 10-6, I take issue with the question that is being asked. Because we are here to establish facts. And in a 10-6, I can tell you now, you can't put everything that is in all these files. Otherwise, your 10-6 will be 50 pages long. You know, you are given the substance of what you will be questioned on. But the actual detail, as I look at this document, for example, I recall something that somebody said. I may be the only person who recalls it. And then I ask you to clarify that issue. So there, I don't see why you would say, oh, but it's not in a 10-6. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Commissioner, I was just putting on record that I'm going to respond to the Commissioner's clarity-seeking question. It's just certain things need to be placed on record. I was legally advised that the Commission findings might be put on review. Hence, I'm putting certain things.
I already saw that from Mr. Mpofu's opening remarks.
Yeah, so hence I want to put it on record because it might come back and say, why you never said 1, 2, 3. But to respond to your clarity-seeking question, Commissioner, I want to indicate that in the execution of our duties as members of the South African Police Services, yes, there are instances where you find out that a person who lodged a complaint, you can't find him. There are instances whereby people report things on an anonymity basis, like your so-called whistleblower. So what you are saying, if you say somebody said that, I won't say it is incorrect or correct, but there is a probability.
In fact, I'm reminded by my co-commissioner that in the very document that you say you signed, the information note on 1082, paragraph 2.2. 1082, paragraph 2.2. Also, I think the information notes are similar. The other one is from February, the other one is from October. So even if you look at the October one on 1088, you will find that, yeah.
Yeah, hence, Commissioner, I said, I didn't have access before I come here with this thing. So I'm going there to have a look. And my response was, it happens sometimes that you don't happen to find the complainant, because when you are doing your investigation, there are instances where the complainant must clarify certain things for you in order to continue. Sometimes you don't find this complainant, and then there are issues that relate to the so-called whistleblowers. So if it is contained in this report, I'm trying to find the paragraph the Commissioner is referring to.
2.2.
1088, the very same report you were looking at, General. 1088.
Yeah, I see that it was we wrote that I must read it. An email was sent to the complainant. Sorry, so I'm not going to say names, Commissioners. Please bear with me. That to him that Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Unit was investigating the matter, but he never responded. As a result, an interview was never conducted with him, which means we were aware that the complainant is a he because of the names at the bottom. But it was a progress report. Once you receive a complaint or a docket to investigate, they say, General Senuna, this is your docket. The first thing that you do, you must interview the complainant and introduce yourself as the person who will be leading that investigation.
I think you've answered me, General. I just wanted to clarify if you are aware that this was the position.
I'm reminded now.
I was also reminded because
yes.
I did not have the reference, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners. I trust that takes care of the issue that arose. Before we leave this, this topic, General, there was a discussion about the suspension of Warrant Officer Sanda. And to that end, you were referred to page 475. That was the letter you signed, dated the 13th of February. You recall that? Would you want to if you want to go there, CJC 239, page 475? We flighted the letter, you confirmed, you signed that letter.
Which bundle, Ms. Silla?
Second, 475. That would be second bundle.
Page?
475. CJC 239.
Correct, Commissioners. This is not the suspension, it's the temporary placement.
My apologies. You are quite correct. Yes. I used a wrong term there. If I gave the commissioners an opportunity. Thank you. We had previously looked at this letter. And you indicated that the person acting at the time was Colonel Jacobs, correct? Because it's addressed to the acting provincial commissioner.
Correct, Commissioners.
And you testified this morning that both of you called Warrant Officer Sanda into your office, if I understood you correctly, where you engaged him on these issues and that temporary transfer.
I called Colonel Jacobs to come with Warrant Officer Sanders.
Yes.
After I've received the complaint.
Indeed.
Into my office.
Okay. I raise this with you because during his testimony, Warrant Officer Colonel Jacobs was referred to this letter. He was asked who was the acting provincial commander at the time, and he testified that he does not remember and that he doesn't know anything about this temporary transfer. And this, for reference purposes, will be transcript. We don't have to go there, trust me to read it, of the 4th of June, 2026, from page 223 to page 226. That's where the engagement is taking place. Firstly, he suggests that he doesn't know who was acting, and secondly, that he was not part of a meeting where Warrant Officer Sanders was informed of the complaint and the transfer. Do you have a comment to that, as to why that would be the case?
If he says he doesn't remember, I can't answer on his behalf, but as far as my recollection is, he was there in my office with Warrant Officer Sander, as far as my recollection is. So
And-
I
yes,
wouldn't... Sorry?
My apologies, go ahead.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. And in fact, there is a letter addressed to him appointing him as the acting district commander for that period, signed by you.
Acting what?
Provincial commander. I get the titles wrong. I'll start again. You appointed him acting provincial commander for the period Brigadier Nyuswa was on leave, which is the period of when this complaint was received and acted upon.
Commissioners, if
Before
I respond, sorry.
Just
Apologies.
to explain, to assist you, and that would be found at CJC 290, page 1106. That would be the last bundle.
I must close the first one.
You may for the moment.
It's page 1106.
1106. My numbering correct?
I can confirm on 1107, this is my signature.
Yes.
And although I might have seen this document by then, but for the purpose of the commission, I'm seeing it for the first time here. I
don't
want to
understand
just
that.
put it on record, but it's him, Colonel Jacobs. Colonel G. Jacobs.
And you appointed him to act in that period, January to sometime in February?
The date of appointment, it says from 29 January until 18 February 2024.
Yes. So I didn't quite understand. What are you seeing for the first time in the commission?
I'm saying by then, in the 22 January 2024, because I've attached my signature, I might have seen this document by then, I confirm. But for the purpose of me coming to talk about it on the commission, I've just seen it now.
Okay. But now, on seeing it, it jolts your memory. It's your signature, you definitely did appoint him.
Absolutely correct. It's my
Indeed.
signature. Is Colonel Jacobs, who was appointed to act in that period, which confirms my evidence in chief.
And I point these out to you because in his evidence, as I say, pages 223 to 226, firstly, he says he doesn't know who was acting at in that period. He discounts the possibility it was him. He testified that he did not know of when Warrant Officer Sander was temporarily suspended, transferred is the word, as you testified. And he categorically denied that he was a part of that meeting. I'm inviting you for a comment because earlier today you testified that you instructed him to call Warrant Officer Sander to your office, at which you informed Warrant Officer Sander of all these developments and the complaints and the decision taken. Do you have a comment?
Commissioners, I'm not, just pardon me with respect, I don't want to answer issues of Colonel Jacobs, but my answer is, this letter was signed by me, he was there. If he denied it or whatever, please allow me not to respond upon his answers or whatever. But this letter was signed by me. I testified earlier under oath, I'm still under oath, that I called him because he was acting to come with Warrant Officer Sander to my office. And that is where I effected this letter on page 475.
General Sinona, I believe the letter is being produced to point out that it supports your version.
I thank you very much,
for that
Commissioner.
purpose. So I think your counsel nods because he appreciates. So you're not being caught out. It's simply to confirm that what you told the commission this morning, the commission has obtained a document that is favorable or supports your version.
I can answer.
In fact, General, I think you should also be alerted that, at least according to my note, Warrant Officer Sander does put Jacob in the room. He says Jacob was present when you called him in.
As far as my recollection, yes, Commissioners.
And staying then on that complaint, which you have attached as LSF5, you deal with that at your paragraph 18 of your supplementary statement. And you recall that we looked at the documents relating to that complaint and how it was handled, just shortly.
You said paragraph?
Paragraph 18 of your supplementary statement, the statement we dealt with this morning.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, that's where you introduced this complaint.
Yes, Commissioner.
It might help, perhaps, if we go, maybe let me pose my question, we may have to go there. At paragraph 18, bottom of page 8, you state, no, let's the middle of that paragraph, you received an email from General Libea or Major General Suraj Bali, I apologize if I mispronounce, directing your office to engage with the complaint. Then you, further down to the bottom of the page, you said, I later received a further instruction from Major General Suraj Bali to temporarily place the member at another post pending investigation, which instruction I carried out. I do not remember the exact date of the email. I point this out to you because the documents we have just looked at, starting with the complaint itself of 5th of February 2014, in that email chain, I cannot find where Major General Suraj Bali instructed you to place Warrant Officer Sanda on temporarily place him in another post. I don't have that email. I have a series of all these emails, starting with a complaint instruction to you and progress reports from time to time. But that particular email where General Suraj Bali so instructs you is not to be found. Are you able to explain, perhaps?
I went to head office the day I was suspended to request this information. And then I indicated they must send it to my attorney, all this information. They only sent us the complaint. So what the commission is in possession of, I don't know how the commission got hold of it, but all I'm saying, I was complying with the directive from national office. I cannot fail to comply with the directive from head office, okay, because that might result to a serious misconduct or disregarding instructions of your senior.
So that, if I understand you correctly, the suspension of Warrant Officer Sanda was not entirely your decision. You were acting on the instruction of head office to temporarily place him in another post.
Correct. It is not the suspension.
Oh,
it is the temporary placement pending the outcome of the investigation.
I'll restate that. So that temporary placement was not your decision. You executed an instruction from
Correct.
General Suraj Bali.
Remember, commissioners.
I'm trying to understand what you are saying, so I don't misquote you.
I'm clarifying to you.
Please do. Thank you.
Council. Commissioner, at National Office DPCI, in the office of the national head, there is a post called executive support at the level of a major general. The national head of the DPCI does not sit and write letters and do correspondences and everything. The person holding this post will do those type of correspondences and everything through the directive given by the national head. It's like, I'll give you an example. In my previous office, I can't call it my office now because I'm placed on suspension. I'm having a staff officer. I will tell a staff officer, let's compile a letter to do 1, 2, 3. The staff officer will type the letter, bring it to me, and then I will read it. When I'm happy, I'll sign it. It goes out to wherever it's supposed to be going. So here, I did receive that directive, and I did comply with it.
So the directive, on this explanation you are giving in the position of this Major General, the directive then would have come from General Libya, not from this person, if all she is, or he is an executive assistant to General Libya.
Ordinarily, yes.
Yes.
Commissioner. I agree because...
So the correct way to read, or how you should have expressed it, if what I'm saying is correct, what you should have said, or what you would have said is, I later received an instruction from General Libya. And if you like, you could have added through Major Suraj Bali, but the instruction has to be from General Libya, not the Major General, because she doesn't have authority to give you instructions.
Commissioner Valoy, you are 100% on the dot.
All right, thank you.
I apologize for not wording it properly and causing this confusion for the Commission, but you are 100% on the dot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps if we go to page 103 and 104 of the same file, we still have the same challenge whether the instruction came from Major General Suraj Bali or General Lebeya, because that email chain does not reflect such. If you go to page 1003 and 1004, that email correspondence starts at page 1004, and as you know, with email threads, we read from the back. There is the complaint dated the 5th of February on page 1004. And on the same date, Major General Suraj Bali directs this to you with a request that your office engage with the complainant and to provide feedback. If you go to 1003, then it's subsequent communication up until the 29th of February 2024. And nowhere in that chain of emails is there an instruction that Warrant Officer Sanda be placed on, or be temporarily transferred. You do confirm that's the case?
I confirm on this document it's not there,
Yes.
but as far as my recollection, I was given that instruction and an email was sent to me. So why it is not here, I am unable to assist the Commission, but it was given.
Thank you. To the extent that it exists and we have not been provided, I'm sure the Commission can address a request to Major General Suraj Bali or her office to provide it.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Okay, can I just check? I mean, if the instruction, if you were acting on the instruction from head office, which is General Lebeya, surely the decision to restore or to return General Warrant Officer Sanda to Soki, as you say you gave that instruction, could also not be your decision, because first you removed him on the basis of an instruction we have established now. It would have been an instruction from General Lebeya. That's how you placed him somewhere else. The return, it seems to me that the overturning of that instruction also has to be based on an instruction from head office. And in your evidence earlier, you didn't speak that way. You spoke as it being your decision when certain circumstances happened. You made the decision that he should be returned. Can you just explain that?
Thank you, Commissioner Valoy. There are issues that necessitate certain actions, as the Commissioner was talking to me. Instruction was that placed him temporarily elsewhere until the finalization of the investigation. But as we were proceeding, the investigations were proceeding, we could see that from where I've seen the last reports, I think, the challenges that we had, whatever was found, and then I took it upon myself. I didn't go back and request that, can I place him back? I took it upon myself to place him back. I didn't request. Maybe I might have contravened the senior's instruction in doing so, but I took it upon myself as the investigation was progressing, because the instruction was pending the outcome of the investigation.
Okay.
Before we leave this, I think it was Brigadier Nyusa General who said he came to you with a request from Warrant Officer Sanda that he should be returned to his previous position. And you did not want him returned to his previous position. You wanted him to go to the Economic Crimes Unit. And he never asked you for reasons why. He just accepted your decision. And I think, to be fair to you, I must put that to you. so that you can respond to it, because it obviously contradicts the version you are giving today.
Commissioner, even if you say it contradicts my version, me, I'm telling you the truth. To supplement that, I'm telling you the truth as far as my recollection can. Earlier, I indicated that Colonel Jacobs, I called him to bring Sander. You assisted me with the letter here. Now, I'm saying, I don't recollect Brigadier Nyusa coming and telling me that Sander requested to be placed back, because at some stages a decision needed to be taken there, and commissioners. So him saying Sander requested to be transferred back, no. I recall saying to Brigadier Nyusa that the member must be taken back to Soki. And then when we talk about Soki, serious organized crime, the provincial commander who is responsible for serious organized crime units, which are 5 in the province, is Brigadier Nyusa. So if he decided to place him at the EPR, he should have provided reasons why he did that. Because I must say, we comply with instructions, and if you are not happy with it, you comply and complain. That is the culture of the police. You comply, then you can put a complaint if you are not happy with it. And I want to also indicate that I'm still under oath, then it's just that I'm being probed with this. If members are not treated fairly, like Warrant Officer Sanders said before this commission, in relation to that, he was trembling on other people's toes. The correct processes to be followed, he should have went to the DPCI judge and lay a complaint.
Thank you. Let me just correct myself, just to be fair to you. This is what Brigadier Nyusa said, and I'm reading from paragraph 55 of his statement. At some point, warrant officer came to speak to me about returning to Soki. That's the correction I wanted to make. I told him that I would speak to General Sinona, who agreed that warrant officer could return to Soki, but not Sanep. General Sinona said warrant officer Sander must go to EPR.
Commissioner, allow me not to respond to Brigadier Nyusa's issues, because I don't have that type of an affidavit. The one I'm having when I respond to the questions on 10.6, I will demonstrate what transpired there with Brigadier Nyusa. But I do not recall me telling him that he must go to EPR. It's me who took a decision to put him at supply chain. I was instructed to place him somewhere pending the finalization of the investigation. I agree, it's me who wrote that letter that you be placed here. But when we say going back to your office, interchanging things, it's not me. Because we can't transfer people without the authority. The person who's got the authority to transfer people is the national head.
Can I say, though, that if what happened is as you describe it, which is there was an investigation around allegations of drugs, that Warrant Officer Sander is involved in the distribution of drugs, and you say, as far as you know, that investigation has not been concluded, as in he wasn't cleared. It would be strange to me that when you say he must come back to Soki, you actually are happy for him to go back to Sanep. It would be very strange to me that you have referred to what you say is a very serious complaint, and on the face of it, of that email, it does look like a serious complaint. And then head office, you say, says to you, remove him pending investigation. That investigation, we see from the last progress report, it does not clear him. It's simply, the only reference it makes to that allegation is we try to get hold of the complainant, and we haven't found the complainant. We have emailed the complainant, and then it then discusses his holding interest in other companies, and that's you recommend he be disciplined for that. Nothing to do with the original complaint. So as per that report, he's not cleared. And your evidence earlier in the day was that investigation, as far as you know, is still continuing. It's strange to me and inconsistent, the inconsistent that you would be happy for him to return to SANEP when he's got this serious allegation against him. And my saying it's inconsistent is to lead to the probability that it suggests is that you would have said he should go somewhere else because he's still the subject of investigation. Even if he returns to Soki, you wouldn't be happy for him to go back to SANEP because he's still the subject of investigation. So there is that inconsistency on your version, how you dealt with this. If your version is the correct version, then it's inconsistent in how you dealt with it, that he's not cleared, and then you say, well, he can go back to SANEP. I'm okay with that, especially because you're not acting on instruction. If you were saying, head office said I must take him back, then I left it to Nyuswa where to place him, I would understand. It's your decision to return him, and you say to us, he could have returned to SANEP. I don't understand it. Do you want, yeah. Do you have any comment?
I get what the commissioner is saying, but I think I remain with the explanation I've provided. I hear what you are saying. To the commissioner, it doesn't make sense. But as we are continuing with an investigation, you see the complainant it cannot be reached out. You see, as you are able to make a deduction as things are going forward, as the investigation is unfolding. So maybe to the commissioner, it does not make sense. But to me at that stage, it made sense that he must go back. And I must also bring it to your attention, commissioners, that in terms of the capacity of human resources, we have a serious shortage in the DPCI. So I took that decision, and then if I made a mistake, I will accept my mistake. But I did take that decision, Commissioner.
Maybe then, thank you for that. It's your answer. Thanks, General. Maybe then we can't complete this discussion without putting this to you for your comment. Warrant Officer Sander, you obviously have followed his evidence. That's why you're able to quote his engagement with Commissioner Khumalo. So you would be aware that where he spoke about this issue, he mentioned also that, and it was on probing when he said I was stepping on people's toes. He mentioned that he lodged a complaint, I think, about exhibits getting lost against certain people, and he had listed in that complaint, I think the specific person was, I don't remember his title, but Hussein, if I'm not mistaken. And then in that complaint, the document that is before the commission, there's a whole list of people who he says they came in, removed an item from the exhibit room, and then later on it's not fully accounted for. Now, the main person, Hussein, I think was disciplined for that. But in the long list, there are a number of people that I don't remember, but one of them, I suppose it stood out because the person came to testify. It's Colonel Jacob, one of the people against whom he was saying they took exhibits out, and the next thing, those exhibits were not fully accounted for. Did you become aware of that complaint against, maybe the general complaint about the loss of exhibits that was laid by Colonel Sander before he was removed from this position to supply chain?
Commissioner, I am aware that there was a warrant officer who was charged, who received exhibits, who was supposed to send them to forensic, and he never sent them. He did whatever he did with them, and then an investigation was conducted. That person was charged criminally. I am aware of that person, but the list of people that the complaint was laid against, I can't remember now, because all I'm aware of is this one person who was criminally convicted, and also consequence management was done by the line manager against that same person.
Do you become aware that that complaint was laid by Warrant Officer Sander? I'm just trying to find out how much you knew about that complaint.
I can't remember that one, Commissioner, whether it was by him or they established it when they did the inspections there. I'm not aware.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Just to close up on that, and based on your testimony that you actually supported his return to his previous post, Soki Saneb, would you, today as you sit here, if you are able to, would you support and motivate for his return to his previous post? That's Warrant Officer Sander. Or have you changed your mind from when you first supported that return?
As far as I'm sitting here, I don't have authority to be a policeman.
It's not
There's
authority.
nothing I can do.
I'm not asking you about authority, General. I'm just inquiring whether, if you had the scope to, would you support and motivate for his return?
I won't have a problem that he goes there, because I said he must go back to Soki. My understanding was to his post, because when you are placed at a specific area, you have a post number over and above the issue of your service number, but there is a post reference number to each and every member.
Is it fair to take it, when you say you would not have a problem, you mean yes, you would motivate if you could?
Look, this investigation against him is almost 2 years, as the commissioners also advised me. And nothing at this stage positively came out in relation to that investigation. Yes, I won't have a problem if he goes back there.
Okay. Then the other issue that you wanted to, and I'm moving off this topic, the other issue you wanted to engage with during your free time was related to statements by Colonel Prinsloo, I hope I have the rank right, which you said he made shortly after the theft, you recall. You deal with that at your paragraph 12.1 and 12.2. I have extracted two of his statements. They are both dated November 23 and 25th, respectively. You should have a blue folder, a small folder in front of you. I have showed you these documents during the tea break. These are the documents that you want to have regard to, correct? The first one you will see.
In the blue folder,
the little blue folder, there are two documents.
It looks like there's one.
There should be at the top there, one should read in manuscript A24 and the other one A25.
We don't have A24.
It's just.
I also have 824, but this is the correct one. Oh, this 824 is the correct one.
824 is the correct one.
Yes,
I think in copying, you actually then should have two bundles. They put them in separate sleeves, but he maintains that it's 824 you want us to have regard to.
Correct, Commissioners.
Is this the one in respect of which you were referencing paragraph 7, General?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right.
So we have a 24, then take us to paragraph 7 and highlight what you wanted to address.
I wanted, sorry for interruption.
Go ahead, General.
Can I go ahead?
Please.
Thank you, Commissioners. I wanted to bring to the attention of the Commissioners that while the mind of this colonel was fresh, when we look at paragraph 7, the pages are not numbered. But he said, during the looting in July, I received a call from the district commissioner. Pardon me for not calling the name. To inquire if our dockets are secured, as there was widespread looting on the coast. I informed her that they were secured. I then informed her that we had a large quantity of drugs stored in the office, and I requested that VISPOL members patrol after hours. This paragraph, when I look at the statement that the Commission has given us, I've never came across anywhere where the Colonel is talking to this paragraph. Then the next paragraph that I wanted to address the commissioners is paragraph 10 of the same statement. Maybe before paragraph 10, let's check paragraph 8. My glasses are running away. Paragraph 8 is line 1, 2, 3, 4, from the bottom of paragraph 8, Commissioners. General Senona requested us to have regular visits to the office after hours. I think I testified previously with regard to this. I read it on record. The members then left, so I wanted that sentence to come again on record. Then we go to paragraph 10. He says, on 2021-11-0, did I say paragraph 10 in my statement?
Yes, you say paragraph 10, you say so at your paragraph 12.2. Where you reference Lieutenant Brigadier Naika and warrant officers.
Yeah, I think I might have made a mistake regarding the paragraph, but I want to look for it. There is a paragraph that he talks about. I said he never informed. Maybe I made a mistake. Apologies for that, Commissioners.
No, if I may assist, and that's where the confusion arose and it was necessary for me to talk to you. That paragraph 10 is not in that statement, is in the second statement now.
Okay.
Where reference is made to Brigadier Naika and the 2 warrant officers.
Yeah, but
you have the second statement.
I don't have it here before me.
At paragraph 10, that's where it's introduced.
Yo.
Your supplementary statements reads as if they come from the same document, but
Commissioners,
it's different documents.
there is a problem here. When you look at the both statement 825 and 824, for me it looks like it's the same, but when you go to paragraph 10, there are 2 paragraph 10s. My paragraph 7, I think I made a mistake when I say 824 is the correct one. Look at paragraph 7 of 825. It's exactly the same narrative on both statements. I think that is, I'm picking up an error here that I confirm that this is the correct statement, but the one I was referring to, I want to correct that. It should be this 825, not 24.
Okay.
And apologies for that, Commissioners.
For the record, 824 is dated 23/11/2021. That's the last page. You see that?
I see that.
825 is dated 2 days later, and that is 25/11/2021. Now, I pulled up both because they are 2 days apart, and you said it's a statement made shortly after the theft.
Correct,
Yes.
Commissioners. I still maintain that it's shortly after the incident.
I don't have an issue with that. So,
Thank you very
we
much.
settle on 825.
Yeah, when
Okay.
we read paragraph 10 of 825,
Yes.
it talks to what I've testified about in that on the, can I read it on record, Commissioners?
Yes, General.
On 2021-07-29, Brigadier Naika visited Port Shepstone as he needed to inspect certain SANAP dockets. He was accompanied by 2 members of Pretoria Soki SANAP. I'm not going to say their names, Brigadier Naika then spoke to me privately about the consignment of cocaine that was stored in the safe at my offices, and it was clear that he knew it was stored by us. I informed the Brigadier that I was not comfortable with it being stored in my office, as the security of my office is not up to standard.
I note, can I take you back to your statement, which is what led us to 825, and in particular 12.2. You set that out as a complaint at paragraph 12.2 of your supplementary statement.
Paragraph?
12.2.
Yes, Commissioners.
And at page 5 of this supplementary statement, you conclude that by saying my office never received any report or feedback concerning such a visit or inspection.
Correct.
And you reference paragraph 10.
Correct, Commissioners.
Now, my question is, what relevance does that inspection have to the drug bust?
If you read it, they are talking about the drugs here. These drugs that are stored there is the drug bust, is the very same drug, alleged cocaine.
But the inspection is in regard to certain SANEB dockets.
But can I read a sentence here, Commissioners?
Yes, please.
1, 2, 3, the third line. Brigadier Naika then spoke to me privately about the consignment of cocaine that was stored in the safe at my office. That is why, that is the reference I'm making.
Is that an inspection?
No.
You call it an inspection at 12.2. That's my confusion, General.
Remember, I might have made a mistake in compiling this, but all I'm trying to bring to the attention of the commissioners is that this brigadier was there, and Prince-Lo confirmed it, he was there. He came with 2 warrant officers to do inspections on certain SANAP cases.
Yes.
Over and above that, they went aside and discussed the issue of the storage of drugs that were there. And he never informed the commission while he was here.
Just so that I understand, is your point that other people came to know about the drugs and the fact that they were stored
Exactly,
at the Port
Commissioner.
office?
Absolutely true. And how they happen to know, I
Prince
do not
told
know.
them, is that?
Yes, I do not know, because he should have informed. You know, when we come here, we say we want to tell the truth. We take an oath. But people choose to say certain things and choose to withhold others. But here, when in his statement that the commission gave us, the one he compiled for the commission purposes, he's not talking about these 2 warrant officers. He's talking only about the brigadier. Why are you putting these ones aside? For what good reason?
But the same thing could be said about the SAP 13 people at the Port Shepstone police station. Because if these exhibits had to be logged or recorded on the 23rd in the book, the SAP 13 at Port Shepstone, then it means anybody who has access to that also knows that the drugs are stored at the DPCI Port Shepstone office.
Commissioner, it is possible, but if you book things, you sign for them. In the SAP 13, when I try to recollect, it's either you take them to forensic or what. I don't know what they wrote there, but what you are saying is probable.
I just want clarity on a response you gave to my co-commissioner, Commissioner Khumalo. Commissioner Khumalo asked if you are saying it must be, is it Colonel Prince-Lo, who may have informed Brigadier Naika about the presence of the suspected cocaine. I thought you said yes. Did you say yes to that?
I didn't get the question, Commissioner, please.
I'm saying in response to a question by Commissioner Khumalo as to whether you were saying it's Colonel Prince-Lo who may have told Brigadier Naika about the presence of the drugs there. I understood you to be, or rather, did you say yes in response to that? I'm asking that because I would find a yes to be strange, because Colonel Prince-Lo says here, it was clear that he knew it was stored by us. So So it's more about what Brigadier Naika knew, which appears from this not to have had anything to do with Prinsloo. That is,
Correct, Commissioner.
yeah, in this paragraph 10, there is no
Yeah.
suggestion that it was Colonel Prinsloo who told or who might have told Brigadier Naika that they suspected cocaine in here.
No.
So your answer, your correct answer to Commissioner
it's not-
Khumalo would be no, that's not what you were saying.
Yes, it's not the Colonel Prinsloo who informed Brigadier Naika,
Yes, yes.
because I'm talking out of this paragraph.
Yes, yes, yes.
Prince-
I thought I should clarify that
okay.
because I thought maybe you might have misunderstood Commissioner Khumalo's question.
Yes, Commissioner. It's Colonel Prinsloo who says Brigadier Naika talked to him aside
About,
and informed him about the consignment.
Yes.
That is it still here?
Yes.
Now,
And then Colonel Prinsloo made the observation that it was clear that he knew it was stored by us.
correct, Commissioner. Now, all I'm trying to highlight to the commissioners to assist them is that although immediately after the incident of the theft, this is what happened. He doesn't say the brigadier, when he was there, he came with 2 warrant officers. Now the question is, I'm saying there's a probability that also these 2 warrant officers might have knowledge of it, because he was traveling with them. Now, why he never informed the commission, I don't know, but I'm just putting it before the commission. It's like paragraph 7. He never informed the commission about what transpired between himself and the district commissioner. He never informed the commission. And the question is, why? Because in his evidence in chief, Commissioner.
Oh, you finish the sentence,
Okay.
General.
In
Finish
his
the sentence.
In his evidence in chief, he said he reported over and over the issues of the safety to Brigadier News. But he said if he reported it to head office, he was going to be charged and this and this and this and that.
At some point, you should stop because I see that your counsel wants to say something.
Okay. No, thank you.
No, Chair, I just wanted to assist whether I think the confusion came from. Is where the chair is saying that he said yes to that question. He didn't. He said,
No. I was correcting.
You were just corrected.
I was
Okay.
correcting what came out of the engagement between Commissioner Khumalo and the general.
Yes.
And I think I captured what's in the statement correctly, because indeed the general confirmed what I was suggesting to him, which comes directly from the statement.
No, 100%. But what doesn't come from the statement you did premise it by saying maybe you are mistaken, that he had said yes, it was Prinsloo. He didn't say that. He said I don't know.
I thought it did so much that
He didn't.
even
No, I think what happened, Mr. Mpofu, is there was a quick exchange and there was a yes and I don't know.
And maybe
both
they were both,
were
but
said,
the
but it
answer
has
was I
since been
don't know.
clarified,
I think that's where the confusion stems from. He never suggested that it must be Prinsloo who had...
Mr. Mpofu, I will tell you this. I understood, which is why I even sought the clarity. I understood that the general could never have meant to say that. That is exactly why I just wanted to put that beyond question. Thank you.
Chair, I'm aware of the time, but perhaps just to close on this issue so we can put away these particular documents. If I could invite the general once again to your paragraph 12.2. And for the record, I think now we have resolved the issue of paragraph 10. For the record, you accept that the visit by Brigadier Naika and the 2 officers and the failure to provide your office with any report back or any report or feedback concerning such visit or inspection is irrelevant for purposes of this commission. That, because the purpose of their visit was to inspect certain SANEP documents.
It is not irrelevant, commissioners.
Okay.
It is relevant because for example, here is a department. In a province, you have a provincial commissioner. And then inspectorate from head office sent a delegation to inspect one of your police stations. Even if they don't do everything, they do specific things. They must give you a report so that whatever shortcomings has been identified, you must be able to deal with that. It is relevant because the commission is probing allegations of corruption, interference. What is the other one? Interference, corruption in the criminal justice system. So this paragraph, for me, is very much significant. And a person from Pretoria comes and tells a person at Port Shepstone about the storage. I'm making this statement for the commissioners to take note of that. I'm not saying any suggestion or whatever, but that is the relevancy. Thank you, commissioners.
General, that's why much earlier when you were reading, I asked you, what in fact is this paragraph about? Because I was trying to understand, what are you seeking to convey? Is it just a complaint about, I didn't receive a report and that's all it is? In which case, the evidence leader would be correct to say, but it's not relevant. But if there's more to the complaint that you didn't receive a report, or to the fact that you didn't receive a report, if there's more to it, if you're saying more than just that, then we need to understand. I say this mindful that the last thing you say is, I'm not suggesting anything. I leave it to the commission. Then it's not, if there is an underlying text to your complaint that I didn't receive a report, I think, and you think that underlying text is relevant to our terms of reference, I think it is helpful to the commission that you say what it is, what is the text behind those words. Much earlier you said Prinsloo doesn't say anything about this visit. The question is why. And I thought that the question is why may well be really what you want to speak to. And I had intended to ask you, what's your suggested answer to the why, so that we know what we are working with. If we need to probe it further with another witness, then we do that. Otherwise, on its face, it looks irrelevant on its face until you tell us what, in fact, are you conveying about it.
Commissioners, let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right.
Let us adjourn and resume at 13:15.
Chair.
You
it's
14:15.
After the lunch break, please make sure that your devices are off and quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, I would like to invite us to now turn to your annexure LS1, which is the annexure to your supplementary statement, where you respond to all the questions posed to you in the Regulation 10.6. You recall that? Do you have that before you?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioners. Maybe before I go to where the advocate is referring to me, I therefore request permission to address the Commissioners in that when I was sitting eating, I was looking at this document where Commissioner Baloyi was asking me about what is the significance of that paragraph. Actually, it is to show that even though I said very limited people must know, but it sounds that a number of people know about the storage. I just wanted to clarify that. And then the second point is that I indicated when I started to give testimony that I was double booked. During lunchtime, Commissioners, I received the good news. The disciplinary that was instituted against me, I was found not guilty and discharged on all charges. However, I'm worried because always when I leave here, I get it's either a new disciplinary case investigation or suspension. But I thought I must share this with the Commissioners that it was a good decision of me not going there, coming here. So I am exonerated, Commissioners. Now my full attention is here because of that. Thank you for offering me that opportunity to address the Commissioners.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General. If I may then invite us to go to your supplementary statement, annexure LS.
Page 12.
1, starting at page 12, yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Now, from page 12 onwards to page 23, you respond to the specific questions, 15 in all. I would suggest that we will end up dealing with all questions, but not necessarily in the order they appear, but we will address all questions and give you an opportunity to state how you have responded to each question. Okay?
Thank you, Commissioners.
I would want to, I think when we started, Advocate Mpofu, or was it you, I'm not sure, but between the two of you, one of you raised the issue of a risk of ambush, and I would like to avoid that as much as is possible. So, to do that, I suggest we start rather with a document you'd be familiar with. You should have before you a bundle prepared specifically for you that you received from the Commission. That was shared with your legal team. The General Sinona's bundle. Do you have that?
Correct, Commissioners.
You do. I would like you to turn to page 430 of that bundle.
430.
Yes.
CJC?
the bundle that I have referred General Sinona to that he has, I learn now, not been duplicated for you. It's extracted from the various exhibits in the Port Shepstone drug bust. It would be document page 101 of your exhibits. So General Sinona is working off his own bundle, which is
What?
430 for your purposes.
And what's written on the spine of our one?
It's electronic. It should be file 1 of the exhibits.
File one.
No, it's not from.
I've noticed that I have more than one file one. This is what's written at the top, Mr. Mopop.
Maybe try, you say page?
It's page 101. It's numbered 101.
Okay, let's see.
And then it's a report by General Sonona to General Musikidi about the bust.
Yeah, it's,
Rather about the subsequent theft.
it's the Port Shepstone drug bust,
Yes,
exhibit bundle 1.
1, correct.
And to answer the chair's question of CJC 232.
232.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Balloon. Is that the document you have before you, General?
Correct, Commissioners. The document I'm having is page 430.
Yes, on your files, because you are
Yes.
working off the bundle that was made for you.
Yes, Commissioners.
So, this document runs into some 7 pages. It's dated the 9th of November 2021 at the last page, and it's signed by you, correct?
Correct, Commissioners.
And this is a document, as I understand it, that you prepared for General Musikidi following the theft of the drugs at Port Shepstone.
Correct, Commissioners.
Now, I suggest that this might be a logical starting point because you are the author of this document, and when it was shared with you this week, it would have been fairly easy for you to reacquaint yourself with its contents. And I say so mindful of the fact that under your watch in KZN, there haven't been, I'm not aware of many stolen drugs, so this was a peculiar kind of report. So you would recall its contents. Is that a fair assumption?
I won't recall all the contents
Not
because
all?
some I will, some
Okay.
I will not. I will have to be referred to.
Absolutely. We will work through it page by page to the extent that it's necessary. So I suggest that this be the starting point, and then while we look at it, we will consider your answers to the 15 questions that were posed to you. As a matter of interest, before we start, the facts that you set out in this document, you call it a factual report. Where did you obtain those facts from? Regarding both the seizure and the subsequent theft of the drugs.
My brigadier, once I was requested to provide a factual report, I requested him to get me the information. And he gave me a draft, and then out of the draft, I did rectify whatever I had to. And then I read it, I was satisfied, and then I sent it to the Deputy National Head. By then.
You didn't see the actual documents from which he extracted the so-called facts?
Come again?
You did not see the documents from which he extracted the facts to prepare the memo for you?
Who? Brigadier Nyuswa?
You said Brigadier, I didn't know which one.
Nyuswa.
Nyuswa, yes.
Yeah. Look, I wouldn't know where he got other information that he assisted me in compiling this report, but he will be the better person to respond to that. But he prepared the report for me, and then I read it, Wherever I needed to make corrections, I made them. Then I was happy, I signed it and forwarded to General Musikidi.
I ask because the report is full of factual inaccuracies, and you signed it and you submitted it to General Musikidi. So we're going to work through those inaccuracies, and I'm going to invite your comment there too. The sum effect would be, unwittingly then, on the basis of your explanation, you, to some extent, misled General Musikidi as to what transpired on the 22nd of June 2021, and the circumstances under which that happened, and the subsequent theft. Would you accept that?
I never misled any person.
Okay.
I disagree with the fact that I misled the general.
Okay. Now, at that document, paragraph 1.2, your last sentence, you state that the seal, that is the seal to the container on the 22nd of June, was broken in the presence of DPCI members, ORS members, and warehouse security and staff. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, Commissioners.
I don't know whether you will recall, we don't have to go there, I'll give you the reference number. In your statement in January to this commission at paragraphs 80 and 81, just for the record, you indicated that the information received from crime intelligence was of an exigent nature, and members of the DPCI and ORS proceeded to the depot to inspect the container. Who are these members of the ORS that went to inspect the container together with members of DPCI?
Commissioners, what happens is that when members are receiving information at the harbor itself, the harbor is managed by members attached to the ORS. ORS is Operational Response, is a division within the South African Police Services. So the harbor is, all the port of entries are managed by the ORS. So I'm not in a position to can give you the names of those people of ORS because there are members that are stationed there on a permanent basis, policing the harbor.
I ask for two reasons. One, in your statement, you list the DPCI members. You then say they went with ORS members, but you don't list the ORS members. So it becomes interesting who of the ORS members took part in the seizure.
It is because at that stage, when we write this report and when I write my statement, I didn't know. Even now, I don't think I'm aware of the names of those ORS members, Commissioners.
During the testimony of Colonel Jacob, we established that the so-called OR members he relied upon were actually not part of the operation. I would invite you for that purpose to CJC 261. That's starting at page 777. CJC 261 is the statement of Sergeant Kubendran Govender.
CJC 261.
261.
Okay.
Do you have the statement before you?
Correct, Commissioners.
You will notice in that statement that Sergeant Govender states that he was called by Colonel Jacob after the container was opened and it was for purposes of requesting assistance to transport the drugs. Were you aware of that?
It's the first time I see this statement when the Commission provided it to us. And when you write a report as the provincial head commissioners, you are provided with information. And for me, is to read the report and dispatch it. But I don't go and confirm and check who was there, who was not there, and everything. It's not within my responsibilities. My responsibilities are at a strategic position where I receive the reports, read them. When I'm happy, I dispatch them. This statement, I saw it when the commission sent the documents to us. I think it's yesterday morning around 1 o'clock, 20 past 1 in the early hours of the morning. Then around 9, 10 o'clock when we read this thing with that click that you open it, then I saw a lot of the statements of people that I don't know who they are. The only people I knew here when I read the document of 437 pages that the Commission has sent to us, I think it was, I saw Brigadier Nyoswa, I think, if I remember very well, I saw my statement that I made immediately after the theft, and then I saw the copies of my police diary and some other, these very few things that I was able to recognize in the bundle of documents. But so I can't say anything to you, commissioners, in relation to this statement.
My question was really in relation to the claim you made in your report to General Musikidi that at the operation when the seal was broken, that happened in the presence of DPCI members and ORS members. And I say that's factually incorrect.
As I've indicated, commissioners, I receive the reports, I read them and dispatch.
Okay.
I never went and did my own research and investigation and wrote the report. I said Brigadier Nyoswa wrote it to me, and then I checked it. Then I was happy with it. Because my job is not like a job of an investigator who goes and interview everybody and obtain statements and do the check and balances. I was required to provide a factual report. Then I said, Brigadier, come, prepare a draft, let's have a look what transpired. Then I prepared that report and sent it.
So
I wouldn't want to agree with the issue, the statement that the SC is saying that I misled General Musikidi. I gave her what I was given.
I maintain that you misled her, and it may very well be that you were misled, and as a consequence, you misled her. And I maintain you misled her because that's factually inaccurate, what you have set out in the report about presence of ORS members. That was considered before this commission by Colonel Jacob himself, who relied on those two ORS members to say they were part of the operation. And I show you that their own statements say they were not. So
sorry for clarity, Mr. Law. Are you making any differentiation between presence and being a participant in the operation?
It says here in his statement,
I'm asking that because earlier you took the general to a paragraph that spoke about presence only and not necessarily participation or being a participant in the operation. But now the last statement, the comment you made just before I came in, now spoke about being a participant or being participants.
And that derives, let me take a step back. The report does reference to presence.
Yes, yes.
And I'm going to get to the question of presence.
Yes.
His statement to the commission at paragraph 81 says DPCI and ORS members proceeded to the depot to inspect the container.
Oh, proceeded. Okay.
That's General Sinona's statement at page 23 of his January statement at paragraph 81. And it's either one of two things. The correct factual position is, as he explains in his report to General Musikidi, alternatively under oath to this commission at paragraph 81. They are mutually exclusive. That is why I read them to mean the same thing, that he did not intend to express himself differently in both documents. He's the author of both.
Okay, please continue then.
Thank you. And it's put up for your benefit. That's your paragraph 81. in your original statement. So that as well is incorrect.
Commissioners, the SC is picking up these mistakes. When I compiled my affidavit, I used certain documents that were in my possession. And this report that the SC is referring to, I'm provided with a report with information. I read it. I don't go and verify certain things. And then I will never, ever come and mislead my superior. I will write what I'm told, because at that stage, I didn't have any reason to doubt whatever report was provided to me. Because, number one, I never visited the crime scene. I was not at the crime scene when these things were found. I was informed. If there is any misconception or some things that are not correlating, it is not what I went and observed. A report was provided to me, commissioners. And as a result of that, I do not think that I will sit and intentionally mislead my superior or come here and lie before the commission.
That statement by the Colonel Govender, Sergeant Govender, also clarifies that the seal was not broken in their presence, in a sense that he says when they were called to the scene by Colonel Jacob, the seal was already broken and the container was open. So even on the claim, on the basis that it happened in their presence as expressed in the report is not factually correct if they are to be believed.
It's either way, commissioners. Maybe this sergeant is lying, or the information I was provided to compile this report is incorrect, but it's not me who intentionally misled. I didn't mislead any person. I submitted a report that was presented to me, to my superior, and I took it that this is the correct version of events because I was not there. How do you expect me to respond to something that I was not even there? Because and even this Sergeant Govender that the SC is referring to, I don't even know this person.
I suggested to you that to the extent that you misled General Musikidi would be due to the fact that you in turn were misled because the report was prepared for you.
You are suggesting, but I didn't mislead the general.
Okay.
Now I'm seeing this thing. If I misled the general, as the SC is saying, commissioners, why do I have to do that? I got no reason to mislead the general. All the reports that leave my office are prepared by people who are reporting to me. They are brought to me, I read them. I'll give you a simple example, commissioners. Your correspondences to my counsel, it's not you who's writing that. Another employee in the commission is writing that report. One of the commissioners reads it and somebody signs. And then if you are happy with that, if there are mistakes, it's not that there was an intention to mislead any person. I think that is my response to this question, commissioners. Thank you very much.
For the record, I want to say I'm not saying that there was an intention to mislead. No. That's not what I'm saying.
But, commissioners, if the SC is saying I misled my superior, I took it very serious, this thing. I took offense very serious because I didn't. If it's me who sat down and write this report on my own, although I appended my signature, I will say, yeah, but it's not me, it's my subordinates who prepared this report who had information to assist me to report to my superiors. So I vehemently not to agree with the SC in terms of misleading my superior.
Okay, General, can I just, I thought it had been cleared that you have said that you didn't, if she was misled, it was you didn't do so intentionally. maybe if it is put differently, the statement that you put in the report that members of ORS let's take the second one. The container was open, the seal was broken in the presence of ORS members. We now know from other evidence, including that statement of Govender, but we also know from Colonel Jacob, who has accepted that ORS members were not present when the seal was broken. A statement that says to General Musikidi, the statement was broken, the seal was broken in the presence of ORS members, is an incorrect statement, right? Fact. Objectively, on the basis of the evidence that we say has now been established, that statement is incorrect factually, because members of ORS tell us in their statements, and Jacob accepts that they did not witness the breaking of the seal. They were just brought in to provide transport. That's what has been established now. So I think the simple point that is being made to you is that the statement to Musikidi in your report, to General Musikidi in your report, is not a correct statement. You give an explanation where you take that statement from. You say, your NUSO, I think it is, gave you a report, and that's what he said, and that's where you get that statement. Can we agree that's
Commissioner, the way you put
fine.
it,
Yes.
it's much better the way the SC put it.
Okay.
You see, the words you are using, you say incorrect information.
Okay.
Vis-a-vis misleading.
Okay, Ms. Silo, try and use incorrect. Thank you, General.
I'll go for incorrect information.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, Mr. Mbofu wants to say something.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe, just to assist on this. You know, it might look trivial or, even amusing to some people, but the issue here goes back to what we're saying, Chair.
No, we left it his response about the hours.
No, so did I. I'm just putting it in perspective, Chair, and I'm grateful to Commissioner Baloyi for that clarification. I'm just saying it might look like just a semantic debate, but if you bear in mind what we said in the morning, that in our experience, somebody in some dark room is sitting watching this, as they did in January, waiting for, as General just was scared of. On Monday, he might be slapped with a suspension note. And that suspension note will say, because you admitted at the commission that you misled your superior, that's a serious thing. It's not just a small mistake. If I come here as a lawyer and I mislead this commission, that's a major issue. But if I make a mistake on some factual issue, everybody makes mistakes. But if I literally mislead the court or mislead the commission, that connotes very serious misconduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mbofu.
Thank you, Chair. And perhaps I should clarify to General Sinona and his team that the statement as couched creates an impression that the operation involved ORS members. And I'm saying from the evidence tendered before this commission, that is factually incorrect.
That one, the way you have put it, SC, remember, I receive reports. I can go with it, but not that I misled my superior. I might be suspended or expelled. I've experienced a lot of disciplinary cases since I came here. And commissioners, 28th of this month, I'm 60 years old. And I want to exit the police honorably. And I'm an honest person. Me and lies will lie parallel. So I don't want to be expelled before I go on pension for things that I didn't do. just been cleared. I've informed the commissioners that I'm also afraid I might be getting another one Monday, or they might come to my house over the weekend and give me another one. What have I done by me coming here? I don't know, but I just want to bring this under your attention. I'm very careful not to make admissions that are not correct. If it is correct, I will. As Commissioner Baloyi has put it, I agree with that narrative of Commissioner Baloyi. But this thing of misleading, it's another thing that I can't be compelled to agree to that. I receive reports like your lawyers, commissioners, that you have employed here to write to each and every person and issue those subpoenas. They are working on your behalf. You don't sit and write those things, you as commissioners. Other people are assisting you. And when a mistake has happened, it must be put that it is a mistake. Not that a person has misled another person. It is totally incorrect, with respect, commissioners.
I know that, General. In the question 2.1, asked you to state the extent of the involvement of DPCI officers and your role as the provincial head in the seizure of the 541 kilograms. I'm reading from page 12. That in summary was the question, and your response was you did not personally attend the scene, nor did you participate in the operational handling or processing of the seizure. I'm reading it, your answer to your paragraph 2, at paragraph 2. Do you see where I am?
Correct.
You then proceed and you say, my involvement was limited to oversight and administrative decisions after being briefed by operational commanders. Now, on that score, I accept you did not personally attend the crime scene, and that you did not participate in the operational handling or processing of the seizure. I would like to engage you or to obtain comments from you about how the scene was handled, and as the head of the DPCI, to express a view whether that is compliant in your view. You understand what I'm saying?
I hear you, commissioners.
You are aware of a protocol called Protocol on Search, Seizure, Handling, Processing and Disposition of Illegal Drugs. It is a document that is used and relied upon by SAPS in general and DPCI included. If you would like to remind yourself, it's CJC 231 from page 81. But considering your extensive experience in DPCI from Pretoria and now to KZN, it's a document you'll be familiar with, that there are certain prescripts that must be followed in the search, seizure, handling, processing, and the disposition of drugs.
You said page what, Commissioner?
It will be CJC 231, starting at page 81.
I'm on page
Yeah.
81, Commissioner.
You've located the document.
Correct, Commissioner.
You are aware of its contents. It's a document that is applied to all searches, seizures, handling, and processing of drugs.
Commissioners, I've seen this document when I was here in January. Part of it, I am aware of the content, part of the content, but not the entire document. It must be noted that I attended the detective course when I was appointed as a detective in 1989. And this document was not there. The national instructions that are here were not there. I was office bound since 2011. being a manager, overseeing things, not attending to crime scenes or dealing with certain things, managing people. If the commissioners can allow me to just illustrate a structure. In a unit, you have a unit commander. Under that unit commander, as we were talking about 3 sections in Soki, I will give that example, is a colonel here. Is a lieutenant colonel, lieutenant colonel, lieutenant colonel. Under these lieutenant colonels is captains, warrant officers, sergeants, and constables. These are the operational members that deals with the crime scenes and everything and so forth. The unit commander will provide reports to the provincial commander, who is a level of a brigadier. A brigadier will read. Once he's happy, he reports to me. I receive reports. I will read it. If I need clarity-seeking questions, I will send it back. They will rectify, and then I sign it. So part of this, I saw that during those years, in terms of processing the crime scenes, we know the crime scene must be cordoned off, and you must call the LCRC and all those kind of stuff. It's something that is in the curriculum of the current course that is called Resolving of Crime Course, and all the members of the DPCI underwent that type of a training. As the head, I expect the members to know their job there because they were trained. Unless if you were never trained, is another thing, and it is the responsibility of whoever is trained at the scene to ensure that things are being complied with. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. I call upon this document precisely because I am relying on your extensive experience in DPCI, precisely in management positions. You manage the people who handle these sins. And I depart from the premise that if my recollection of your CV is correct, already from 2011, you were in these management positions, that you are familiar with the applicable prescripts. And I think you have assured the commissioners that you are.
Commissioners, I said some of the contents, not the entire. And I must also put it on record that you'll realize that from time to time you'll get this thing called national instructions. It's a policy directive. Some of them, we don't have that ample time to go sit and read. It's not all of them that I read and I know each page. I will know specifics in that report, but not every document, Commissioners. And honestly, I have responded that some of these things here, I am aware of them, some, no.
And I would like then to establish what it is you are aware of. We'll perhaps best when we work through it, through my questions.
Sorry, Mr. Low. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the police officers, I don't mind if I'm using officers incorrectly here. The police officers who conducted the operation actually admitted or accepted that they had messed up yes, with regard to the handling of the scene and indeed even beyond. For example, going to Isipingo, how the registration of the exhibits took place, taking place without the exhibits being placed in exhibit bags, and even the question of where they were stored. They basically, in the end, accepted that they messed up. So I'm trying to understand if the General's responses on this aspect are going to advance whatever it is we are about now.
I'll try and
yes,
articulate why I'm going down this route. I am speaking to the General as the head of the very DPCI members who have made the admissions. I do not depart from the premise that he is aware of the admissions made. This afternoon, the General comes back into the Commission to inform you that the disciplinary process that he was subjected to has cleared him, which I would expect would result in him going back to the position that he held. Now, the question that would arise is steps that he would take pursuant to learning what his members did on the day, if he wasn't aware at the time. And it is for that purpose that I am bringing these facts to his attention.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. One is just in case we're accused of misleading the Commission, just to clarify that the DC, in respect of which the General was cleared, was not the one about the what's it called? Track bust.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we gave that impression, then I think General Commissioner Kumal maybe also wanted to assist me in that regard. That's the one thing. The other one, Chair, is, and I don't want to venture to try and say how the evidence leaders should lead their evidence, but I'm just taking advantage of your intervention. That really, to save time, it might just be easy to say, does the General accept all the confessions, I'm using the word loosely, that the scene was messed up? And I'm sure he will, there's no one, at least even I, who haven't been watching everything, will accept that, and then we'll move on. Otherwise, all he's saying is that he relied on other people. If they messed up, I don't think he's here to defend them. And Ms. Selo will find that actually that's not the case. It's not his evidence. I can assure you that everything was done according to the book and every little prescript was followed. No.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu.
Chair, interestingly, if I had posed the question, general question to General Sinona, whether he accepts all, as Mr. Mpofu says, quote-unquote confessions of non-compliance by his members, whether he accepts that, chances are that it would have been deemed to be an unfair question to General Sinona. So this was an attempt to make him understand the extent of non-compliance and to seek his views on the level of non-compliance. Now, it may very well be for his own benefit, should he resort to that position, and or the benefit of whoever takes over to deal with precisely these issues of non-compliance. I know General Sinona was not on the scene. I'm not attributing responsibility of the scene to him. But in light of the expressions he made to General Musikidi about the handling of the scene, I depart from the premise that he is aware of the prescripts, applicable prescripts, as to how the scene should be managed, and that there were failings in that regard.
In the light of, because you said, perhaps if you had posed the question that Mr.
Mpofu is inviting me to.
That there might have been an objection to that. Now we know there won't be an objection to that. Would you be willing, perhaps, to shorten this?
It is too general. I can shorten it, but not as general.
Yeah, not necessarily. We can never be prescriptive to you as to how you do the questioning. But of course,
General Sinona's concern might very well be that there are people listening and drafting the next suspension letter. So my questions to him must be fair to him so that he can answer. If he accepts all confessions, I don't know what ramifications that will have for him as their boss, because technically he's still in the position. So what I will undertake to do is perhaps not be as detailed and deal with the generalities, and then invite his comment.
In the light of the point I made right at the beginning, which is that the people have already accepted that they messed up.
Yes. So now
basically throughout.
I would invite,
Yes.
I'll pose a different question. Is General Sinona, no, to General Sinona. General Sinona, are you aware of the extent to which the applicable prescripts, including the National Instruction 2017 of Property and Exhibit Management, the Protocol on Search and Seizures of Drugs and related, are you aware of the extent of non-compliance with those prescripts during the seizure and storage of these drugs?
Before he answers, is the question, was he aware then, or sitting here now, is he aware? So that we don't get different answers depending on the time period you are referring to.
Well, I'll take it, is he aware now? He wasn't, hence he expressed himself in the manner that he did in his report to General Musikidi. So it's in the now.
Thanks, Commissioners. I am aware now, and the implications is that even if you arrest people, that thing will create gaps in ensuring the admissibility of the evidence. Handling the crime scene is a delicate thing. We call it a holy place. And the person in charge of the crime scene, irrespective of rank, even if I go to a crime scene, Commissioners, as a general, and a constable is entry level, is in charge of the crime scene, that person is in charge. I'll give you an example. A lot of crime scenes, you will see the Minister of Police, the National Commissioner, the National Head, they go to the crime scenes. The sole purpose of going there is to get facts and congratulate the members for a good work. And they expect that those protocols must be followed. The same applies to me. But I can tell you that if the members have confessed or made admissions that they didn't follow the protocol, consequence management needs to apply. That's my response, Commissioner.
And I'm happy to leave it at that. And I take it perhaps through, you will appreciate in the fullness of time the extent of the admissions that they have made. So you will not tomorrow say, because of a response you gave at MADLANGA Commission, that you then were faced with a suspension.
Commissioners.
Then I will not unpack.
Commissioners, I think the SC is not aware what I'm going through. I'm going through, for lack of a better word, and apologies up front, I'm going through a hell. Because of me coming here and testifying. That is a possibility. The last time I raised issues of safety, a decision was given for me to read people's names. I'm having litigation now. Over and above that, I was suspended and say evidence was given under oath before the commission. Currently, the other one, I have a new one that I received after when I appear here on the 1st. They say I'm being charged because of the storage and theft of the drugs. I testified in January. Is it not one and the same thing? Is somebody not abusing his powers to try? I don't know what have I done to these people, but I want to assist the commission. That's why I came back.
General, in the interest of time, I
Thank
think
you.
we note your concerns. Please answer the questions. If we keep going to your DC issues, we will not finish today.
It is because it's emanate from this.
No,
That
no,
is why
I
I
appreciate that. I appreciate that, and I think you've made the point. But let's not repeat it.
Thank you.
Because you made it earlier also.
Thank you,
So
Commissioner.
I think in the interest of time, and I know you don't want to come back several times. So in the interest of time, let's answer questions and see how far we go.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I'll do so.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Staying with your page 12, you say your involvement was limited to oversight and administrative decisions, but you don't unpack the administrative decisions. Are you able to just in summary say what those administrative decisions were?
Administrative decisions is when a report is provided before me. I read it when I'm happy, I sign it, I dispatch it to the relevant offices. Commissioners.
Is that a decision? Or am I misunderstood?
When a report is prepared before me and I sign it, which means I'm comfortable with the content that was prepared for me, then I sign it, it goes. Other administrative issues are not related to the issues of the Commission. Like if there is a shortage of manpower, shortage of vehicles, shortage of cell phones, those are administrative issues that I must engage head office and say, I'm unable to reach my objective or targets because these are administrative issues that I need your assistance. Thanks, Commissioners.
Maybe let's confine it to this incident. What are the administrative decisions that you made relating to this incident that
To
we are
this-
concerned about? Yeah.
to the drug bust?
Yes.
I want to indicate, Commissioners, that Brigadier Nyuswa called me and informed me about the bust, and then I was happy, I was thumbs up. I said, prepare a report so that I can report to my principal. Over and above that, he told me, Isipingo does not assist us. They say they don't have capacity to store this drug bust. And then also he himself, he called the Forensic Science Laboratory. He said Toti, but when I check, it's Amansim Toti. And who said they don't have space because they have problems with flooding. And he suggested and say, General, we can take these things to Port Shepstone. Because on a previous occasion, we did store hashish until the investigation was finalized. On a previous occasion, we did store the mandrakes until the case was finalized, and we didn't have a problem. Commissioners, this person who's advising me about this, he's got more than 30 years of service in the same province, working there. And he was a commander of that unit for more than 10 years. He knows the in and out, and he resides in that site. At that stage, I didn't have any reason to doubt his recommendation. And then I said, hey, you having said that, it's fine, we can do it. And I must say, because this response that I'm giving, Commissioners, it also answers some of the questions on the 10-6. And as a result of that, that is an administrative decision upon recommendation by somebody who knows the place better than me. When I took up my office, I'm trying to save time, Commissioner Kumalo. Kotwa, I need to explain this. When I took up office, it was the 4th of September. It was a Monday when I took up my post. The appointment is 1 August, but I took up office 4th of September. No one orientated me about the KwaZulu-Natal. Even today, there are other police stations within the vicinity that I cannot drive and show you this is the police station and the name. So a person with more than 30 years in that area, you ask me about Pretoria, it's easy for me. I'll tell you there. But if you are advised by your deputy at the level of a director, a brigadier, I didn't have any reason to doubt him. Those are administrative decisions that you are taking upon recommendations by your people that you are working with. Thank you, Commissioners.
So that's one administrative decision on recommendation. You made the decision. Any other decision, administrative decision that you made related to this same matter still? Yes.
The other administrative decision, Commissioners, upon the theft, General Senona made a decision that the detective services must investigate this case. You cannot be a victim and then at the same time you investigate yourself. And for some other reasons, head office decided to establish a team and took the investigation from general detective to head office DPCI. Me, I took a decision that let the district do the investigation. Should they need any assistance, we shall assist. You'll recall in January I said we did the data dumps. I don't want to talk too much about these things because they will expose our strategies. There were initial investigations that were done. However, at the same month, a call-up instruction came. It cut me off of those things, and then I stood back.
Yes.
Those are administrative decisions that I've taken, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, General.
In response to Commissioner Baloy's question, whether the issue of the keys and where they should reside.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me, Commissioner. I think it's part and parcel of the responses here. The issue of the keys, Commissioners, as I've indicated in my evidence in chief, that there's a document that I was supposed to sign that I didn't know about. But what I did, I told the brigadier, I said, you know, these things, we can't leave the keys here. It's a precautionary matter. And then the keys were kept in my office because I had a safe. It's a 1 square meter top around, like, as I'm indicating on this table like this. 4 people will never carry it. So, because the brigadier didn't have a safe at that time in his office, and the keys ended up with me under lock. And another administrative decision that I took regarding this, when the investigator, that I didn't have any doubt whether he's corrupt or not, came to request the keys, I let him sign. I think I submitted copies of my diaries. He went to do whatever investigation that he was guided by his supervisors there, and then he brought the keys back. I locked them in, and the following day twice, I think it's 23 and 24 June. So I kept the keys. I said, it's fine, I'll keep them for the sake of safety. Another one, if I want to think about, is the issue of applying for a polygraph test for everyone who was there. I was asked by the commissioner, why are you not volunteering? I said, my supervisor is the one who must subject me to that. Because sometimes you go there, say, I'm available, make a polygraph test to me. It might sound otherwise, that why is he coming here? But I heard what I was advised in January. So basically, those are the few that I can recall and mention to the commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Chair, I'm sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Just for the record, I just wanted to indicate that the diary entries that the General is referring to will be found at page 796 and 797 of the exhibits bundle. That's when I think it was Mpangas, Warren Mpangas, requested the keys and returned them.
CJC, what? Or you don't have
I
the
don't have the
you don't have
CJC
that.
series,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
It's 796 of the red pagination.
If it would assist, it's in relation to another question. We will get to those.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yes. Just that I
But
was...
so long, Commissioner Baloy already has it. Let's just mention it quickly. CJC 266.
Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
correct.
Thank you.
Yes. So what we were dealing with was his response to the first question, which was his role, if any, and his members at the seizure. And that's where he says he took administrative decisions. His response now is broader than the question. So it's all administrative decisions he took in relation to the drug bust, including the theft. So the answer is much broader. But we will get to the aspects of the broadened answer that you have given. Now, let's turn then to your second question, the second question. The second question is at page 13. The question required you to state whether there were other suitable facilities available for the storage of the seized drugs. Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes, Commissioners.
And your answer speaks to the fact that you were informed by operational members that SAPS Isipingo did not have adequate storage facilities, and the last paragraph before the next question, that you were informed that KZN FSL laboratory also lacked adequate facilities. The question, though, was whether or not there were other suitable facilities, and that question remains unanswered. Were you aware of the facilities in and around the area that could have stored the drugs before they were shipped to Port Shepstone? And in this regard, I'm asking about the Maiden Wharf Police Station, is it Imbilo? And all these are stations dealt with, if you will recall, in your annexure S2 that you attached to your previous statement, which was a report of drug seizures, I think, for the period 2020 to 2024. So the question wanted to establish from you whether or not you satisfied yourself that there were no other suitable facilities when you were informed by Brigadier Nyuswa that Isipingo will not accept them.
Thank you, Commissioners. I was not aware. Brigadier Nyuswa just came and briefed and suggested to me, and I have already responded to this question that you are asking me when Commissioner Baloyi was saying other administrative decisions. Hence, I said I was not even orientated about the KwaZulu-Natal. I don't know where is Maidenhof. You say Maidenhof or Weidenhof, I don't know, Commissioners, but I don't know where it is. You ask me about Pretoria, I'll take you to each and every police station. But there.
So do I understand you correctly that since August 2020, when you took office, until June 2022, you did not acquaint yourself with the environment and the facilities available and the police stations you may have to work with, particularly in the exercise of your duties as DPCI? You didn't familiarize yourself with that?
Commissioners, I visited my offices. I visited Newcastle. I'm having an office of Soki in Newcastle to address my members' meet and greet. I visited my office in Richards Bay to do the meet and greet. It's a Soki office. I visited a Soki office in Pietermaritzburg to do the meet and greet. There are two offices in Pietermaritzburg. It's a Soki and Serious Commercial Crime Investigations. I visited my offices at Durban Organized Crime, where Soki is Soki, at 136, I can't remember the name of the street. And then I visited a commercial crime offices. It is in, what is this building? It is in Durban. And then I did the meet and greet of my people. I visited the serious corruption in a commercial city building. So the other one, is John Ross building in Durban. But the issue of police stations, I was going there. I went to a police station, I think, when the minister visited there, where there is a lot of murders. Inanda, because I was invited to go there by, actually the national head instructed me to go and represent him. But my own people that I found there who have more than 30 years of service never took me and said, General, let's take you around so that you can know your area. Even today, I can't tell you about all the, maybe I know 2 or 3 that I have visited, but some that I visited, like here in the border of Mozambique and South Africa, I can't remember that place there. Yeah, we went there, but I can't take you there again because I got lost very seriously. When I went there, they were opening a police station when we were dealing with also an operation of the cross-border operations of theft of these Toyota buggies that were crossing into the Mozambique. But the others, whenever I was never taken or the job didn't force me to go there, I don't know about it, Commissioners.
My difficulty is It sounds like you are only familiar with what happens inside your office, but not in the area over which you have authority. You are the head of DPCI KZN. As I indicated, you submitted a document in January, your annexure S2, that gave a full account of all DPCI-related drug busts. You called it the major heroin and cocaine. And in that document, which is an extensive document, it references all these facilities. And I'm surprised to hear that you say today that you don't even know Maiden Wharf.
I was never there, commissioners. And I must say, after the theft, everybody was able to house the drugs, the bust that we have made, in that document that the SC is referring to. At one stage, we were assisted to take drugs that we busted to Cape Town with a private jet. After the theft, everybody was there to assist. Before the theft, I was relatively new. I didn't even finish 12 months in my office. I don't know, under normal circumstances, a person in my position will never know those things in a very short space of time. However, my offices, as you were saying, SC, commissioners, my own offices that I have authority over, I know where they are. I can take you. But police stations, no. It's the provincial commissioner who is in charge of the police station, not me. I've listed my offices that I visited, that I have authority over. Just a minute ago. Thank you, commissioners.
I struggled with the answer, and I just want to make one comment. I'm not suggesting you own the police stations. Your own prescripts provide that once there are seizures, they must be booked into SAP 13s, and those are found at police stations. I would have thought that is a matter that would interest you to know, based on S2 and the volume of heroin and cocaine you seize, that you would at least acquaint yourself with whether or not there are sufficient facilities. But from what you say, you know nothing about police stations and such storage facilities.
Commissioners, allow me to go back a little bit and tell you something. On this document, I don't know what is index to additional annexures received that were provided by me. You go to page 62, if it can be flagged there.
Yes, we're trying to. 6.2, you said?
60, yeah, from page 60.
Okay. It's in with the statement, with the supplementary statement, the article.
Yeah. Now, when you look at that article, on page 60, there are pictures there of individuals. Some are senior members of the police. When you go to page, on that page 62, I see there's General Sitole, the former National Commissioner. I see there's General Mkwanazi. I see the former Minister, General Kele. I see the former National Head, General Libya. If you go to page 62, flag page 62, thank you. You see that space there, commissioners. I talked about this in January. When you look at that space there, inside there, this is where these photos were taken. There is General Kele, the former minister, there's General Mkwanazi, there's General Libya, there's General Sitole, the former National Commissioner. Do you see what is happening there, commissioners? Those are mandrakes. Are they in forensic bags? And that place is the place where the drugs were stolen. This 541 kg. Hence, I agreed to the suggestion of my brigadier, because here is evidence that I've presented before, and I'm presenting it again, that it was not the first time. And the senior members that are there are far much senior than me. So, commissioners, if I knew about any other places other than the forensic and that police station they were telling me about, I believe I would have said, no, we can't go there. Let's go to this police station. That if you look at that picture, those things are not packed in exhibit bags. The senior managers are holding them. It is an unfortunate some of them are no more in the service, but now I am now charged, investigated, and suspended because these things were not the handling of the crime scene and the theft, the storage and the theft. So, Commissioner Kumala, I understand what you said, but these things are hitting sometimes when you look at this picture and then you look at what I'm going through. I'm trying to respond to the SC question that I did not know. I don't have any other better answer than I was not aware of any. But my own offices that were resorting directly under me, I knew where they were located.
General, just to be clear, I was not limiting you as far as the questions. I was saying the HR issues.
Okay.
Let's leave them there.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's leave the HR issues where they belong, but you can answer the questions relating to what you are being asked.
Thank you.
So don't feel like I was gagging you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I wanted to depict these pictures because it seems, and when you go back to, when you go to page, where is that thing? I think it's page 68. Huh? Yeah. Page 68.
Yes.
A group of people between 10 and 15 attacked the Forensic Science Laboratory in Pretoria. They held the security guards, tied them. A buggy by chance passed there. When the police were trying to establish what is happening, one policeman officer was shot by this group. Unfortunately, they couldn't steal the drugs there because according to the articles, they went there to steal the drugs. And I want to also go to page, where is that other thing? Police stations in page 75. They were attacked while there are 24-hour police officials in the police station. And maybe to save time, I want to go to another report here. Where is that report? It's last year, October. I'm looking for that report, commissioners. My office at Richards Bay went and seized 14 bags, big bags of dagga. They were booked in the SAP 13. They're in Kwamsane police station. After a week, when they went there to take samples to send to forensic, 9 of the bags were missing. A docket was opened. All I'm trying to, why I'm putting this picture before the commission is that the decisions, administrative decisions I took
Was found. I'm not sure I understand what relevance does this have, this particular article have, to whether or not you were aware of facilities available to your members once they have seized these drugs and heroin around Durban.
I'm trying to say I was advised and suggested by a brigadier with more than 30 years. And then, you see, this one is the drug bust of the Mendrex. If you go to 62, that 62, inside there, is the safe where these drugs were stolen. There's 541 kg. I'm trying to show that it was not the first time. it confirms the recommendations of Brigadier Nyuswa to me that it was not the first time.
So then that, the line below the picture has got to be wrong because it says Minister Cele at the underground lab in Harding.
Which
that's-
one? Which picture? This one
That
that
very
is
picture
portrayed
you
now.
have. It suggests
one.
this is Minister Cele at the underground lab in Harding. Hence I say I have a challenge in understanding what relevance this has to Port Shepstone offices.
These trucks and this room is the storage facility, that strong room. I'm trying to show that it was not the first time. The very same trucks were stored there to the value of 250 million.
Then I'll take it that the article is misleading because it suggests this is the lab itself, the underground lab in Harding. The article is wrong. It can be both. Now, you go further and you reference other articles about police stations being held at gunpoint and robbed. Do you do so with a view to justify the decision to store these at Port Shepstone, or is that for another purpose?
I'm just showing that even if I told my members to patrol and do that, while they were patrolling and doing the OB entries, if somebody knew they want to come and steal, they can also attack our people or the security company if it was there. Although we know, according to certain documents here, that security didn't come, but the alarm was still working.
That is not the evidence of Colonel Prinsloo, if it's Colonel. The evidence of Colonel Prinsloo and Brigadier Nyuswa, to whom requests were being made, has established that the alarm system was not operational.
It's a pity, Commissioners, the SC was not here when Commissioner Malloy outlined it in January, that Colonel Prinsloo said, I armed the alarm. If a person says,
But
armed...
I think I may not be sure of the timing as to what happened when, but what I remember distinctly is that the alarm was not connected to any armed response.
Correct.
So even if it were to just make noise, and who would care about it?
Commissioners,
I think the second part to it, the alarm, I don't know the right word, but it
couldn't work.
Yeah, because of load shedding.
Yes, I
so
agree,
for that
but-
reason, there was no alarm system on the day itself.
I agree, the Commissioner. But the fact is, the alarm was armed, although it was not linked to the security company. It was armed. I'm trying to look in his statement where he said so, because we deliberated at length about this in January.
You seem to be emphasizing that if it was not linked to an armed response system, was it of much use, General?
Yes, because as a unit commander, when you have a security company that is having that alarm that must activate them, the unit commander's phone must also be linked so that once something happens, while those people are trying to call him, he must also get a notification, because it happened with me while I was still a unit commander.
That goes exactly to the point of it being linked. So what you are saying happens if it is linked. The point here is that it was not linked, and that several attempts, that the linking required a procurement process, and that came to naught. Attempts to have that revived came to naught. So it was not linked. So what we are saying would not have happened. Do you follow me?
No, Commissioner.
General, you may have the contraption in your house that works as an alarm, that gets triggered, that makes the noise, but that alarm system may not be linked to an armed response service.
Yes.
So it will just make noise at your house and the closest houses to yours. But nobody will respond because there's no arrangement with an armed response service. So it just makes noise and it ends there. And the neighbors usually don't care about an alarm system going off at some premises. So do you follow me now?
I follow you, Commissioner.
Yes. So the evidence of Colonel Prinsloo was that it was not linked to an armed response system. Yes, yes. So basically, it was as good as not there. It would be of use if one of the DPCI members happened to be passing there. Oh, our alarm has gone off. That doesn't change the point that it was not.
From that office,
Yes.
Commissioner, there's a garage, it's not far. There's an engine garage, it's not far from that office. And here, I'm going to read in 825 of the one of Colonel Prinsloo. I'm going to read in paragraph 8, 1, 2, 3. He said, the members, from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, he said, the members then left, and warrant officer van der Berg secured the back security door by the kitchen with chain and padlock, and he made an OB entry. We then activated the alarm and locked the office. That's what I'm referring to, Commissioners.
Thank you, General.
That still goes back to
You assisted me, Commissioner Baloyi, in January.
That still goes back to the point I made. It doesn't change the point that they may have set it just to make noise.
Thank you, Commissioner.
But it's not linked to an armed response system.
I've taken note, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I just quickly, this is what Colonel Prinsloo said. He said the contract with the armed response system, armed response company, expired in March 2020. He says that in paragraph 28 of his statement. And in paragraph 27, he says, if there was electricity or load shedding issues, it won't work. And he says, basically, further, even if it got triggered and made noise, no one would know as the office would be closed, and nearby business would also be closed. Basically, the alarm would just ring until somebody comes in the following workday. If it went off on Saturday, for example, and assuming there was no interruption of electricity supply, it would be deactivated or disarmed by the first person at the office on Monday.
Or it would have gone off. Of course, this is I'm testifying from the bench now.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm in agreement
yes.
100%. However, I want to raise this point. In that paragraph 7, where in July, it's before the theft, where he said he requested the district commissioner to inform VISPOL members to patrol. So, you know, people sometimes they want to come and shift certain things to other people, but it is important sometimes to take responsibility of issues. But here, if it goes over the weekend and he did that request indeed, the patrols will pick it up. The instruction I gave them to visit the office, they will pick it up. Hence, I raised in my opening affidavit today, commissioners, that he went there on Sunday. He failed to go down and double check if everything is still fine. Hence, I did that. And I want to emphasize again that Monday, he's the first person at the office. He saw something that is not normal. The lights are on. Still, he doesn't go down and check those type of things. So it is difficult to understand certain narratives that he has done on his statement. But I want to pause there, commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners. General, then, in response to question 2.2, you deal with the SAP 13 register, SIPINGO, but I'm more interested in the Port Shepstone SAP 13.
Question?
when dealing with question 2.2 at page 13.
Yes, commissioners?
And I say in that, in response to that question, you deal with the SAP 13, but your response to the commission in 29th January 26 confined itself to the Isipingo SAPS 13.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm saying that I want to go beyond that, and that is captured in question 2.3, because it speaks to the storage at Port Shepstone.
You want me to respond to question 2.3?
No, I say it leads us to 2.3, to
Okay.
question, because I want to confine my question to the Port Shepstone storage.
I don't understand
Okay,
the
question.
question.
2.3 speaks about the storage of the exhibits at Port Shepstone between June and November 2022. You see that?
2.3, correct.
2.3. And I was saying 2.2. In 2.2, you confine the answer only to the Isipingo SAPS 13.
The question says whether or not there were any other suitable facilities available for storage of the seized drugs and the reason why they were discounted or not considered.
Yes.
Yeah, remember, I'm saying at page 129 of, the issue was addressed during my testimony before the commission at page 129, I think of 213 of the transcripts dated 29 January 2026, and it was recorded as follows. Commissioners, as I have testified that there were drugs seized there is a police station called Isipingo, and that the members went to Isipingo to book the exhibits at SAPS Isipingo. And I was informed by members that Isipingo said they do not have storage facility, but Caesar can be written into the SAP 13. I was responding to a question that was asked in January.
Indeed,
So-
I agree with you,
Yeah,
General.
so-
And the point I'm making is, in response in January, you confined yourself to SAPS Isipingo.
It is because the question was asked about Isipingo.
I accept, except the question now in the
Port
the
Shepstone.
Regulation 10.6 stated were there other suitable facilities. That question you don't answer.
I responded, Commissioner.
No, not in writing.
I responded here now,
Where-
2 minutes
where?
ago.
Please show me where you have written it.
I didn't written it, but I
Okay.
responded,
Then
Commissioner.
hence I'm saying to you, let's leave 2.2 because you have confined yourself to Isipingo, and we are now in Port Shepstone, which is
Before-
dealt with in 2.3.
Commissioners, before,
That's what I'm inviting us to do.
Before the SC asked me this question, I have responded before this question was posed to me, while we were dealing with the first question. I have responded, and then I was cautioned that don't summarize, wait for me to ask you questions one by one.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
So I did respond.
So, and asking you questions one by one, I'm now at 2.3 because I want to talk about Port Shepstone.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. Now, for that purpose, I would like to invite you to page 30. There's a particular protocol I'm interested in. That's the instruction, National Instruction 8 of 2017. It's CJC 230, starting at page 18. And I ask this question mindful of the fact that you say you accept all concessions and admissions made in regards to the handling of these drugs by those who came before you and were directly involved in this handling, in the seizure of the drugs. My first question is, you confirm you were present when these drugs were handed over at Port Shepstone?
Correct.
You are physically present.
I went there. Sorry, I went there at Port Shepstone when the drugs were stored there.
And you went precisely because you and Brigadier Nyuswa drove firstly to Isipingo and then to Port Shepstone following this seizure.
We never reached Isipingo.
You were headed there, but you never
We
reached
headed
it.
there, we never reached there because he was talking on the phone, and then we diverted to Port Shepstone.
Now, And that was your purpose for going to Port Shepstone on the day?
The purpose for me to go to Port Shepstone was to also satisfy myself about the strong room.
Oh.
The strong room, because when I did the visit, I spoke to the members, and then I never inspected the facilities. I was addressing the members, introducing myself, and then I left. When we went there, it was the first time I saw those safes there.
Okay. Now we understand why it is you went there. Why, in your statement in November, you said you were in Port Shepstone for a meet and greet?
I was in Port Shepstone for the meet and greet in December 2020. The second time I was there, it was when we took these things there.
But that's not what your statement in this inquiry, if I may finish, an investigation states. Your statement appears at page 793. And in particular, I'm interested in paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8 of my statement.
Of the statement that the gentleman is locating for you.
Oh,
if we
this one.
scroll to the end of that statement,
This one.
we'll get the date. Correct.
This one that is flagged. Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes.
Oh, it ran away.
If we scroll further down, you'll see the date. They're highlighted. It's the 2nd of December 2021. So that's when you deposed to that statement. Now let's go back to paragraph 8. This statement is dealing with the seizure and storage. I was just curious to note at paragraph 8, you say you were there, and during your meet and greet visit at Port Shepstone, you instructed them to visit between 1800 and 000. And in your testimony, and as we know, those are the instructions you gave on the 22nd, the day they were being stored. So I'm just curious why you called it a meet and greet.
It was
visit.
The second time. Yes, Commissioners, if you are fine, can I respond?
Please.
Yes, Commissioners, during the meet and greet, there are certain things that you will tell the members to do. It's not that you come and say, I'm General Senona, you leave it there. Because what I've realized, why have I given this one instruction during the meet and greet? We are not allowed to take vehicles and do the work and park them or use them for transport purposes. And then, this is a good practice that I was doing while I was working in Pretoria. So while I was doing the meet and greet, I informed them, not only Port Shepstone, but all the offices during my meet and greet with them, that it is important that we must safeguard our own dockets and properties as the members. When we booked vehicles out, and an OB entry must be effected that must depict the safety of the offices. It was this paragraph 8. It was not talking to the seizure, the theft itself. It was talking to my meet and greet. I did give this instruction. In June, it was the second time for that office for me to give them the very same instruction.
Let's adjourn. We'll indicate when we'll come back.
Just a quick announcement. We will resume at 4:20. Thank you. Good afternoon again. We said 20 past. It's now 20 past. Please make sure that your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr.
General, before the break, we had turned our attention to question 2.3. You remember I said we're now going to deal with the issue of storage at Port Shepstone.
Yes, Commissioners.
Now, question 2.3 inquired about specific security arrangements. You answered it together with 2.4, which required you to address how you manage the safety of the drugs.
Correct.
I'm at pages 13 and 14 of LS1. And if I understand, in response thereto, you stated paragraph 2 that you manage the safety of the drugs by taking the keys and placing them in your safe at the office, and requesting and instructing the unit commander to ensure members visit the offices at intervals as stated there.
Correct, Commissioners.
That's all you did.
Correct, Commissioners.
As a matter of interest, did you not consider it necessary to deploy further, or to at least instruct that they deploy further manpower or units to guard the offices, because now the safe contains this huge seizure? You didn't think it necessary at the time?
The directive I gave for the visit, at that stage for me, it was sufficient enough, unless if Colonel Prinsloo indicated that he needed additional, I would have done that, but there was at no stage where he requested additional manpower.
So you relied on Colonel Prinsloo to indicate whether or not there was sufficient security. And I ask this because you were present when they were stored. So I hear the point you make about Colonel Prinsloo. I'm asking about you, based on your experience. You considered it enough and sufficient?
It was enough and sufficient. And Commissioners, I want to say, you see, that's safe. And this is very much crucial. And the narrative that someone went there, opened with the key, and thereafter grind the safe, it is very much insane. Maybe for lack of a better word, please bear with me. Somebody without description will do that. If it is easy for you to open with a door, with the key, number one, why do you go and take such a high risk of cutting 2 holes on a steel that is 20 milliliter thick? You risk being arrested or being attacked by the police who might visit there. And also, during the night, the sound of a grinder, it makes a lot of noise. It will make a lot of noise because it is quiet during the night. I think that narrative, one is taking serious offense about it because the keys were in my possession, but there was a narrative that was said before the commission that a key might have been utilized and then this thing was staged. There is no staging, Commissioners. Why am I saying this? In response to this question, I want to refer the Commissioners to the photos here of my bundle of documents. I can't recall. I'll show you. I want us to go to the pictures of the safe itself.
General, before we do so,
I think I've got the right to explain.
No, you do have the right. It's a question of at what point you exercise that right. We had agreed that we are now going to the storage of the drugs in Port Shepstone. The issues you are referencing arise after the storage. So I'm suggesting you park that issue. You will have every right to refer to your pictures, but
Thanks,
at the appropriate
Commissioners.
time. Thank you.
But seeing that you've made the point about the noise, let me raise an issue I want to raise around that now. You are talking about noise and the fact that it would be noisy to use the grinder, but that applies to whether the door was open or not open. So I don't quite follow the point you are making about the noise.
The noise.
Yes.
Commissioner.
Noise made by the grinder, or
Yes,
the use of the grinder.
Somebody,
I don't quite get the point.
somebody was grinding a gate, repairing a gate at my house.
No.
I'm trying to-
No. I am not querying the fact that a grinder or the use of a grinder would make noise. But what you say in saying that the idea about this having been staged and the door having been open and only cut afterwards, and you say, but the grinder would make a lot of noise, sort of suggesting that it would make a lot of noise if the grinder was used when the door was already opened. So what I'm saying is, to my mind, it makes no difference whether the door was open or closed or locked when the grinder was used. So I'm saying I don't quite follow your point about the noise. Do you get me now?
I get you, Commissioner.
Yes.
The
So
noise-
what is the point?
The point I'm trying to drive through is that there are several aspects, including the noise. that
Let's just focus on the
Yeah.
noise. Yes.
You know,
yes.
when you use a grinder,
Yes.
it will make a noise.
That I get.
And then that noise, if a person is using a key to open, is an easy thing. You go in, you take, you leave. Why you cut? And then why are you cutting the safe twice? When we come to that question, I will show the commissioners. The safe was cut twice. And the safe was cut from outside. That narrative is very much offensive to suggest that because the keys were in my possession, then a key was used and then thereafter the cutting. Hence, I'm trying to put this on record before the commissioners.
So your point is that if you had the keys, could use them to open, why not just open and take the suspected cocaine without cutting? You just take the suspected cocaine, you leave.
Correct,
without.
100%, Commissioner.
So I follow the point about yes, and about you supposedly, based on what you've just said, supposedly being the only suspect, if there was an underlying if there was any staging at all. That's not necessarily so. It's not necessarily that you would be the suspect because the key was given to other people. It was not
Yes, Commissioner.
with you only, if you see what I mean.
I agree with you, Commissioner, because someone came and signed for the key. But another thing that is significant, I saw a clip, evidence was provided here that the people who stole the drugs are known. I'm just concerned, why those people should have been arrested? Why are we always now talking about this theft thing, whereas somebody came here and say they are known? I will be happy if they are being arrested. I'll be happy. I will be able to sleep very tightly and say, at least I'm cleared.
Thank you,
Thank
General.
you.
Thank you, Chair. Then I want us to talk about the storage at Port Shepstone. And that will take care of question 2.3 and 2.7.
2.7.
2.7, both questions. It will take care, my next line of questions will take care of those two questions, okay?
Yes, Commissioner.
So I would like us to You were present when they were being stored at the Port Shepstone offices. I would like to refer you to the national instruction at page 30. I think let's use page 83, CJC 230. CJC 230, starting at page 18. That would be the national instruction. And in particular, I would like to go to page 30.
30.
30. And I'm interested in paragraph 12.
Paragraph?
12, 1, 2.
Thank you.
I take it that you are familiar with what's set out in paragraph 12, and 12.1 provides that specialized units resorting under the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigations, DPCI, and the Division Forensic Services may, with the consent of the Divisional Commissioner or Head, DPCI, keep separate SAP 13 property registers to record exhibits. You are aware with that provision? You are aware of that provision?
As I indicated earlier, that some of the things I am aware, some I'm not, but this one, in terms of the permission and what I was not aware, I'm seeing it, and then I'm taking note of it, Commissioner.
I think you testified to it during your January appearance. I can take you there if you want me to, where you appeared to at least show an appreciation for that provision.
Commissioners, I think it was a question. There was a colonel who wrote a statement and quoted this national instruction in January. I was questioned about it. I responded. It's just that I can't recollect 100% how I responded to that question. But I'm seeing it now. I'm taking note of it.
On the second day of your testimony, at page 118, following engagement with Commissioner Baloyi, you state from line 12, for record purposes, I also want to say that the issue of storage there bring under your attention that in relation to the storage there, I think there is a national instruction that the DPCI, with the approval of the head, can store these things, can store the exhibits at a facility that is South African SANS, although written SONS. I think it is SONS, and then you say South African National Standards. You recall that, saying that?
I never read that one, but if it is there on the transcript, if the way you read it, I think there is a national instruction, then I'm fine.
It will be projected soon because it is important for me to know that you have that understanding. If you could just give me 2 seconds. It will be flighted soon. It's your testimony of 27th January at page 118. And from line 12, where it reads Major General Sinona. I think we have found our place. You see where it indicates line 10 against the name Advocate Baloy SC. Do you see where I am? If you look to the left of the page, there is the number 10, 10, against the name of Advocate Baloy SC.
I see it, Commissioners.
What I was reading.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Law. Yes, Mr. Mbofu?
No, Chair, sorry, just for the record, it's not page 118, it's page 117.
Yes, we have corrected that. On the screen, it appears as 118, but it's paginated 117 on the actual transcript.
Thank you.
So the response that would then start at paragraph 12, line 12 rather, is what I read into the record as what you had stated. You see that?
I see, I said, I think, can I be allowed to read this?
Yes, please.
And I said, now I also want to say that the issue of the storage, they bring under your attention that in relation to the storage there, I think there is a national instruction. That is what I was thinking. There is a national instruction that says the DPCI, with the approval of the head, can store these things. You know, I didn't say with certainty, but I said I think there is. Now that you are showing and referring it to me, then I agree with you, this paragraph.
But you can't just have thought it out of the air. That thinking came from somewhere. You can't have just decided that you think that there is such a national instruction only to find that in truth there is. It's information I suggest you previously had and you knew. That's why you responded. I interpret your words to say, I think, to indicate perhaps lack of certainty over something or other, but not that there is a national instruction that so provides. You might not recall its words in full detail, but you know it exists. The requirement that the DPCI head approve the storage.
Chairperson.
Yes, Mr. Mbofu.
No, I'm sorry. Honestly, I don't know now what the witness is supposed to do. Is it being suggested that I think is the same thing as I know? Because that's what what is really just being said now. It can be.
If I may say, no, it's not being suggested. I am telling the general that he knew. The probability that he will say that I think there is a national instruction that so provides and in truth exists and relies simply on guesswork is simply zero. Yes, that's what I'm suggesting. So if we then turn to the actual national instruction, yes.
Before you go there, General, do you remember that you sent a report to General Musikidi relating to this theft of the drugs?
Correct.
And there was an investigation at national level, and there was a report with a recommendation that certain people be charged. Are you aware of that report?
I saw that report through the commission. I was not aware.
But at the time when you testified in January, were you aware of that report?
I can't recall if it was part and parcel of the bundles, but I saw that report that was declassified somewhere in January. I saw it in these documents.
Because the reason I'm asking you this is that in that report, the general refers to the national instructions. So if you had seen that report before you testified,
I'm not 100% sure, Commissioner, if I've seen it before I testified. I'm not sure when was it provided to us, but with this statement of General Flame, that report is there.
okay.
But before, I don't recall seeing that report.
Sure?
Yeah, I can't say
Okay, let me leave it
with
there,
certainty, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I raise this mindful of, I think, what you had brought to the Commissioner's attention, that you know of many or maybe most of the prescripts, but you may not know them chapter and verse. You are not able to recite them, and I accept that. That's the caution you had put forward, correct?
My
Correct,
sense was that he knows some, not necessarily
Okay.
many or most.
You know some.
Some.
Yes.
Correct, Commissioner.
And I think he did reference national instructions. Would it be fair to assume that, considering the position you hold, you at least would familiarize yourself with all national instructions, particularly one as old as 2017? By 2021, you would have had sufficient time to familiarize yourself, or is that an unfair assumption?
It is an unfair assumption, Commissioners. For one reason, I can say Chapter 6, Section 17 of the South African Police Service Act, Section 17, subsection 22. Then I'm asking a lawyer, what does it say? A lawyer won't be able to tell. He must go and read it so that he can be able to tell. Hence, I'm saying, as a human being, you all know everything. I'm just making this example, Commissioners. With due respect, I'm just making this example that I won't be able to know everything, and I won't be able to read everything, because most of my job that I was doing, Commissioners, is to ensure that we reach our targets in terms of performance and go and account to the national office and prepare reports and everything as it is required at national office, and my people that are working with me, assisting me to prepare these reports. So
How do you hold those over whom you exercise oversight? How do you hold them to account?
we have a system that is called PIMA, Performance Impact Management Evaluation Report. And then every month, every section will do a presentation of their achievement. And then we check vis-a-vis the set target. And then if a target is not reached, I will advise the brigadier responsible and say, go back to your members, sit down with them, come up with what I was calling a turnaround plan, and depict action steps that we are going to take in order for us to achieve the targets. So that is my overseeing of the province to ensure that we are delivering the service to the people.
I guess part of the question, I get that, and indeed it does address the question of the exercise of oversight, but I think perhaps partly what I have in mind is what's your measure? What do you look against to see whether there is compliance? Because you can only exercise oversight if you are able to see that there is compliance. So that's what I have in mind.
Commissioner, it is expected at the unit level that the team leaders, as I explained the structure, the hierarchy, the team leaders must do 24-hour inspection. They can implement brought forward system. They must also inspect cases to and from court. They must also do a monthly inspections. And the provincial commander must do quarterly inspections in all the units. And then if there are shortcomings, they shall be reported to me so that I can monitor the compliance of those shortcomings that have been identified. I don't do inspections myself. That is how I'm overseeing these things. And it is a practice in the police.
Seeing that what's being raised here, for example, relates to the storage of exhibits in Port Shepstone, one could even raise an earlier issue about how they were intercepted from a container at the depot. So at all these stages, there are prescripts. If someone were to write a report to you about or rather how those were observed or not observed. So if you basically say, you know, some of these prescripts and not necessarily all or most, how would you be able to assess that, for example?
If someone writes a report,
Yes,
that there was
if a need,
contravention.
if for example a need arose for a report to be written to you about those issues.
The
issues-
non-compliance.
Yes.
If a report comes, commissioners, highlighting non-compliance of prescripts, the person that is writing the report will depict the specific policy document. And then what I will do, I'm having a legal service section. I'll call them in and say, please go and read this thing for me, give me an interpretation, and then if it requires consequence management will be taken. And then further to that, when we pick up things that were not done correctly, what we did as the management, we will ask the legal services to go visit the offices and do presentations. Like, for example, we were having a lot of civil claims in terms of search and seizures. And then I said, prepare a presentation, let me have a look at it. Make sure you go and sensitize the members when they apply for search and seizure warrants that are being challenged, that give us a problem. Tell them what is it that they must look at, and also consult with the prosecutors if they are happy with the application, so that when it is challenged in court, we are able to respond to that positively, so that the actions must be admissible in court by our own members. I have people that are doing those type of things for me when the reports arrive. I don't do them myself, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Law.
Can I just follow up on this? General, what you're describing is you pick up a problem and the fix. You're speaking about a fix, right? That you then put in place measures. But the concern, and coming back to this case, the handling of from the moment that container was open, the handling of that scene and the movement of the drugs up to the 23rd, in fact, of June. So they were deposited at your offices, Port Shepstone, on the 22nd. But we know on the 23rd that it's only on the 23rd that they are booked in the SAP 13, Port Shepstone, and they're putting evidence back. So at least up to that point, everything was done wrong. And that's the evidence before us, and there's been an acceptance. Everything was done wrong. My question is, it sounds from what you're saying, and I'm not saying it's your fault, it's just trying to understand the systemic issue and how does one fix it, that you are ahead, but you have no sight whatsoever of this botched up drug bust, the mess that happened. And your officers, because you're sitting where you're sitting, you don't have sight of it, and you're completely dependent on maybe Brigadier Nyuswa, who's your number 2, to give you a sanitized report. He gives you a sanitized report. And your system they suggest from your explanation that you have absolutely no way of knowing, and therefore no way of holding anyone accountable for the mess that happened, because you have no sight, but you're completely dependent on what others tell you. Am I correct in characterizing that's what it means from your evidence?
Commissioner, since I'm not operational, I am dependent on other members to report to me. And then it is expected to me, if a report is placed on my table with a non-compliance of prescripts, I must give a direction that consequence management must be done. And when you look at the policy of this consequence management, is a line management function.
And you don't have a system to conduct random, or to get others to instruct, you instruct as the head, random audits of operations or activities and then inform yourself in that way and of course it will be random, but get in a way informed about what in fact are your officers doing on the ground.
As I've indicated, Commissioner, that number one, let me start by saying I do not have what is called an inspectorate at the province. What happened is that when we got AXA audit, we have people that are looking into the AXA aspects that are giving me reports so that we can rectify. But as I've indicated earlier that at the unit, the team leader conducts certain inspections. The unit commander must do inspections. Once in 3 months, the brigadier will take a team. For example, with organized crime, SOCI, there are 5 offices. The brigadier will take all the unit commanders that are colonels, sometimes with lieutenant colonels, and go and do an inspection in a specific office. If there are serious challenges there, he will bring them under my attention to advise or deal with issues if there is a recommendation of a consequence management or any, what are we calling it, contravention of the prescripts. But if it is not brought under my attention, then it's a problem, because these are the people who must assist me.
Thank you, General.
Advocate Silo, can I follow up on this issue? And I may be getting ahead of you. Please indulge me. General, you've responded to Commissioner Baloyi in general terms. I don't want to be over-technical, so I want to be specific and deal with the day in question when the suspected cocaine was stored at Port Shepstone. When it gets stored, you were there, you were present, am I correct?
Yes, I was standing in front.
And you could see that the suspected cocaine was not bagged in exhibit bags in accordance with the prescripts. I don't even need to read the instruction note. You said you are an experienced detective. You did your detective course many years ago. And I'm assuming it hasn't changed. Exhibits must be bagged. Am I correct? Is that a fair statement?
The issue of the bags came late.
No, I'm not talking about the issue of the bags. I'm talking about you understand that exhibits have to be put in
Correct.
exhibit bags.
Correct, Commissioner.
Without even looking at the instruction, that part you know.
I understand.
So in your presence, you saw that these suspected drugs were just being put in this safe. They were counted, these bags, one of the time, and put in the safe. And that was not in accordance with prescripts, even as you know them.
The IO, I think there is this thing of, I want to say, out of ordinarily of necessity. By then, I was standing in front of the building when they were packing these exhibits. And then I became aware when the investigating officer came to sign for the keys, in that then they recounted the exhibits and packed them and put them in the SAP 13. And then also my brigadier was aware.
General, why are you avoiding the issue of on the day in question? I'm not on the following day when they come to Durban to fetch the keys. I'm saying on the day in question, before they give you the keys, you are there as they are storing these exhibits in the safe.
Yes, I was
at that
in front
time,
of
did
the
you
building.
not notice that the prescripts were not being complied with?
It never crossed my mind that they were never done. It was after the effect.
So at the time, you did not observe that they were not complying with the prescripts. Is that your answer?
They were not packed, yes.
You were not aware. And then you say you became aware the following day.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, coming back to Chair's question, this is something that you now become aware of. Did you take any action against those officers?
I didn't personally take any action.
Did you instruct those below you to take appropriate steps?
I think it's a mistake that I did, but Brigadier Nyuswa
Please
became
do
aware.
this. Please answer yes or no first and then explain. I'll give you the opportunity to explain. Because what often happens, witnesses do the explanation and then they say, what was the question again? Because we got lost in the explanation. So to make it easy for you, you can answer the question and then give your explanation.
If the commissioner wants me to answer in a yes or no, I'll say I didn't take action.
Yes.
Hence, my deputy was aware. I expected him to take action.
And when he didn't take action, because you were aware that prescripts were not followed and your deputy did not take action, what did you do about that?
My mistake was not to make a follow-up if he did take the action.
Yes.
That's my response, Commissioner.
General, I may be mistaken in my recollection of evidence, including yours. I thought the evidence is that you did, once you found these things or you saw them being put in the safe, but you saw them in the safe. So it's not a case of you did not see these exhibits on the day, on the 22nd. You saw them. You had physical sight of them before the safe was locked and you took the key. That's my recollection of the evidence.
If that is what I've said, Commissioner,
Yes.
I will say yes, because some of the things I can't recollect properly.
Yes.
But if I'm assisted, as the Commissioner is saying,
Then you would have known on the 22nd that they were not sealed in evidence bags. You didn't find out for the first time on the 23rd. You saw them on the 22nd. You saw they were not sealed. The safe was locked. You took the key and you left. That's all on the 22nd.
Commissioner, can I be offered the opportunity not to respond to that question? Hence, I've indicated in the opening that already I'm being investigated disciplinary in terms of the disciplinary processes, and also the issue of the non-compliance of policy does not amount to corruption, criminality, political interference, and those things. So I therefore humbly request that I mustn't respond to that question. It might come back and bite me with these disciplinary investigations.
Okay, look, I think if that's where you want to leave it, then you leave it to the commissioners to draw their inferences from your answer. And I'm happy to leave it at that, if you're comfortable with that. But I want to explain that the question is relevant because we are trying to make sense. We're trying to make sense of all the anomalies that happen. What do they explain? Is it incompetence, as Mr. Mpofu said in the morning? Is it incompetence, this particular conduct? Is it a result of incompetence? Or it is a result of a calculated plan to achieve certain outcomes? That's why this question about how the exhibits were treated. That's why it's been canvassed with all the witnesses, including you, and that's why I'm raising it with you. It's because we're trying to determine that. But you're happy to answer the way, to leave it where it is. It's your right to do that. Thank you.
Because it's an HR-related thing, and I've been served with a notice of investigation in relation to the storage and theft commissioners.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm unable to answer that question.
We'll record it as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just then to conclude on that paragraph 12, we can record as a fact that you, as the head DPCI, did not designate or approve the Port Shepstone officers to maintain an SAP 13 register. You did not take the steps contemplated in 12.1. You've never done that.
I don't understand the question, Commissioners.
We are back at our national instruction at page 30.
Okay.
And just to close that up, that whether you knew then that you would have to approve premises for purposes DPCI keeping separate SAP 13 register as contemplated in 12.1, you never did that. You never gave such an approval in respect of the Port Shepstone offices.
If you look at my statement, I said I think there is. So the issue of approval, when I read this thing, it say head DPCI.
And I'm saying that, so you're saying it speaks to the head of the DPCI, which is national? Is that what you're suggesting?
It say or head DPCI. So what happened is that I agreed based on the recommendation by the brigadier for these exhibits to be stored there.
But you didn't have this conversation about whether or not Port Shepstone had been appropriately designated in terms of 12.1 with the brigadier, did you? So that conversation didn't arise between you and Brigadier Nyuso?
It never arose.
And I say you personally have never approved the offices for that purpose, to have an SAP 13 property register.
At the office?
At the office,
No,
yes.
I didn't.
And you are not aware if it is the head of the national DPCI had approved such offices for that purpose. You are not aware of that approval either. So if we go then back to your statement at page 16, question 2.7. A question was posed there at page 16, whether there was a proper exhibit register kept at the DPCI Port Shepstone offices. If there was not, you are required to provide details of why an exhibit register was not kept. And your response is, I'm unable to provide a definitive response to this issue. This falls within the purview of the unit commander who appoints an SAP Clerk 13 who will be in charge of the exhibits. Do you see where I'm reading your response?
Yes, Commissioners.
Will you accept that response is wrong in the context of paragraph 12 of the national instruction? It does not fall within the purview of the unit commander. Are you prepared to accept that?
No.
Okay. So where is the correctness in your answer here that to the question whether a proper exhibit register was kept at the DPCI Port Shepstone offices, where you say this is the responsibility of the unit commander? On what basis do you say that? To ensure that a facility such as the DPCI Port Shepstone offices maintain such a register?
As far as I can recollect, Commissioners, when I look at, I think, Colonel Prinslo's evidence, he said he appointed this one to have the keys and deal with the storage of things in the safe. But the issue of the SAP 13, while there is this national instruction that talks to this, I'm not sure if the national head has delegated those powers to any other persons to do so, but as far as I know, the unit commander can appoint an SAP 13 clerk register.
At the offices?
Yes, can appoint, as far as I know.
Are you able to perhaps guide us to a prescript that would so inform us? Because
hence I'm saying, as far as I know, I can't give you a prescript, but as far as I know, a unit commander can appoint as SAP 13 register. Not register, clerk. To deal with
the unit commander you reference, is this a unit commander in the DPCI or what kind of unit? DPCI?
At the DPCI offices.
But yes.
For example, Lieutenant Colonel Prinslow can do that appointment.
Of a clerk, but that's not speaking to the requirements of paragraph 12, designating that office to maintain an SAP 13 register. And yet here your answer, you say that falls within his purview. And I'm saying that can't be correct. And I accept that you may have not known then, but now it has been shared with you and you must accept that is factually incorrect.
As I've indicated that I was not privy to all the national instructions.
Okay.
I said some. So certain things in the execution of your duties, you will make mistakes. And then I believe as human beings, we can't be perfect, all of us.
I accept that.
Yes. Hence, according to my understanding, the unit commander can. But I see this national instruction and the paragraph that you are reading, that they don't correlate, but that is as far as I know. I don't even have a prescript that I can refer to, but that is, it was just knowledge.
Okay. Then let's move to 12.2. I'm interested in A, sub A. It stipulates that all property and exhibit Cs must be entered in the SAP 13 property register of the relevant police station where the crime was committed or where the property was found, and then transferred to the relevant unit and entered into the SAP 13 of the relevant unit. Do you see where I'm reading?
You say question 2.2?
No. I'm back, sorry, to page 30 of the, back in the national instruction. My apologies.
Okay.
Page 30.
Yes,
We have
Commissioner.
dealt with paragraph 12, sub 1. I am now inviting us, well, it's got two sub 1s, but the first one, I'm inviting us to consider 12, sub 2, property dealt with by the DPCI.
Okay, Commissioner.
Now, I say that you are at least familiar with that requirement of entry into SAPS 13s where at a relevant police station, emphasis, where the crime was committed, alternatively transferred and then entered into the SAPS of the relevant unit where they are transferred to. You are familiar with that requirement?
Correct. Yes, Commissioner.
Now, during the storage of these drugs and in your presence, there was no compliance with that they be entered into SAP 13.
Which SAP 13, Commissioner?
As contemplated in 12.2a, where they've been transferred to.
12.2a. Commissioners, when the exhibits were seized, they were booked at Isipingo. They were booked at Isipingo and booked out immediately.
Yes.
Yeah, so for me, that is compliance at the relevant police station.
But then they were subsequently transferred to Port Shepstone offices.
Yes, and then, hence, I said I'm unable to answer that question Commissioner Bole was asking me, in that when Warrant Officer Mpangase came to sign for the case, the exhibits were backed and booked at SAP 13 at Port Shepstone. I think I want to leave it there.
My question really was, you are aware of the contents of 12.2a. You are aware. They are standard regarding handling of exhibits, whether it arises from this instruction or another. That is how it happens. They are transferred from Isipingo to Port Shepstone. They exit the SAP 13 in Isipingo. When they get to Port Shepstone, they have to be recorded in an SAP 13 register. You are aware of that requirement, at the very least.
At the very least, I am aware,
Okay.
but I have already indicated that I don't want to respond too much here as a result of these investigations that I'm being bombarded with, because they use this commission to bring me disciplinary cases.
So would it be fair to conclude then that that particular prescript was flouted, which now we know you are aware of, you have confirmed, was flouted in your presence? You were there when... Say that again, sorry?
I am unable to answer that.
You are unable to answer.
Correct, Commissioners.
Which part of the question is creating difficulty?
The one you asked me, Commissioner.
I think, Mr. Law, it is, I think, properly construed. He refuses to answer the question. Can we proceed on that basis?
Do we accept Commissioner Baloi's suggestion that you refuse to answer the question?
Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mbofu.
Yeah, Chair, maybe to save the time of the commission so that we don't go through this painfully again. This witness, if he feels that there is a question put to him whose only value is to expose him to disciplinary action but has nothing to do with the mandate of the commission in his view, then he will be uncomfortable to answer that. so that he doesn't have to do it again and again and annoy Commissioner Kumalo by referring so much to the HR threats. I think this point has been made, I don't know how many times now.
No, Chair. It has not been made.
Can I just finish, please? Yeah. So, and the point which, at least, let me not speak for the witness, let me speak for myself. The point that I made in the morning was that, and I gave examples, and that's what we were talking about, that unit. Our view is that there are two units. There's one sitting somewhere at HR, one sitting at the police that is watching these proceedings, ready to pounce as they did in January, with all sorts of trumped up and spurious charges. So if this exercise is to show that General Sinona is a bad manager or whatever, then we accept that criticism. But we're not going to go into specifics about, as I said in the morning, minutiae. If I may take advantage of this chair, just to make a wild example. At some stage in my life, I was the CEO of the SABC. But if you ask me what happened in the Northwest office or whatever, I've never even been there. Or how to hold a camera and somebody held it upside down, you know. So, but I don't want to go to issues of management and organizational design. The issue is that the general is saying that he takes responsibility as the head, but he can't be asked about, did this one open this key or whatever, and at that level. If you are a manager, you rely on people. You can't, it doesn't mean if you're a CEO, you must know what's happening in the technology department, in the accounting department, in this and this, at the level of that detail. But as I say, I don't want to maybe stifle the questioning, but with the greatest respect, it's not clear what needs to be achieved in relation to the terms of reference.
May I clarify with your leave, Chair?
May I just ask a question? Does the fact that with regard to this, and in particular the storage, does the fact that the general had taken a particular interest in this and even went to Port Shepstone himself, even took over the keys, does that not distinguish it, for example, from your situation?
Yes.
At the SABC of not necessarily knowing what is happening at the Northwest office of the SABC?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It may or may not, but I'm making a different point. The point is that to what end, in relation to the terms of reference? The general says he was there. Commissioner Baloyi explains, well, I think it was Commissioner Baloyi or Commissioner Kumalo. All right, you might not know everything, but on this occasion you were there, you actually saw it happening. And he says, yes, I did. Maybe I made a mistake. What more must he say? Now in hindsight, he knows he probably should have said, why are these things not being begged? But he did not do it. So how does that assist us? To say, okay, you should have done it. Then we can be here all day saying, yeah, you should have begged them. No, I didn't beg them. No. So for what particular purpose?
Commissioner,
apart from exposing him to somebody who's going to say, you were there, you actually saw all these transgressions, now we're going to pounce on you. What other purpose can it possibly serve?
Commissioner Baloyi, of course I'm paraphrasing, also made the point that here we have what I would refer to as a comedy of errors / inadvertence or whatever one may call it, from the beginning all the way to the end. And that one wants to inquire into whether these were not already setting up a scene for the theft.
Agreed.
Which is why, as Commissioner Baloyi, I think, then asked, or rather said, We should therefore inquire into all these errors, it may be errors or errors in quotation marks, so as to have a full picture as to what exactly happened and why.
Yes.
That will help either exclude any wrongdoing on the part of whoever the role players were, or not exclude wrongdoing. So in fact, it calls to mind a judgment by Justice Froneman, which I'm sure you are well aware of, the judgment of all pay in the context of procurement. Justice Froneman said, there may be something that looks like mere inadvertence in terms of taking the required steps. You have to inquire into that because it may look like inadvertence when in fact it was an inadvertent step taken deliberately in order to cover, for example, fraud in the procurement process. So sometimes these inquiries, may be necessary in that context. And you yourself, in the morning when you addressed, you said that, yes, there may be HR issues and there may be issues that fall under the Commission's terms of reference, but, and this is what is important in what you said, but there are no bright lines. Of course. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. There's nothing more to say. That's exactly why Commissioner Baloyi quoted me. What you've just told me is what I said to this commission in the morning. We're not saying don't ask about the incompetence, because who knows, maybe the incompetence was deliberate. But really, to go on for the whole day about whether this thing was put in a bag or not, it was not put in the bag. It was wrong. It should have been put in the bag. Can we move on then?
Well, the answer of the witness, Mr. Mpofu, is he refuses to answer. The question had to be put to him, whether he saw that these things were not in the bag. The question,
Yes.
and I must say, it's a fair question to ask in the circumstances. I've respected, for present purposes, the way he's chosen to respond, but I think for me the more important point that I wanted to make was, and it's a pity it comes late in the day because of how he's responded now, it's for the Commission ultimately to determine whether the evidence that we have gathered, does it fall within the terms of reference or not? So I think it's an artificial way to try to, even for the witness himself to say, well, that has nothing to do with your terms of reference. I expect you will agree, Mr. Mpofu, that ultimately the Commission is going to have to look at the entire record. Yes. Some questions we will find, or some answers and some conversations we are for sure going to find. Doesn't deal with our terms of reference, but it had to be canvassed because we were looking at trying to see what does it tell us.
Yes. May I respond, Chair? Thank you, Chair. No, I think we're on the same page as far as that's concerned. All I'm doing really, I'm here to protect the interests of this client. I'm simply saying, if and when he says to Ms. Zello, I'm uncomfortable answering that question about the bags or whatever, because it might expose me to something else. All I'm saying is to put that into context so that the Commission doesn't read something else into that, to think maybe that's because he stole the drugs or whatever. He is explaining the reason why he's doing this. In America, it's called taking the Fifth Amendment, right? He is saying, I'm uncomfortable in answering that question because it's going to expose me to something else. Honestly, that's all I'm saying. You can say from someone taking the Fifth, that means he's guilty, that's fine. Someone can say that. Or you can say he's protecting himself from further jeopardy. That's up to the Commission, but I'm just putting that into perspective.
Just to conclude this, Mr. Mpofu, it's actually something I thought of as the General was responding quite early on. I forgot to raise it when I was engaging you. in the context, for example, of there being criminal proceedings in the background, a witness may say, "I will not answer," for fear of self-incrimination, which is understandable under Section 35 of the Constitution. In this context, what would, assuming that the question is relevant to the terms of reference, I want us to avoid the question, but this one is not. I just, as a matter of principle, want to understand the legal basis for a witness where there are pending disciplinary process, what the basis for remaining silent would be.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. That's a valid
I'm not saying there isn't.
No. I'm not taking it that way either. I think we're all trying to explore the same thing. Chairperson, as you know, I'm the first one to say, that's why I said in the morning, I'm not raising this at a technical level. It's true that Section 35 doesn't apply to this situation. To you and me, that might make a difference. But we must put ourselves in the shoes of people. Whether I'm exposed to criminal prosecution or I'm exposed to being fired at work, it might make zero difference to me. I'll just leave it at that. So, it's nice, the lawyering about, okay, does this now mean self-incrimination for the purposes of prosecution? It's all very nice academic debate. But if you think that when I leave here on Monday, I might be faced with something that's going to take food from my children, then quite frankly, it's the same effect as to whether or not you should expose yourself to this danger or that one.
I get the effect, and my reference to Section 35 of the Constitution sought merely to emphasize the difference or the distinction. Yes, that was merely. So the point of substance was more, in this context, what is the legal basis for saying I choose not to respond to this question? Yes. And I have not heard a direct answer from you. Well, I get and I accept your point about the effect may actually be the same. Sometimes it may actually even be worse to lose your employment. I get that. So just as a matter of law, then what would the basis be?
Well, as a matter of law, there might be zero basis, Chair. But as a matter of real life, whether you expose yourself to the... In other words, Chair, all I'm saying to you, Chair, is in real life, whether I'm exposing myself to some policeman coming into my house on Monday or some supervisor at work coming to my office on Monday, in real life, that's the same thing. In law and in the philosophies of criminal law and criminal procedure, there's a big difference. That's why there's a difference between Section 35 and Section 34 of the Constitution, because they address different situations. But those are niceties of professorial rectitude.
Chair.
Perhaps something that we must place on record so that I'm sure you are aware of it, Mr. Mpofu, but the General should also be aware of it. General, there's also, I think it's Section 6 of the Commissions Act. It's Section 6 of the Commissions Act. The Act itself, yes, which requires of witnesses to answer questions satisfactorily, fully and satisfactorily. If there is no legal basis, and in this instance, I'm not aware of any. I'm not saying there's none, but as presently advised, I'm not aware of any. So I thought, in fairness to you, I should bring the provisions of Section 6 to your attention. And they go so far, it's not just requiring answering fully and satisfactorily. It's this failure to do so is on pain of facing criminal proceedings. So I thought I should just bring that to your attention. Not only you, but in case others who are listening and who may come to testify before the commission, and who also happen to have disciplinary proceedings pending, may think if we do not raise this, then it's the way out for everyone. I have disciplinary proceedings pending, and therefore I am not going to respond to this question. I do take Mr. Mpofu's point about issues that are or are not within or the terms of reference of the commission. Where an issue is raised around that, we can engage before, of course, as Commissioner Baloyi said, we as the commissioners take a decision because it falls upon us to do so. We can, of course, engage counsel where there is counsel, or the witness themselves where the witness is not represented. We can engage on that. Does this fall within the terms of reference or does it not? And therefore, on that basis, if we agree, once the witness or counsel has raised the point and we agree upon engagement that indeed it doesn't, we may not force or push the witness to respond to that kind of question. But it can never be on the basis that there are pending disciplinary proceedings and therefore I am, quote unquote, uncomfortable to respond to that question. It can never be on that basis. I've not given Ms. Silo an opportunity to respond. Or perhaps before she responds, do you want to respond to the observations I've just made, Mr. Mpofu?
So that you can respond to
so
everything.
yes.
Chair, well, this thing is growing to be even worse than I suspected. I thought, and which I was trying to prevent, Commissioner Baloyi was rightfully saying to the witness, you then have to understand if you are uncomfortable, you are uncomfortable, but the commission will take that into account. And I can't quibble with that. He has to weigh which risks to do, whether to offend, whether to annoy the advocate still or to lose his job. That's his uncomfortable choices. I accept that. But now from what the chair is saying now, with the reference to Section 6 of the Act, that's a completely different kettle of fish, because that means now he's exposing himself to criminal prosecution. Well, if that is the attitude or the jeopardy.
No, may I come in?
Yes.
May I come in, Mr. Mpofu?
Please.
All I'm saying is, in fact, I accepted a point that you made, which is that if the question raises issues that have nothing to do with the terms of reference of the commission, then what I'm saying will never arise. There can never be a question of the application or applicability of Section 6. Did you get me?
I understand, and I agree.
And I'm not being question specific on this.
Yes,
I'm stating it generally, and I just want the general to be aware that there is such a provision. Yeah. Then the question of how to respond to a particular question in the context of what falls within and what does not fall within the terms of reference is an issue that there may then be an engagement.
Some legal debate. No, Chair, I accept that holistically. And I do sympathize with the remarks you made, Chair, that you don't want to open the floodgates for rogue people to come here. Every time you ask a question, they say, well, I've got some disciplinary thing. That I accept. I was just putting it in the context of this specific witness and what he said in the morning, but I accept.
Yes. No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mpofu. Yes, Ms.
Thank you, Chair. A number of issues have been raised. I'll start with the simplest. When we started, we dealt with the seizure of the drugs at the harbour. And we were to go to their entry into the SAP 13 register at Isipingo. A suggestion was made that the General accepts every concession made by those who were responsible for that seizure. And I needed to clarify that with the General, and he so confirmed. I accepted that on the basis that he was not present. He cannot comment on what went down. He will live with the concessions made. I then shifted to Port Shepstone, where he was present now. These are two different scenarios. And it cannot be that he cannot be questioned about flouting of prescriptions in his presence. He was aware. It is different from what happened at the harbour, what happened at Isipingo, because he was not present. And that distinction is an important one to hold. The conversation we have had over the past so many minutes is about his presence at Port Shepstone, his approvals, maybe not approvals, but his failure to act when prescripts are flouted. That he can respond to. And it is not enough for Mr. Mpofu to call it minutiae. There are a series of questions of what we consider flouting of prescripts in his presence that at the very least must be put, each question, to General Sinona. And there is no basis for Mr. Mpofu to stop that exercise. The question will be put. What arises is how General Sinona responds thereto. I was going to deal with the provisions of the Act and the fact that actually the witness is under compulsion to respond to every question put to him in the commission and answer to the satisfaction of the commissioners at the risk of inviting consequences to him. I will add that the Act specifically protects a witness from answering where he invokes legal privilege. And I submit that in the absence of legal privilege, then the witness must answer.
Self-incrimination.
Yes, I'm getting to self-incrimination. And the self-incrimination is to every question, then the witness must go on record and invoke the privilege not to self-incriminate. What Mr. Mpofu wants to achieve is that certain questions not be put at all because they may self-incriminate, but we don't know which questions will the answers to which will self-incriminate, which will not. He must be patient enough for the commission to go through the questions, and the witness will respond accordingly. We have had a case where a witness, I think, spent almost the entire half a morning refusing to answer on the basis of potential self-incrimination. And that went on record, and that was accepted. And if that is how the system works, then General Sinona must go through the same process. Now, it cannot just...
The context, though, was different there because
Indeed.
It related to criminal proceedings or a criminal process. Here, I've not heard that.
Indeed.
Which is why I was engaging at the level of outside of a criminal process. What would the legal basis be? So now you are bringing the general into the fold of a criminal process, which I do not think he has claimed.
I'm not doing so, Chair. I am raising the issue of privilege, which is this protection in terms of the Act. and that he cannot be expected to self-incriminate is one of the privileges accorded him by law. So that one is in the bag. Now, what is being raised does not fall within the confines of the privilege as contemplated by the Act, which is that he may face potential disciplinary proceedings on the basis of answers he gives. That is a different debate, whether or not that complies with his compulsion to answer every question satisfactorily. But that's a different debate we can have. The issue I was raising and I was taking issue with mainly is that the questions should not even be posed and to offer the witness an opportunity to engage and deal and respond thereto. And that is what I'm objecting to. Mr. Mpofu cannot appear or attempt to appear to gag the evidence leaders and the commissioners. Because it's a fact-finding inquiry, the questions will be posed, answers will be provided, at the conclusion of which the commissioners will reach certain their own determinations.
Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, Silo, can I read for both of you Regulation 8, Sub 1 of this Commission's regulations? The heading is persons appearing before the Commission. And then sub-reg 1 says, no person appearing before the Commission may refuse to answer any question on any grounds other than those contemplated in Section 3, Sub 4 of the Commissions Act.
I confirm, Commissioner, a reading of Section 3 of the Act is the section that introduces legal privilege.
Yes, Mr.
Can I
Mpofu.
just assist, really? Because I
Thank
don't know
you.
why.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, sorry. Ida.
Yes.
Chair, really, this thing is going out of control. This is a simple intervention. I don't know about gagging or stopping questions or whatever. Where that happened is not in my imagination. There's no question that we're gagging. All I said to provoke all of this past hour is I want to put into perspective the reasons why he is uncomfortable with answering certain questions, which I had understood, and I accepted Commissioner Baloi's summation of that look, we're not going to put a gun in your head if you're uncomfortable, but there might be, when the evidence is being assessed, there might be consequences. That's what happens with every witness. That I accept. I don't know about the gagging and all this story, this drama. But the issue, Chair, I can maybe curtail this without even an adjournment. Can I just approach the General and I'll come back and curtail this whole thing?
Let us, sorry, Mr. We'll take a 5-minute, in the meantime, let's adjourn.
Cell phones off, please. Thank you.
Mr. Mpofu, I trust that you have been able to cut across all this.
Chair.
Am I hoping against hope?
You are, Chair. You must never give counsel more than the half a minute he's asking for. Now other ideas come to mind. No, on a serious note, Chair, what we really wanted to offer was the following, so that there's no misunderstanding. Because, as I say now, the whole thing is now about criminal prosecutions. Obviously, if the choices or the threats that are being made to the general leave him with this choice of either going to jail or losing his job, he'll choose losing his job, because that's really where we're going now. So the point, the advice that we have discussed with him is that, so that there's no question, which is unfair on him, because he's been so candid with this commission the whole day, to suggest that he now is evading or being shielded or whatever. That he will answer questions, but wherever he is uncomfortable because of the fear of those other repercussions, he will indicate so. So I think that's a healthy compromise. In other words, he's not going to say, I'm not going to answer that, but he'll indicate where he's uncomfortable, either because, he's not a lawyer, so he won't be able to make that other evaluation we're talking about relevance or irrelevance. But where he's uncomfortable, he'll indicate so. That's number one. The last point we want to make, Chair, is that these fears, for lack of a better word, don't come from the air. We have one of the recommendations that came from this commission, I think it was the first, or I don't know whether it was the first report. Oh, Mr. My attorney is not here. I think it was the first report, but he brought it to my attention. It's got a section that says, the matters highlighted for referral allegations of criminality. Oops. Excuse me. All right. Leonard Jr. has succeeded to make it disappear, but I'll just paraphrase what was there. In your first report, as honourable commissioners, one of the people who was supposed to have been fingered for criminal investigation, who was listed in that, was General Sinona. So this is not just a theoretical fear that we're voicing here, or as it now turns out, neither is it confined to the issues of disciplinary self-incrimination, for lack of a better word. But having said that, I want to make the offer, maybe Advocate Silva will accept it, that he will answer her questions so that she doesn't think that she's being gagged, but he will, when he feels the necessity, qualify them to that extent.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu. Yes, Ms.
I note what Mr. Mpofu says, but it's not my decision to make. What comes to mind is if his response, the witness's response to my question does not bring him within the purview of Section 3(4), invoking the correct legal privilege, then I guess it will be for the commissioners to deal with that response. It will be a failure to respond.
I think let's test it as we go along.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
General, then getting back to the question we were dealing with, you recall we were dealing with your knowledge, which you confirmed, that movement of exhibits between police station and entry into the appropriate SAP 13 police property register transferred to another relevant unit as per paragraph 12, sub 2, sub A, must always be reflected in an SAP 13. We established that you know that fact, even if it's not necessarily from this particular national instruction. And my question to you was, you permitted non-compliance with that requirement while you were present at Port Shepstone. Do you confirm that? No, I'll paraphrase. Permitted might be too strong a word. You failed to take steps to ensure compliance with the prescripts, as the non-compliance was happening in your presence.
Thanks, Commissioners. I said I didn't take steps. That's my response, Commissioners.
And you didn't take the steps notwithstanding your knowledge, for clarity, of the requirement?
I believe I've responded that I didn't take steps. It was a mistake that I've done, Commissioners.
I just wanted to correct that when you responded to me, you said you accept that you didn't take steps. It may have been a mistake on your part.
Correct, Commissioner.
Now, earlier, you recall, you wanted to deal with the collection of the key from you. We know, and you have testified before, that after they were locked into the safe at the Port Shepstone offices, you took charge of the keys to the safe. They were with you and you kept them at your safe in your office. Am I correct?
Correct, Commissioners.
And at some point you wanted to refer to the times that the keys were collected from you on the 23rd and on the 24th of June, 2021.
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay, now I want to call up your diary in that regard, and then you may make your comment and then I'll pose my questions. You recall that I stopped you and I say you are running ahead of time. I was still admitting the exhibits into the Port Shepstone office's vault or safe, and that these events arise thereafter. So we are at that juncture now, and I'm putting up copies of your entries, your diary entries. That's for the 24th. There should be 2 to my recollection. As you see here, that's the 23rd of June. You confirm that is a copy of your diary entries.
I confirm, Commissioners.
Then the next one will be the 24th of June.
I confirm, Commissioners.
Then I'll allow you to make the point you wanted to make regarding these entries.
In that when the keys were taken by the investigating officer of the past, when he wanted to go and do his investigations at Port Shepstone, he came. I let him sign here because you shall recall, Commissioners, that I've indicated that that document of handing over of the keys, I didn't know about it. But what steps have I taken to ensure the chain of
Custody?
What is it?
Custody, chain of custody, is that what you want?
The chain of custody. That is why I dealt with it in this fashion, so that tomorrow I must be able to account that from this period to this period, the keys was with the investigating officer. Okay. And I must say that there was no suspicion of any wrongdoing that I've picked up against the investigating officer at that stage. I trusted that he was going to do the due diligence, and indeed, before we reported off duty, brought the keys back to the office. Then I locked them in my office. Thanks, Commissioners.
And if I look, for instance, at 23, on both days they were taken in the morning and returned somewhere early afternoon. And both of you signed for them.
Correct, Commissioner.
The DPCI Port Shepstone officers, do they have a record of what exactly transpired? Is there anywhere where the Warrant Officer Mpangase records in the presence of the person who has taken responsibility for the exhibits what he did with the exhibits? Is there any document we can refer to?
Commissioners, I don't have any document because what transpired after the theft, the Caesar inquiry investigation, as well as the case docket of the theft, that I have indicated that the detectives must investigate, and head office changed the decision and said the head office, the PCI must do the investigation, were taken away from our offices. So I do not have any document at this stage. But what I know, he never went alone to do those investigations. And again, I think Colonel Prinsloo should have been or was informed about their visit at that facility.
Yes, maybe my question was not as clear as perhaps I had hoped for it to be. I'm asking more about process generally. The exhibits are locked up, and at this stage they are unaccounted for, we know, because they haven't been sealed properly and registered in the SAP 13. I was wondering whether, if anyone visits the safe, whether there is a requirement that they must complete it or make an OB entry that is countersigned by the person who has taken responsibility for the safety or the safekeeping of the drugs. Is there such a requirement at all, or perhaps not?
I'm not aware of such, Commissioners.
I ask this because in truth, as you sit there, you do not know what actually transpired when the safe was opened on both the 23rd and the 24th. Whatever you know is what was relayed to you by the person to whom you gave the keys. You have got no other independent, objective means of verifying what exactly went down on the 23rd and the 24th when you had parted company with the keys. Would that be correct?
I won't know what happened there, Commissioners. It's true.
So, to the extent that it may be that 541 kilograms were seized at the harbor, and it's unknown how many were stolen because of the risk. I'm not saying it happened, the risk that in the absence of records, there might have been pilfering of those drugs each time the keys were handed over to somebody else, and you were not present during the opening of the safe. Are you willing to accept the possibility, not that it happened?
Commissioners, I don't know if Warrant Officer Mpangase had an element of corruption. What I can tell the Commissioners is that all I recall, all I can remember is that when he went there, there was a person of that office present there. That's what I was informed. He never went there alone to go and open the safe. He was not alone. But when he came to sign for the keys in my office, he just came alone. But I know that there were people waiting for him. They were driving in a car at the ground floor. But he came up alone, and then I let him sign. But what transpired there, Commissioners, I can't talk about it because I was not there.
It may be perhaps a shortcoming on our part. We don't have a record of who at Port Shepstone would have been present with him while he is handling the drugs on the 23rd and the 24th. We don't have that. Would you have a name, perhaps?
I believe the best person who can respond to that question is Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, the retired.
Okay.
I'm unable to.
Okay, so it is with his version we'll have to go for the moment. We will try and inquire and establish what actually transpired. Now, you did indicate in your first statement in paragraph 93 that, and in fact in this statement as well, that the visits were to seal the drugs, enter them into the SAP 13, and to obtain samples for FSL. Do you recall that response you gave?
I recall that is what I was informed.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, again, it doesn't have to detain us. Do you perhaps know how FSL obtains samples of such exhibits? Would you know what the prescripts provide?
I don't know.
We don't know.
Well, maybe just to correct where you say we don't know who assisted them, Warrant of Sampangase, when he went to Port Shepstone, Colonel Prinsloo tells us that on the 23rd and the 24th, they were assisted by Warrant Officer van den Berg. So we do have a name.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I will check, and I do know the correction, I take it, but I understood Warrant Officer van den Berg helped with the sealing and numbering of the seals on the day. That is the extent of the responsibility assumed for those drugs. There are statements here where he states the challenges that the team that came from Durban was having with correctly recording these blocks of cocaine and sealing them and marking the seals appropriately, and that's where he assisted. That's, as I understood, his evidence as to his involvement in that. But I would not go so far as to say he is able or he has offered any testimony about everything that transpired in the safe on that day in respect of this.
I'm not going
okay.
that far. I was fixing you saying it's a shortcoming on our part, we don't know who assisted them. And all I'm doing is referring to what Prinsloo says in his statement.
I take that. And I take the narrow correction that the Commissioner is making. But to the extent that it is necessary, we will call, I don't know if it's warrant officer or, I apologize for the rank, Van den Berg, as to what transpired on each event. Then quickly, General, I want us to move to the attempted break-in at the Port Shepstone offices.
Can I ask my question?
Yes.
Because you are moving to October now. General, in terms of the prescripts, let's forget that you took a decision that the exhibits be stored at the DPCI office at Port Shepstone. Because for the purposes of you and I's discussion, that applies even if they are at a police station. Now, the prescripts say within a certain period, the exhibits must be sent to FSL. And my issue with you and Brigadier Nyusa is that both of you were aware that that was not done. You certainly have not shown us, both of you, any report that says to you there was a request to FSL, either National or Western Cape or KZN, that these exhibits be taken within the period set out in the national instruction. And as a result, these exhibits were lying there in that safe for 4 to 5 months before they were stolen. Now, my question is this. I was giving you the background because I know you may not remember all of these things. My question is this. Why did you and Brigadier Nyusa not take any steps to ensure that the exhibits were sent to FSL?
General, before you respond, perhaps to assist you, that's a question at question 2.14. So perhaps if you go to your page 21 and you cast your eye on the response that you provided there, and then you can respond to Commissioner Khumalo.
Is it framed in the same elegant manner or in an
In a far
inelegant-
in a far less elegant manner, but it speaks to the requirement to transfer them within a
Yes.
prescribed period. Do you see where I'm referring you to, General?
Correct, page
Okay.
21.
At page 21, there is question 2.14. That's the question that, was asking about the retention of these drugs for such an extended period at Port Shepstone, and whether the national instruction was complied with. And then you've provided a response there. I just wanted to...
Thank you, Mr. General. I'm asking this question because at the end of the day, we must determine whether the cause of the theft was because these drugs were kept in a place where they should not have been kept for a period of 4 to 5 months. So it's relevant for that reason. And because you and Brigadier Nyusa were aware that they were stored at Port Shepstone, in fact, it was your decision on his recommendation that they be stopped there. My question is, what steps did you take to ensure that they were sent where they were supposed to go in accordance with the prescripts? If you did not take any steps, why?
Commissioner, I think it's what are they calling it, hindsight, because immediately thereafter, one was overwhelmed by the July 2021 unrest, where we were tremendously under serious pressure. I didn't put it here, but every day from 4 up to whatever time, one had to account. And then I believe that as a result of that, for me, I can't talk on behalf of Brigadier Nyusa. One was focusing there, and then this thing, we forgot about it. And I would say, I did also know that the KwaZulu-Natal Forensic Science Laboratory indicated they didn't have an adequate accommodation for these drugs as a result of they cited issues of flooding and so forth. But I think hindsight is that one was overwhelmed with the July 2021 unrest because KwaZulu-Natal was the most affected province in the country during that period.
So the answer is it was an oversight for the reasons that you have mentioned.
Correct, Commissioner.
All right. But is it a fair assessment to make to say the failure due to an oversight to send these drugs to FSL in accordance with the prescripts is one of the causes, not the main cause or the ultimate cause, one of the causes that led to the theft?
I'm taking note of your comment, Commissioner. Although,
again, with hindsight,
although, Commissioner, if you were in my shoes during that period, you wouldn't have thought of those kind of issues due to the pressure that was put on us. Because every day we reported there, we have to deal with the issues, and my principal, together with the minister, were reporting progress to the president. It was a very difficult situation. And if one was not faced with those type of things, one would say, come here and say, hey, I made a mistake, I apologize. But due to that type of a situation that we were in, it was not an easy thing.
Okay. And I just wanted to complete it by saying, to be fair to you, Brigadier Nyusa said from the beginning of November, I can't remember if it's the 1st or the 2nd, most of you were then assigned to deal with local government elections.
Commissioner, I can't remember when was the date of those elections. I will have to go and check.
I think he said the 1st. You don't have to be, exact. I'm not asking you to be exact.
I know there were elections,
in November,
but I don't know, I can't recall the date. Yeah. And then once there are elections, we are put in the call-up instructions of the provincial commissioner and posted in different areas.
The focus of my question is not the exact date, because I don't expect you to remember the exact date. The focus of my question is, were you also part of the call-up instruction around that period?
Correct, Commissioner.
Can I just to go back to the 22nd, where you end up with the keys to the safe? We've had evidence that there is an SAP 13 clerk or exhibits clerk, and that is the person who has keys and controls access to where the exhibits are kept, and is eventually accountable for what happens to exhibits. Is that, do you accept that is the position? Do you agree with that evidence?
I'm getting lost, Commissioner.
Okay. We've had evidence
Yes.
that there's an SAP 13 clerk who holds the key to the exhibit room, to where the exhibits are kept. And they are responsible for access in and out, what people are taking, they keep a register, and ultimately they are accountable. If there are problems, they have to explain how did this if there are shortages, they have to give an explanation, because they are responsible for administering and managing that. And I was checking whether, is that your understanding too about the control and safekeeping of exhibits?
At the police station.
Not with you.
I'm just checking at the police station.
It is wherever there's an SAP 13. If you had an SAP 13, that would apply to you too, if Port Shepstone had a SAP 13.
Correct, unless the circumstances require.
Yes.
Like this one was a different type of a case at all, but that is the procedure that needs to be done.
You say different in what way? Why was this different? Because we are dealing with exhibits in a safe that have been entered, even if it's a day later, are entered in the Port Shepstone SAP 13. So all of that is in place. What made this different?
Look, Commissioners, remember, evidence was led here. We also testified that the exhibits were stored at the DPCI offices. And the difference with this one, I'm saying, where the exhibits were placed at the DPCI offices, it's like sort of an armory that walk-in safe. Armory, there was safe where you put rifles and pistols, and of which a clerk, somebody will be appointed to manage that safe. But when we put those things, those firearms were removed there, those drugs were alone there. I'm not sure if I understood the question.
No, you're not answering my question. Why was this different? The fact that we know happened is these exhibits were entered in the Port Shepstone SAP 13.
Yes, correct.
A day late, right? In fact, I think they're bagged, if I'm not mistaken, they're bagged on the 23rd, and then on the 24th, they are then entered in the book. I may be wrong there, but my question doesn't turn on that. My question is, the Port Shepstone SAP 13 have a record. They are the ones that have a record of these exhibits, right?
Yes, correct.
They do not have the key. They do not have control. They do not have supervision over access to these drugs and what is in fact happening with them. When Warrant Officer Mpangase comes in, they have no idea what's happening. And yet they are I think the other word that was used was they are the custodian of these exhibits because they have the key, they're supposed to have the key, and they have the SAP 13. That's the evidence we had. And that evidence concludes and granted as a result of probing questions, concludes in saying, because you had the key and you were the one that was authorizing who has access. We know in this case it's Mpangase. You were the one that's authorizing access to these, you were keeping the key. Ultimately, you became the custodian because nobody else had control over that activity. Do you accept that to be the position, to have been the position?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. And then a second unrelated question, General, and it goes back to your earlier discussion about the national instructions, and not anyone in particular, but it was that conversation about there are many and you don't necessarily know all of them, or even the ones that you don't know chapter and verse. You remember that conversation. Now, I don't recall which witness it was, but there's a witness who said that when new instructions or protocols are introduced, what I think it's called HRD or something, human resources, people responsible for training and human resources, they go around, they make a point that they go around to different stations to update, basically, some kind of training to say, now there's a new national instruction, this is what it contains and what it requires of you. Are you aware of that being offered?
No, Commissioner. It never happened under my watch.
Okay.
That when there's a new instruction, people are coming to give us a workshop in relation to that specific policy document.
Okay.
No.
All right. Thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioners. I was moving, General, to the attempted break-in in October 2021 at the Port Shepstone offices. And that is the question at, it's question 2.10 at page 17, just to orientate you. Now, I'm interested at page 18. Page 18 starts with a paragraph in italics and then followed in normal font. That italic part starts at page 17, where you are quoting from the transcript of 29 June 2026 when you appeared before the Commission, correct? Just to orientate us. In response to this attempted break-in in October, at paragraph 18 you state, the incidents referred to were believed to involve homeless individuals attempting to access food through the kitchen area and were not initially perceived as sophisticated or targeted criminal conduct. Do you see that?
I'm lost where the Commissioner is saying.
I'm in your LSL 1.
Page 17.
Page 18.
Oh, 18.
8 I have now. At 17, it's the start of your quotation of what you stated during your testimony of 29 January, goes over leaf to 18.
Okay.
It's in italics. Then it's followed by normal font. Normal font is now what your response to the Commission today. It starts with the words, the incidents referred to were believed.
Oh, okay, I see.
And I say, at the time they were believed to involve homeless individuals attempting to access food through the kitchen area and were not initially perceived as sophisticated or targeted criminal conduct. That's your response.
Yes, Commissioner. I want to also add that here, I think I explain it explicitly that when you look at the report that was given me when I was informed about this, a stone was used to break the glass in the kitchen area, not on the side where these people who stole our drugs came in. It's on the other side. So the kitchen window was broken. There was a stone that was utilized there. And then I was made to understand that these are homeless people who might have been looking for food on the side of the kitchen. Because that side, you won't be able to come in there. The door is a wooden door, and then inside Colonel Prinsloo explained that they also put a chain and a padlock. There's a butler door inside. Like where we're sitting here, the butler door is not outside, it's inside the door.
I follow you. So my question is, because of what you state there, that didn't elicit any reaction from you or a concern that perhaps they should be moved and that the safety of Port Shepstone was not as guaranteed as you had originally been led to believe. That never crossed your mind because you had understood that you are dealing with homeless individuals.
Yeah,
yes.
but what we discussed with Brigadier Nyusa was to expedite the investigation so that these drugs can be moved.
And that's the part I was hoping you'll reconcile with your view of what transpired then. At page 17, quoting from your transcript of the 29th of January, you state that after this attempted break-in, last three sentences, we gave directives that they must speedily finalize their investigation of these drugs because we needed the section 212 report in order for us to make a decision to dispose of this.
Yes.
I don't understand why the need for a speedy investigation and disposal of the drugs would arise in circumstances where you had understood that this was just an attempt by homeless individuals trying to get food to the kitchen. I can't reconcile the two. Will you help?
Remember, commissioners, the drugs, you can't sign a disposal order if there is no section 212 from the forensic laboratory. And then because of this, how this break-in of October, we agreed with Brigadier Nyusa that they must speedily finalize this. And then at that time, I was made to understand that Colonel Jacobs was the IO. Remember, I don't assign investigators, commissioners. It's down there where investigators are being assigned. So that they must speedily finalize this thing. Once you get the section 212, you can sign a disposal order if there are no arrests. Then you can, normally you will get it. We have our own ones that we sign, and then when the exhibits are at the forensic lab, they have their own pro forma that you must sign and dispose of, because that is the position we were taking, that this thing must be expedited.
And the thinking was brought about by the attempted break-in.
Yes.
And in the absence of obtaining that section 212 affidavit, you didn't consider perhaps moving the drugs in the meantime? No.
It never crossed my mind, commissioners.
Did you ever conduct any, by you I mean plural, your office, conduct any formal investigations into the attempted break-in? Because your response here states that they were believed to be homeless people, perceived to be not sophisticated or with targeted criminal intention. So that was your thinking. But did you ever conduct, or did your office ever conduct investigations into that actual attempt?
Normally, this type of cases are investigated by general detectives. It doesn't fall within the focus area or mandate of the DPCI. So independent investigators from the stations will deal with that break-in.
Are you aware of whether or not such an investigation was initiated? These were and I ask because these were your offices, DPCI offices specifically.
A docket was opened and registered and investigated at the station.
And what was the outcome? Are you aware?
I believe there were no arrests on this one.
And what was the determination as to what actually transpired? Were you found to be correct that these were the attempt was by homeless individuals who were trying to get food? Did you get answered one way or the other?
A report was sent to my office. That is where I made the determination. out of that report
Okay.
from the Port Shepstone office.
Okay. And you are satisfied that that did not require any disciplinary action against any of the DPCI Port Shepstone offices, officials or officers?
Yes.
You are satisfied?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. I know that the investigation of the actual theft was subsequently taken over by National Office,
Correct.
and that was in November 2021.
Correct, Commissioners.
And you did testify previously that you have not been kept abreast of developments from that investigation.
Correct, Commissioners.
It is now 5 years, or at least in January, this year would have been close to 5 years. I'm interested to find out whether you made any inquiries considering that you had subjected all your members to polygraph testing. You had concerns that that break-in may have potentially been facilitated by insider information, and I put it no higher. In light of such an inordinate delay in investigations, did you ever make inquiries with General Libya and to push for an outcome to enable you to determine whether it's necessary to take steps, not criminal steps, but disciplinary steps against your members within the DPCI, KZN environment?
Commissioner, the same question was asked through me in January.
Yes.
I've never inquired about any progress of whatever, because that will show interference. For me, in my personal capacity, I wanted that, and because I was also having the case, an independent investigation so that whoever is responsible must be arrested. I didn't want any person to come and draw an inference or a narrative that why does he want to know what is happening. I must also say, when the team that was established, they were specific on the call-up instruction to whom must they report progress, and even when they visited KwaZulu-Natal to do their investigations, I didn't know whether they are there or not there. And I was comfortable with that because it shows independence of investigation.
Yes.
From my own perspective, Commissioners.
Earlier, I think Commissioner Kumalo engaged you about General Musikidi's report and recommendations that were made in 2021 already from a disciplinary point of view. And you stated that you became aware of that report to General Libya here during this commission.
By this commission. And I must indicate, although I'm advised, I'm compelled to answer questions here, I can't talk to that report.
No, you haven't heard my question yet. I'm confirming what you have said. That's all
Yes,
I'm doing for the moment.
I happen to have sight of that report through the commission.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And now you are aware that from that report, the declassified report, as you correctly describe it, that the recommendation was disciplinary proceedings to be initiated. That's what's in the report. You are aware now. You were not aware then?
Yes.
You are
Now
aware
I am aware.
Yes.
And then I also saw in that report, I'm not sure if the SC is going to talk to that. There's a handwriting.
By General Libya?
Yeah. Let's discuss paragraph 6. And we don't know what was the discussions and the outcome of that.
Yes, I confirm there was that, but that my interpretation of that is that the comments were directed back at General Musikidi.
Really?
So not for you, it's not for your
for
purpose.
me, but I want to bring this to the attention of the Commission. You see, on that report, when I read it, after I saw it, I did read it. I focused there at the end with the very same paragraph 6. Beneath where General Libya wrote, it is written approved, not approved, approved, not approved, approved, not approved. It will say 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4. I can't remember up to what 6 point. There is no indication of approval or non-approval of that paragraph 6 of the recommendation of the disciplinary investigations. That is what I saw there. Why? I can't explain to the Commission.
And I wouldn't ask you why, I assure you. My issue is, in 2021 already, there was a recommendation for disciplinary processes to be initiated by General Musikidi. That's what you have since learned in this commission.
Correct.
What you've also learned is that in response thereto, General Libya directed to General Musikidi that further engagements be had between the two of them. I confirm that is in the report.
Yes.
Yes. And I'm not going to ask you about why General Libya so determined. No, I wouldn't.
And I also do not know why they never dealt with those disciplinary actions it's 5 years.
Yes.
Now we come here,
Yes.
then all of a sudden we are charged because it came here. I think the Commission must also, I want to request, I can't give directive to the Commission, that must also be looked at.
I confirm.
As much as we are told you failed to comply with 1, 2, 3, that must also be looked at.
I confirm.
It's my humble submission.
That is for General Libya to explain to the commissioners. I'm not requiring of you to do so.
Thank you.
The question I was going to ask is, remembering your engagements with General Libya's office regarding the alleged conduct of Warrant Officer Sander and the toing and froing, you never had an opportunity to have an engagement with General Libya on the disciplinary aspects of this particular investigation by General Musikidi? No.
Remember, I've never seen this report until I was provided it by the Commission.
Sorry, no, I was saying about the issues, not necessarily the report. You never had
the issue.
General Libya never contacted you or engaged with you regarding the disciplinary issues arising from that break-in?
No, he never spoke to me with regard to that.
You at all.
The only thing I know, I saw in the newspaper that General Musikidi was appointed to do the investigation around the whole thing. Maybe hence that report was produced.
Okay. I think, Chair, that would take care of my questions for General Sinona, unless commissioners have questions for the witness.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sulu.
General, just the last question, the last interaction that I had with you, about you having the key, taking the key for the exhibits. You said this was a different situation. I think that's the language you used. And I asked what was the difference. I don't recall that you responded to that, and maybe it's because of how I carried on in pursuing a different aspect of what I wanted to discuss. Can you just explain what you considered to be different in this case maybe let me stop there. What did you consider to be different here? And we're talking specifically about you taking custody of the keys.
It is because the 541 kg of suspected cocaine was stored there. And if I didn't take possession of the keys, it's a 50-50 cash, Commissioner. Why you never took the keys, you know this is the value of these drugs. Or now why you took the keys. That's why I'm saying I'm saying it's different based on what I'm trying to explain now, Commissioner. I'm not sure if it does make any sense.
I don't see how this is different from any other exhibits. Remember, I started by saying that you have an exhibit clerk, an SAP 13 clerk, who is responsible to keep a register. They keep the register of what is in the safe or in the exhibit room. They keep a register of the movements in and out. And from that perspective, these are typical exhibits. There's no difference. And so when you say it is different and that explains why you took the key, it is that part that I'm asking. That we're dealing with exhibits in an exhibit room that have been entered in another stations, in a stations, SAP 13, but Shepston, and where that key could have remained, and that clerk, the registrar, the exhibit clerk in that station would have been responsible for the movements, keeping a register, and. So why do you say this was different?
Commissioner, I think we stored the drugs at the PCI offices. If they were stored at the police station, I wouldn't have taken the keys. The distinction, Commissioner, is that the exhibits were stored at DPCI offices, not at a police station. Hence, I'm saying what I've said, or maybe I've said it wrong or what, but that is the distinction. That's why I'm saying this is what was my word?
So you're different just by location, that the exhibits were in a different, in a DPCI office.
Correct, Commissioner.
Do you accept a proposition that if they were stored at the DPCI office and the key was where the SAP 13 register was, with the SAP 13 clerk of Port Shepston, when warrant officer required access, as he did, which you facilitated, because according to Brigadier Nyuswa, you would instruct him on the 23rd and 24th to call Colonel Prinsloo and inform him that warrant officer Mbangase is coming. You could have done that with Port Shepston, with the Port Shepston SAP 13 clerk, who would have accompanied those people to your DPCI office, see what they do, and then make his entries in his records that he keeps as an SAP 13 register. Do you accept the proposition that it would have happened that way?
I am trying to understand it, Commissioner, but when they sign out those exhibits, the SAP 13 clerk at the station is out of context. Whoever signed for them take responsibility. Now, hence I'm saying this was different because I believe, I might be incorrect, but I believe that after these exhibits were booked at the SAP 13 at Port Shepston police station, they signed them out and they were placed at the DPCI offices.
No, that's not the sequence. The sequence,
okay.
Yeah, you've got the sequence wrong. What happened is they from Isipingo, these were taken on the 22nd
Yes.
to Port Shepston, your offices, DPCI Port Shepston.
Yes.
And then on the 23rd, they were then entered in the Port Shepston SAP 13 in the absence of the clerk, of that clerk.
Okay.
They were entered, and then the register returned. So somebody collected the register and then completed at the DPCI Port Shepston offices and then returned it to the Port Shepston clerk, SAP 13 clerk. And on the 24th, when they went to, they say, to take samples, that's what we've had, the same sequence happened. They went and completed the SAP 13 register that we went and took samples. But that clerk was never there with them. So you just had Mbangase and whoever accompanied him, maybe Van den Berg, according to Prinsloo, and all DPCI officers. The clerk never had sight of the exhibits and of the sampling when they say they went to take samples. So the simple point I'm really putting to you is that it seems to me that there was nothing different. And you may have made the decision, you say you made the decision because at the time that is what seemed to be the appropriate thing to do. Maybe that's how you thought about it. But I'm saying what I'm putting to you is, well, these are exhibits like other exhibits in a safe which has a key, entered in a police station's SAP 13, where there is a clerk, and there was no reason really other than how you thought about it. There was no impediment to following the normal process where you would have called the SAP 13 clerk and say, allow Mpangase to go and open for this purpose. And then that process would play itself out. But with the SAP 13 register, rather clerk involved in this, there was no impediment for that, except that you thought about it differently.
Commissioner, I've heard what the Commissioner is saying.
Yes.
And I was not 100% aware of what the Commissioner has just explained to me. But now I understand that if that is what happened, there was no need that I take the keys. If they never signed for the exhibits out of the SAP 13 of that, my impression was that they signed them out.
Okay, yes.
That was my impression. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. And then one last question from me, and it may be that I missed it. You or another witness, but I think it's you, you've given us a list of the officers that underwent the polygraph test. Remember, from your previous evidence, you did say that you requested your superior to subject your subordinates. We know from Brigadier Nyuswa that he wasn't subjected to a polygraph test. And the list that you've given us doesn't contain his name either. And he was asked the question, in the same way that we asked you in January, he was asked, why didn't you undergo a polygraph test? And he said, well, I don't know, ask my superior, effectively. That's what he said. I don't ask for a polygraph test, but if I had been told to go for a polygraph test, I would have done so. It's my superior's decision. What is the reason that you didn't include him in the list of people to undergo a polygraph test?
Commissioner, I must say it was an oversight on my side because he's the one who gave me the name list of the people. And I never realized it's not part of it. Remember, they fall under his direct supervision, all these people. I think that is an oversight on my side, not to check where are you here. Yes, Commissioner.
One last question. I just remembered it, sorry. When Colonel Jacob testified, and I think it was about the polygraph, again, the polygraph test, he explained that, and he had left me with the impression until I saw your list of people that underwent the polygraph. He had left me, and maybe I misunderstood his evidence, with the impression that Warrant Officer Mpangase did not undergo a polygraph because he resigned. In fact, he didn't use the word resigned. He said it was widely known that Mpangase had put in a request already for early retirement. I think he said early retirement. Yes, he was telling everybody in the office. Did you ever become aware of that?
What I'm aware of, Warrant Officer Mpangase resigned from the police.
Yes.
But I think during the process of us engaging in the issue of the list of members that must undergo the polygraphy, he has already resigned from the police.
Yes.
He was no more a member. Remember,
no, he does undergo the polygraph test. He does. You had him in the list. According to this list, you had him in the list, and he was examined. In fact, the documents that you have given us, they say he failed the test. But I'm more interested in the circumstances of him leaving, because Colonel Jacob presented it as anyway he was on the way out because he's retiring. And your request for people to go for a polygraph, the document that you've given us, that list, I think it's dated the 23rd or thereabouts of November, and then you have a note, a handwritten note that Mbangase has tendered his resignation with immediate effect or effective the 1st of December. You remember that note? That's how it happened.
I remember that there were two lists, Commissioner, but thank you for reminding me that Mpangase was part and parcel of that, because it's a long time ago.
Yes.
But I know there were two lists that I've signed and sent for the application. But I didn't know the outcome of the polygraph test.
Okay.
Who passed, who didn't pass, it was never brought under my attention.
But you confirm that his departure was as a result of resignation, not retirement,
Resignation, not
because
retirement.
Jacob said he was retiring.
According to my information,
Yes.
he resigned,
Okay, all right.
Commissioner.
Thank you, General. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
General, very quickly, can we just complete the issue of the break-in in October? And I'm doing this because Brigadier Nyusa gave evidence. Remember, he has a statement, and then in the course of our asking him questions, he said certain things. And I believe you watched his testimony. You probably know what he said. But I want to start with, you say when the suspected cocaine was taken to Port Shepstone and stored there, you believe that it was safe, the office where the suspected cocaine was stored. So in June, your belief was that it was safe to store them there?
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, in October, when the break-in happens, did your view change?
Not really, but we indicated that this investigation must be expedited. The reason was that the way the report came out to me is that it was homeless people, it's a stone that was utilized on the kitchen window.
So they never gained access
No.
through the window?
There was no access
Okay.
gained, Commissioner.
And then Brigadier Nyusa says, for the first time, Colonel Prinsloo voiced concerns about the safety of the suspected cocaine exhibits in the storeroom. So it is Prinsloo who raised the issue with Brigadier Nyusa. Brigadier Nyusa says he then raised the issue with you. So I want to know, when the issue was raised with you, what did you do about it? Because you're now told that there's a concern that this cocaine is not safe where it is stored, or at least there are concerns about its safety.
Commissioners, it was never raised with me, these concerns of Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo. Even in his statements, Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, there are three that he made. He never raised that with me. Brigadier Nyusa never raised it with me. There is a statement that we have attached here that he made immediately after the incident. The only thing he raised with me was this break-in. I was informed by him, and he gave me that report that came from Colonel Prinsloo about the October break-in. And I believe that I gave them a leeway of a bit independence in their sections, because you can't micromanage your senior managers. These brigadiers, there are 5 under my supervision and 1 colonel. So you can't micromanage these people. You will have a problem sometimes when you have to deal with performance.
So your short answer is Brigadier Nyusa did not raise the issue?
It never raised with me, Commissioner.
All right. I don't know if Chair is going to raise this. Earlier today, you wanted to refer to the photos, but you were told that we're still coming to that. I don't know if you still want that opportunity or you are content with the answers you have given. Remember, you wanted to...
With specific reference to the safe.
Yeah, I wanted them to flag these photos of the grinding. But I think in the process, I managed to address that it is insane for a person to open the safe with the key and come and grind double. That I wanted to show, if they can display me that picture here. I wanted to indicate to the commissioners, because now the people of the country believe I stole the drugs, and I didn't. And I didn't participate directly or indirectly in the theft of these drugs. And I'm burning inside because people came here and testified, commissioners, that they know who If I was part of the investigation, I know I can bet with my life I would have arrested by now, knowing myself.
While they are putting them up, it's not so insane, and I'm raising this simply as a possibility. I'm not suggesting that this is what in fact happened. It's not so insane if what you are trying to do is to stage a theft. And I'm raising this with you because I'm sure you will remember that Brigadier Nyusa in his statement said he suspected that the whole thing was staged. I'm sure you saw that. So I'm only raising it in that context and to give you, to be fair to you, the opportunity to respond to that. I mean, I was not there, so I'm not going to suggest that it happened this way or that way. But there are many possibilities.
Hence, I'm asking the commissioners, let's display the photos. Let me respond while the photos are here. Because I still believe it is insane. You see, when you look at the ground on the floor.
Apologies, General. May I just place them on record?
Yes.
For purpose of the transcript. These appear from page 42 of your supplementary statement to page 51.
Thank you. The commissioners in January, they were having black and white photos, and then I displayed color photos. Look at, can I stand up, Commissioner?
Except you can't speak away from the mic.
Sorry.
I will come back. I'll come back and speak.
Yeah, as long as you are not going to speak whilst you are there, because this just might not
I want
capture.
to point certain things, then I'll come back.
It just might not capture your voice.
Okay. Commissioners, hence I still stand by my point that it is insane. When you look at that door, you can see, even if when they zoom it, that the cutting is from outside. And you can see that if a person was having a key, let's say, for argument's sake, it's me who going there to steal, I'm having a key. I will open and take whatever I want to take and leave. I never staged this thing. And I don't believe this is a staged thing. Hardened criminals came and stole this cocaine. They grinded this thing there on top, they ground it at the bottom, and then go back to the first one. Yeah, look on the floor there next to that thing that looks like a chair is a mechanism that was there, the locking mechanism. Also here, these are the mechanisms of the locking system of this safe, the way I observe it when I visited the crime scene, commissioners. And from where I'm sitting, there's no way that a person will stage a thing and come and open, and then you are listening to the owner of the building when he tells you this thing cannot be breached. This safe,
not of the building, of the safe.
The owner of the building.
Oh, it's the building.
It's the owner of the building.
The building.
Commissioner.
I'm sorry, that's true. That's true. That's correct.
This safe has got a serial number, number one. This safe has got the SABS approval. Now, the investigators, I expected that by now they shall have received an expert report that will either confirm or dispute what Brigadier Nyusa was coming to say here. You can't just by a naked eye come and say this thing was staged, he was surprised. This is a 20 milliliter thickness of a steel.
Millimeter.
Yes, millimeter. Thank you, Commissioner. So, from where I'm sitting, when I got out of the college, I never worked uniform branch. I was an investigator. And in my CV, I depicted my trainings. This is a real crime scene. They broke and grinded this thing. And it is somebody who is an expert in the safe cutting. It's not an ordinary person that you can come with grinders and then you grind. It's somebody who's got knowledge on how to come and cut. Look at the thickness. Hence, earlier, you asked me, why are you talking about the sound, the noise and everything? I was trying to bring into perspective that you want to risk to be arrested and everything and so forth, whereas you have a key. No, this was never staged. The people who came here and say they believe it was staged or it was done by design, I totally disagree with them. This is a crime scene. This is the locking mechanism. This safe was grinded open. It was never opened by a key. I conclude.
May I pose a question, General? Looking at the series of photographs, what specifically tells us that the grinding happened with the door closed and locked as opposed to the door open?
Correct.
What tells us that, looking at the pictures? And I ask because if we go to the
Go to the first picture.
If we go to the first, the same outcome could be achieved with the door closed or open. Is that not the case? Because what you are saying would seem to suggest that you can't achieve that outcome with the door open. You can only achieve it with the door closed.
Allow me to say, to use this word, for lack of a better word, an imbecile will do these things after he opened the safe with the key. Only an imbecile.
I accept that, but I thought looking at the pictures, what tells the commission that this was done with the door closed and locked and definitely not open? Is there anything in particular?
It's true, they did this thing while the door was closed and locked. When I inspected after the crime scene managers and everything have done everything, when we go back with General Musikidi, I think she came a day after. You'll realize when you look inside there, after grinding this thing, that mechanism was also cut. And then you will be able to push those things so that the hinges, not hinges, there is this, Commissioner? The ledge, thank you, that protrude from the door to the hall was removed after these things were cut. You will be able to open it once you have cut this thing. It's not a key that was utilized here. I want to categorically state that, Commissioners, it is not a key. And I was never involved in the so-called staging of this crime scene. I am a police officer, I took an oath, and then I'm also willing that these people must be arrested. They came here, certain people, to testify before you, Commissioners, and say they have a list of people who committed these things. Why are we not told about those lists? The investigators that were appointed after this commission has given a first report. Why are they not probing this thing and ensuring that these people are arrested so that we can get closure to this? Now I'm here sitting, explaining these things. If they do their due diligence, whoever says somebody came to the province and informed the management, I don't know who and when, but it is not me who was informed about that list of the suspect. I don't know them. And then the issue, the narrative of that, these suspects are linked to management, not me. I vehemently deny that I am linked to the suspect. I don't even know who they are. I don't know why are they drawing that narrative that they are linked to management. And who are they referring to when they say management? One witness, Commissioner Kumalo, tried to poke him, and then he said, I can't say that, it will eventually outcome. So, Commissioners, my heart is still bleeding with this theft. I want to see a closure here. The way this thing happened is like I've lost a son or a child. If you lose a child, It's not an easy thing to close. This happened under my watch. Is a sore that is not yet healed. It's still bleeding till today. And I'm praying day and night that the people who are responsible must be brought to book.
And this is just a comment really, at the very least, and this is from your evidence in January and today, but also the evidence of all the other members who were involved, who have expressed the view, as you have done in January, that, and I paraphrase, this is an inside job, as in information having been shared, right? I mean, it seems to me it's a fair comment to say the trust-based working relationship seems to be terribly misplaced, at least within the people that you've been working with on this, that everything that was done on the basis of trust, because you clearly are suspicious of each other, right? Others are saying these people are linked to senior management. Ask senior management. The landlord said the door cannot be breached. You have said to us previously that information came from inside. You suspect it came from inside. So it sounds like your working environment is an environment of distrust, basically. Everybody distrusts everyone. That's it. That's a fair summation.
Commissioner, is a fair submission based on what transpired here on this matter, because an outsider will never know the layout of those offices. A person who knows that place properly will know that if you come in here, you will fall here, and you come in here, you will fall in here. I don't have evidence, but I'm saying it's an inside job. Somebody sold the information. When these people are arrested, they must be asked, who gave you this job?
Okay.
So that we can get closure.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair, before you close, I think, in fairness to General Sinona, Commissioner Baloyi engaged him about the SAP 13, the Port Shepstone SAP 13 entry. We are going to flight it. For the record, it's CJC 258 in the exhibits. We don't need to go there. I just want to highlight one thing. General Sinona had said, in his understanding, they were booked into Port Shepstone SAP 13 and booked out. And Commissioner Baloyi had a different understanding. Now we'll scroll to the end of that SAP 13. Yeah, and in yellow, just enlarge. There is an entry there under 6.1, you see, General?
Yes.
It's got the date of 24/06/2021, items 3.1 to 3.31. And if we go back, it's all those, the bags, you see? Taken for investigation and signed by Warrant Officer Bangase. So your understanding was correct that they were also booked in and booked out in the Port Shepstone SAP 13 register. You see that?
I see the signature of Warrant Officer Bangase on
yes.
6.3.
The complication here, of course, that arises is that now they are retained somewhere except in an authorized space. Because firstly, they are said to be taken for investigation, which did not happen. And secondly, they are stored elsewhere other than a police station under the control of an SAP clerk. Just the comment I make.
Thank you, SC.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, General. You are excused.
Confirm, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, God. Too late in the day, Mr. Pope, for 7:02. Apologies. Do you wish to re-examine?
Just, if you can just give me 1 second.
Just what we do here in terms of process is to ask up front what the re-examination is going to be on, just the broad issues, not question by question,
Yes.
just the broad.
No, that will not be
theme.
necessary,
All right,
Chairperson.
all
We are very satisfied. We have nothing more to clarify. The questions from the commissioners have sort of covered. The one issue we wanted to clarify was this issue about the SAP 13th. But I think whether it was done only at CPing or Chepston as well. But I think that last issue covered it. So we have nothing, happily nothing to add.
Thank you, thank
on
you.
this Friday evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu. Again, thank you very much, General. We resume at 9:30 on Monday.
On Monday, 9:30, yes, Chair.
Yes. Let's adjourn until then.
Yes.